We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See,
once was a league that went to stream, whose producers learned of a TikTok meme. We told them they're 3 weeks too late, but the boomers won't let go. Soon may the LCS come to bring us league big plays and fun. One day when the winning is done, we'll take our trophies home. While at home we pantsless cast in hopes our internet will last, getting a first look at the teams while our pets just steal the show. Soon may the LCS come to bring us league big plays and fun. One day when the winning is done, we'll take our trophies home. Lock In gave us a reason to tweet, and rookies showed they can compete. For spring we want full rosters, please, we'll need those visas though. Soon may the LCS come to bring us memes that we put to thrum. One day when the groups is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Well, I've got good news. The LCS has come, and with it, the final week of the LCS Lock In tournament. We have our final 4 teams competing here today and tomorrow in best of 5s for the opportunity to be crowned the inaugural LCS Lock In champion. I'm happy to hit the new record for LCS experience on a single analyst desk, though, as I am joined by LCS greats High and Crumbs alongside current pro Alorum to give us their thoughts on today's matchup. Hi, Crumbs. The two of you spent a majority of your careers actually in the LCS alongside each other, playing at the same time. I'm curious, do you guys have any fun memories of either going up against each other at any specific moments? Crumbs,
Yeah.
I already see you kind of shuddering at this.
You say that there's a lot of experience here, but Dash, there are different qualities of experience. And High has a lot more experience, I think, on the podium, and I have a lot from the stands. So I think we got different ways of looking at the LCS for sure.
I have pretty fond memories of the LCS for the majority of it. As far as playing against Crumbs, I had a lot of fun. I don't know if he had fun, but
Dude, I remember
enjoyed playing
PAX,
versus
game
you.
2. I was telling Medios is ganking you mid from the left side. Medios is gank. I've been tracking him all game. Don't die to this gank. I'm going bottom. Don't die. Dies to the gank, and I just give up at that point. Tilted, mental game. Playoffs, move on.
Yeah, Crumbs was the better jungler. If only he had a better team, I think is what we're landing on there. Either way, I'm so happy
Put
to
words
bring...
in my mouth. I'll take it.
Jung diff in chat.
No. I'm so happy to have all of you on the desk here with the loads of experience that you bring along with it. Now, later on in the show, we will be taking your questions directly from Twitter for our 3 LCS pros here that we have on the desk to learn a little bit more from them. Let's get a reminder, though, of how we arrived at our Final 4. We've got Evil Geniuses. They started out the tournament in dominating fashion. They're going to face off against the terrifying Team Liquid, who showed their own brand of dominance to earn a spot in the semifinal matchup tomorrow. Today, though, we're going to see Cloud9, who defeated longtime rival TSM 2-1, to earn a spot opposite 100 Thieves, a tournament favorite whose inbuilt synergy has proven to be invaluable here during Lock-In so far. Now, one main takeaway from previous weeks was not only the importance in having a successful bot lane, but how high caliber just in general the remaining bot lanes in the tournament are. So, Crumbs, I got to bring it back up once again as we narrow in on the top 4 teams. Let's talk about the bot lane still alive in this tournament.
Yeah, the bot lane seems to have been the way that every team has found wins in the bottom lane, either solo kills or ganking it nonstop, and it seems like 3 bottom lanes in particular have made rounds and been the ones that are dominating. That is Cloud9, Sven, and Vulcan, who either get solo kills and then roam up. You've got Core JJ and Tactical, again, more solo kills. And then the other one that we are going to see today, FBI and Huhi. And funnily enough, these are the 3 bottom lanes that are remaining synergies from last year. Every single other bottom lane has new members, so you can see why they remain together and how those synergies are really important here in the Lock-In tournament, because everyone just goes to the bottom lane and wins that way.
Right. You might think about, why are people going to the bottom lane? Well, think about it this way. There's more people down there to kill rather than the top side of the map, right? So, unfortunately for people like Alarum, if you go top, the only thing you get is 1 kill. But if you go bottom, you can kill the support and the AD carry. And generally, they're easier to kill than the top laner. So, having a party down bottom lane makes sense towards the game. And Dragons are down there, you know. Who really cares about top lane right now? Just come bottom. And I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm definitely not saying that only because I'm playing bot lane into Tribals, but just keep coming bot, guys, okay? I recommend.
Let's be honest, even Alorum wants to go down and gank bot lane, I'm sure. As a top laner, you're like, anytime my team can set me up for a TP and a dive, probably feels good.
Oh, anything for my bot lane and anything for my jungler. I am your pet. The scuttle crab, it's yours.
Yeah.
Let's play together, Alarm. I like this.
I know, right? I'm feeling a flex queue. I'm feeling a flex
Unfortunately,
queue.
my faith is a little bit more toward the jungle than the bot lane.
Yeah, we got 4 here. I know Azale was looking for a squad. Maybe we could be queuing up a little bit. My only chance maybe at Master Tier or higher. Now, we also got a good look here at some big-ticket imports for the LCS, so moving away from the bot lane in particular and towards some of those new faces. Let's talk about them. First and foremost, Alarm, coming back to you in the top lane, Alphari. He's been on a tear.
All right, so he's been doing absolutely amazing this tournament. Alphari was debatably one of the best top laners in the LEC. He was the #1 for the All-Pro team. So when you take one of the best top laners who was on the 10th place team in LEC, bring him to NA, its all-time stocks for Alphari are so high. Please invest in Alphari. He's on one of the best teams, if not the best team in NA right now. And so how can you take the best top laner from LEC and just put him on one of the best teams in NA? He's going to be a superstar no matter what. And as long as he keeps up that performance, he's just going to be doing amazing. And already, right now, he's 20 CS up at 15, and he's got the highest damage in the entire league for top lanes. He's just doing absolutely great.
What I find interesting about him is that he's not getting any help. Team Liquid keeps playing to the bottom lane. Alphari's just by himself getting all these kills and all these stats. So just shows that he's very used to thriving on the team without resources from that experience in the LEC and still turning up.
I think the piece of his story that speaks to me the most is what you called out, Alarm, the fact that he goes from All-Pro on the 10th place team and now is injected into the best, or arguably one of the best rosters here in North America. I think sky's the limit for him as an individual. If we talk about Alphari, though, having a great introduction to the LCS Crumbs, I think we have to talk about a player who's had a bit of a lukewarm introduction to the LCS, especially compared to the grandeur of the signing, you know, the moment of signing him, and that's Sword Art in the offseason.
Absolutely. Sword Art was signed after getting to finals on Suning, had an absolute stellar tournament, and then you're thinking he's going to come into TSM and change everything, but there's no pre-existing synergies on TSM. He's not coming into a Team Liquid that already has their game figured out. He's now trying to figure out how to make this roster in TSM play the way that he wants to play, which is he's a very vocal leader. So I think right now Sword Art needs a lot more time on this TSM roster for not only the roster to figure things out, but to know what they actually need out of a support that can offer so much motivation for their players.
Another big import that still seems to be struggling to find perfect footing here high is, of course, Perkz in the mid lane.
Right, so Perkz might not have the best of stats right now. However, you know, he has to adjust from playing with G2, which had amazing players on it. Don't get me wrong, Cloud9 strong as well, but when you go from playing with like world's best players to like NA's best players, you might have to do a bit of adjustment and just give him some time. I expect him to come out ahead in this matchup and play a lot better coming spring split as well.
Well, we get to see him play today, so we'll see if any adjustments have been made within the past week. Now, week 2, though, wrapped up with a killer performance from Cloud9 support. So to hear more about it, here's Riv with MasterCard's Player of the Week, Vulcan.
Thanks, Dash. I'm joined by Cloud9's Vulcan for his second MasterCard Player of the Week, repping the bot lane for Best Player. You'll love to see it. Vulcan, how you been?
Pretty good. I'm happy to, win the Player of the Week this time around a bit earlier than I did last year. I think I got the last possible week last year, even though I felt like I had, deserving, like, pretty good weeks in the LCS. But it feels good this time around to win it very early.
Absolutely. You've been crushing it, and we will talk about that. But I got to ask, it must be good to just be back to competing.
Oh, yeah. It feels good to, just be back and kind of show, like, that even though we lost last year, so that we're like still, very good players and kind of have like that redemption that we need to have because of the way we ended things last year. Just, I don't think we came back like too strong, but just show that we're still, we're still good players.
Showing decently strong already. How do you feel the lock-in has been for you, or how just has it been, and getting to know the new solo laners on the team?
Yeah, I think it's a very cool add to the season. I think, like you said, just like getting to know each other, and it's like the tournament doesn't have too much impact, but at the same time, there's like a nice prize pool to it, and there's obviously glory to winning a tournament. So I think it's a very cool feature that we added. So yeah, it's exciting stuff, and hopefully, we'll show good stuff in the best of 5 as well.
And you earlier talked about strength in the bot lane, and I wanted to get your thoughts on the strength of the support role right now. It seems to be deciding quite a bit of the game. Is it just overall synergy? Is it the support bot synergy? Is it jungler influenced a little bit? How's it working so well?
I mean, I think support is like pretty easy to impact mid and jungle, especially, and that's kind of how you need to, approach the game nowadays. I think, even though obviously you work with your AD carry, right, and you need to be on the same page to be able to work the lane properly. But I think the most important thing in competitive, at least, is being able to coordinate with your jungler and make sure that you're on the same page to defend camps, invade camps, help your mid laner if he's having a rough time and he needs like a push out or something like that. So I feel that's why you have a lot of impact on the game as a support, because you're able to impact a lot of different players.
All right, final question. You win on Friday. Who do you think you're going to be facing in the finals? Is it going to be Evil Geniuses or Team Liquid?
Team Liquid is looking much stronger. I think they have a much better ball lane than EG, and I guess they have a better player in every single role. So I wouldn't give. Maybe Impact is like arguable with the way he's been showing so far, but TL just looks much stronger across the board. So.
Right on. Well, it would be an awesome bot lane battle to watch if it happens. Vulcan, thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Dash, we're going to throw it back to you. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Riv. Vulcan citing Team Liquid as his pick for opponents come a finals best of 5. Citing, of course, the impressiveness of the bot lane, as well as being better in every other position. I guess that's a solid way to predict if you're going to use anything as your criteria. Now, heading into the final week of the LCS Lock In, we do move on to patch 11.2. So to my analyst with LCS experience, what do you make of these changes? Alarm, let's start with Akali.
All right, so the Akali change is actually pretty big. When you have an energy cost increase from 80 to 100 at rank 5, that delays your windows of trading really by a pretty large amount. You have to wait for an extended amount of time before you can get another trade going. And with dive comps being so popular, especially because Kai'Sa is probably the best AD carry in the game right now, if Akali is worse, that makes the dive comp a little worse. So I think we'll be seeing a lot less Akali, and definitely her lane phase is the most impacted from this nerf.
Hi, I'm curious your take on Akali as well. I mean, this is a mid lane champion that has, run rampant through the meta so far. Q nerfs enough to really shift her in priority?
Right. I don't actually think that there will be a big... If people want to play Akali, they still will play Akali. Generally speaking, the energy changes will affect lane phase more than a team fight. In a team fight, you're not going to be sitting there on top of the AD carry going Q, auto, Q, auto, Q, auto. You're probably just going to go ulti in, Q, land your E, and then probably ulti again, and or buy time with your Shroud and or Hourglass. So you're not really spending that much energy in the short amount of time. So her team fighting should be relatively similar. However, her lane phase is hit, but people are running teleport anyway, so she should be okay. So if you're going to play her, you'll play her. If not, then you're not going to.
I think one of the things that is pretty big is that we have to remember on this season, you don't have the old presence of mind where you get the 50 energy when you have the 5 kills or assists. So when you have that energy increase from 80 to 100, you're really going to feel, you're going to miss that 50 energy because you're going to be able to get a lot less Qs in that you would have before.
Right, those energy changes or the presence of mind changes coming in a patch or two ago, but now kind of the double whammy with the Akali changes plus that hitting her. Of course, we still expect to see her rather occasionally if players feel the need. Another pick, though, that has had some pretty crazy presence throughout the regional league so far, Crumbs, is Olaf getting a slight nerf.
Yeah, Olaf is getting first picked, and the big thing that you'll see is that the healing amplification that he has on his Vicious Strikes at W has now been reduced. The cap is no longer 0 to 50%, but 0 to 33%. So that's a pretty big deal. That's what allowed Olaf to get very low in a team fight and then press W, and suddenly he's right back up to full HP because it combos with the Gore Drinker, with the Conqueror, and every other healing source he has. So this is meant to make him a little bit weaker and more killable when he gets to those very low thresholds. He also got a bit of the life deal buff to make sure that the nerf isn't too big, but this is not a big deal for Olaf. He was already first picked today in the LEC by G2. They crushed with it. You expect Olaf to still reign at the top. This will really barely touch him.
Light touches, not much expected to change as a result. So then let's go ahead and take a look at some of the buffs and what might actually shake up the meta. Hi, coming back to you here, support pool.
Right, so there's been a few changes to a couple of the supports, mainly Senna and Soraka. Support Senna makes a lot more gold now because when you collect the little wraiths that drop from minions and monsters, you get over double the gold previously. So she makes more money, she does more damage, she heals more. Soraka heals more off of healing others and from landing her Q, and with Moonstone being the meta right now, I expect to see more enchanters coming through. Now, that might be my personal experience from Twitch Rivals and playing bot lane myself, but I hope to see some Senna. I hope to see more Moonstone enchanters, even potentially, Ivern top with Moonstone or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, big changes to those enchanters, looking to rival some of the more aggressive picks in the bot lane. Last but certainly not least, Delorem, is the Nocturne buff. There's been a lot of talks about where exactly we'll end up seeing him, if at all.
Right, so Nocturne was played mid in the LCK, and I do think lane Nocturne got a pretty significant buff just because 2 seconds off your Q means you get to shove the lane at a increased rate, and you get to have a little bit more timers to make those trades. Although in mid, you're doing less trades, and you're more shoving the wave, going with your jungler into the enemy jungle, and moving to other lanes when you're 6. It's also, however, a good buff to jungle because, I mean, what's not to say about it? Like, you get 2 seconds off your Q, that's a faster clear, less CD on your ult, you get to gank more. And if you're talking about the top lane, you'll probably see him a little less because he's mainly used as a counter pick there into melee champions, but I think we'll be seeing him mostly in NALCS in the jungle and mid.
Yeah, I think it's interesting for especially this matchup because last year it was actually Blabber and Closer who were the only junglers that brought out Nocturne, and their mid laners love to play Twisted Fates and Gallios and these kinds of global supported style champions. So today you've got a Nocturne buff, you have a potential best of series where you can surprise someone. So I think that Closer and Damonte can really bust this out just like they did last year against Cloud9. Maybe Perks and Blabber can feel it too, but I think this is Nocturne in the jungle, not about lane.
I'm a huge Nocturne fan, so I would love to see him out on the Rift today. Now, they gave us their thoughts on the patch. Now I'm going to take the collective LCS experience of the analysts and put it to the best possible use. That's answering your Twitter question. So we gathered a few from Twitter just moments ago. Let's take a look at the first one we've got. I'll read it out here. Big fan of everyone. At what level of gold conversion in terms of wave, turret, neutrals, is a kill a great success, moderate success, meh, a failure? So basically, how do you guys identify whether or not a kill was worth it or not based on what else is happening on the map? This comes from sheer adrenaline. Thank you very much for the question. Crumbs, you got an answer?
Oh, right away, I'm just thinking that as a jungle, you want to make sure that you're not wasting time. So if you're getting a kill that took a very little time for you to get in, that you just walked into the jungle, you walked into a lane, got it, and then continued on your pathing, then I think that's fine. It's usually when you start to get those kills that you wait in a brush for a few minutes, seconds, whatever amount of time you waited, those are not worth it. So from the jungle, just make sure that it's efficient with your pathing and you're good to go.
Alorum?
Yeah, and if you're a top laner and let's say you're a jungle and you're ganking top and you see that your top laner is catching maybe a wave that got stacked 2 times, that gank is usually not worth it if you get the kill later on. Like, let's say you have to chase him to the end of the lane, because the double stacked creeps are worth more XP and gold combined than the kill would be. So you could get that kill, but missing all of those creeps is not worth it. So if you are doing that gank, make sure you're trying to thin the wave out before you execute.
Hi.
All right, sure, Adrenaline. My piece of advice is these guys are talking about actual gold values and all that. No. You look at the enemy team, who's carrying out the team. If you're killing him, it's worth no matter what. It's all about the mental game when it comes to solo queue. Yep. You kill that carry Tryndamere, that's worth for sure.
All right. See, I like that. There's a few different perspectives, and it's all based on where you're at. You playing on the pro stage? You playing in solo queue? What lane are you? The answer can definitely vary as a result. This one coming from Lelo Lad. The transition from playing to casting analysis. Was that a hard road to go down, or did it come naturally? With hard work, of course. Well, let me be the first to answer. None of these guys work hard. No, I'm kidding. How was it for you guys? How was that transition from the rift to the stage?
All right, dude, I'll tell you exactly how it was. So the first time I did it, I was only doing desk, and I thought to myself, this is amazing. This is like being a food critic. You just eat, you watch all the gameplay, and you say, I didn't like it, but you don't have to do any of it yourself. Amazing. I loved it. And then now, though, transitioning to casting, there actually is work that needs to be put up, because there's no way without any hard work I'd be able to speak that long without just completely fumbling.
All right. Okay, fair enough. Hi.
I would say the most difficult thing is just about how you say things. It's easy to watch the game and learn and know what to say, but how to say it is the more difficult part. Like being eloquent with your words and saying it promptly, precisely, and making it so that others can understand you, I would say that's the most difficult thing for sure.
Alora?
For me, I guess, and I guess for anyone, it depends on how much you enjoy talking about League of Legends. I could go on and on and on about talking League of Legends all day with my friends. They hate it. So coming into casting and analysis, I think it's not too bad. Like, maybe you can fumble over your words every now and then, but if you have something you're on, then you could just go on and on about it for however long until the production wants you to go.
Yeah. There are a whole lot of facets that go into making a broadcast, and I think for each individual, you're going to run into your own obstacles in terms of improvement. I myself am looking to go from screen to Rift, whereas you guys went from Rift to screen. I don't know when I'll make it to the LCS, but it'll be soon, I promise. And then I'll have an answer for the same question. Question number 3. This one comes from Jinxer the. Since Alorum plays the banjo, what instruments would High and Crumbs want to learn? Also, if Alorum couldn't play the banjo, what would he play instead?
The
All right,
piano.
So, Alorum, go.
I knew this was going to happen because this whole banjo thing with me is just stuck to me like cement. I can't get rid of it now that everybody knows that I play it. But anyway, if I didn't play the banjo, I also play the guitar. But assuming I didn't play the banjo and the guitar, I'd play the bass.
Okay.
Oh.
But we're hard on the string instruments over there.
Yep.
Okay,
I'm
fair
learning
enough.
bass, dude. I started learning bass during quarantine. That's what I'm doing.
Well, there's your answer. Crumbs is already becoming a bassist. Ty, what about you?
Piano for sure. I am musically inept. I cannot do anything when it comes to music, singing, nothing. I got nothing. But if I were able to do something, it'd be piano.
I'm with you, High. Piano. Most beautiful instrument in the world. That is what I would choose to learn if I had the time and the patience. We're going to take a quick breather, but on the other side, we get some more advice. This time, it's coming from a literal world champion. Check that out in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
And now, it's time for sage advice from a literal world champion.
If you're the biggest name import North America has ever seen, make sure to run it down mid on Yone, then full swap to Galio duty to lull your opponents into a false sense of security prior to spring split. They'll never see your Yasuo coming.
This has been sage advice from a literal world champion.
Only the best advice from the literal best in the world. Welcome back to the LCS Countdown. We're not far away from our first best of 5 of the year and the Lock In tournament. 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. A reminder that the competitors of Lock In are also competing for $50,000 to the charity of their choice if they win the finals. 100 Thieves, they've chose to represent the charity of the Dream Builders Project, a local LA-based charity, while Cloud9 is competing for the National Council of Behavioral Health. Always good to see games played for a good cause. But based on the performances we've seen across 2 weeks, I want to get your matchup report cards up onto the screen and see where you think the strengths for each of these teams lies and how ultimately it compares to the fans on Twitter. So, Alorum, we're taking a look at your card first.
All right, so there's a not-so-hot take in the top lane. I think most people can agree that there is probably going to be some top diff this game someday. Obviously, extremely good. Fudge, a little shaky right now. And while I put Damonte and Perks 30-70, it could be a little bit closer because this might be the hot take. I think Damonte, comparatively to Perks, is more important to 100 Thieves than Perks is to C9. Damonte sets up so many of the early game plays for 100 Thieves that without him, and maybe they had a different mid laner, they could have a rough time. But with Perks, he usually plays for that lane kingdom really high, I have so much more CS than you kind of play style where he shoves them in, and he plays with Blabber most of the time. So it will be interesting to see if Damonte can somehow manage Perk's lane kingdom style to still help out his team.
All right, nice table setting. Crumbs, what about you?
All right, I see the game similarly to Alorum here. I see the solo lanes being very important here. I think they're a little bit 100 Thieves favored, but not by much. And then the flip side, I think a lot of the game is just going to be decided by the bottom and the jungle synergy. So closer Blabber, Sven and Vulcan with FBI and Huhi, I think they're evenly matched. So it's going to be a matter of can the bot lane and the jungle group up and then influence whatever is happening with the solo lanes. I think the solo lanes will be dictated by the draft, but I'm just looking at jungle support, baby. That's the way the meta, that's the way the teams have gotten into these quarterfinals and semifinals, so look out for that.
Very intriguing. I'm also noticing, of course, that you kind of have a flip-flop of Alorum's mid lane matchup. We'll discuss that mid lane matchup in just a moment, but I want to get to High's report card as well.
You know, I took a look at the report cards. It looked like Fs for both of them personally, but of course, I think everyone's in agreement that Someday has a large advantage over Fudge. The only reason why I have Jungle 50-50 is because Jungle is not about out-jungling the other jungler anymore. It's about making plays with your mid laner and your support. However, that's in favor of C9 for me. Perks is better than Damonte in my opinion. Same with Sven and Vulcan over FBI and Huhi. So I don't think they're Jungle 50-50. C9 wins everywhere else besides top.
All right, let's take a look at Twitter and their picks. I am very curious to see where the Twitter sphere lands. I mean, just between the three of you, we had quite some variance. So now we take a look at Twitter's picks. They are in a very much agreement in the top lane. I think that's the one thing that won't surprise many. Closer, a very slight edge in the jungle. Perks, Sven, Vulcan winning out hard on the bottom and mid side of the map. So with all of this in mind, with your own report cards, Twitter's report cards in mind, I want to start working through the lanes as quickly as we possibly can. Let's start in the top lane. Crumbs, everyone's in agreement that Someday should be the favorite here, but tee up the matchup for us.
All right, so if you watched Academy for the past few years, you know that Someday absolutely smurfed harder than anybody has ever done it in Academy, whereas Fudge didn't really quite do so much. And you have to also remember, this is Fudge's first year really on the LCS as a pro, whereas Someday has been a legacy beast in the top lane for such a long time. The veteran status that Someday has, finally being given a good team around him, should give him a favorable advantage here, whereas Fudge, still finding his ground on Cloud9, may have a hard time. He's young, he's talented, very aggressive, and has got a lot on his plate, thinking that he can take over the world. Well, it starts with Someday, though, and you need your jungler to help you out. So I think Blabber and him will have to team up and take him out of just 1v1s.
And you've mentioned the junglers, and this is where I want to go back to Hai. And specifically, Hai, you said something very interesting during your report card, was the idea that junglers play the game differently now. And I think if we were looking at last year, most people would say, Blabber, he's a star, he can solo carry the game. But with the idea that it's more about what you can do for your team, talk to me about this matchup.
Right, so Closer and Blabber's mechanics are pretty similar, same with their playstyle. So for me, it's not actually that important who the better junglers. It's more important to me who the better support and mid laner is. Because when you watch these games, you'll see that the junglers are making a lot of plays with their support and their mid laner. And for me, I had Vulcan over Hui in terms of who's better at roaming, in terms of who's not getting caught out as much, and who's a better playmaker. So I think that'll play a large role into how Blabber's going to get leads over Closer and the rest of the team.
I want to make a comment on the stats that we saw in the graphic a few moments ago, because we saw that Blabber's CS differential was #1 while Closer's was at 8th. And so you would think that's a really substantial difference, like, oh, Blabber must just be pathing better. But I believe that Closer usually uses his advantage to take it straight to the bot lane so that FBI and Huhi can use their advantage to carry the game, while Blabber uses his advantage with perks to go into the jungle and take more camps. So while Closer isn't farming as much, he's more playing toward the team, while Blabber's more playing toward the 2v2 in the mid and jungle.
All right, lastly, let's talk mid laners, because this is actually a place where we had people with check marks on either side of the matchup. And Alorum, I think it was you who spoke a little bit about how maybe Perkz is still the better individual player, but you believe Damonte is a bigger part of 100 Thieves' success.
Right. So I think that Perkz probably has the better hands in this case. His mechanics are crazy, although he's had a little bit too much fun in this early lockout tournament. So let's see if he does a little bit better in this matchup. This is a real test for Damonte to see if he can compete with the best. Perkz is known to be one of the best mid laners in the world at one point. So can Damonte handle the pressure, and can he keep doing what he's doing and supporting his team?
It's Lock In, it's less than a month into the year, but it's still playoffs, and Perkz in playoffs turns up way harder than regular season. So I think that with that buff, Cloud9 can do a lot more in the mid lane that we've previously seen.
We've heard lots of thoughts, but what's one more perspective? Let's get it on this matchup. A word from, and I am legally obligated to say this, the smartest lamb in the fam. It's the mean Mr. Keen.
Thanks, Dash. It's Keen here with a couple thoughts for you this week. Lately, I've been seeing a lot of messages around this 100 Thieves team, and people are saying, is this the best 100 Thieves team ever? Are these the best 4 players we've ever had someday play with in the LCS? And I have to say, is that even true? See, when making this roster, Papa Smithy in his 100 Thieves Cash App compound with all those rooms and lairs, he probably didn't wheel up a whiteboard and all of his analysts and think, well, guys, how do we beat the 2018 iteration of 100 Thieves, right? That is not how teams are made. You're not trying to beat your old self. You're trying to beat other teams today. And even then, that roster was Someday and 4 other guys. An MVP performance from Afromu, a high potential bot laner in Cody Sun, and 2 very good role players who were accustomed to being more supportive in Ryu and Meteos. That was a very good team, and that still was not enough to win the LCS. This current roster is Someday and 4 other guys whose notable accomplishment was getting 5th in the LCS last year. We throw that team with Someday, and now expectations are sky high, but it doesn't actually matter if they're unable to beat the other teams in the LCS today. So being the best 100 Thieves team only matters if they happen to also be the best team in the LCS right now. Which leads me to ask, are narrative guys like me and like you setting expectations for this 100 Thieves roster a little too high? I love this team. Top 3 for sure. 3-0 over Cloud9. Book it. Back to you, Dash.
A very tempered expectation for the matchup. When we come back to the desk, we'll make sure that we re-hit the predictions for these 3. They locked them in before the day, but the players and the teams are ready to get this series underway. So let's hand it over to freaking Kobe to get ourselves into Game 1.
Thank you, Dash. You heard it here from Keen. 100 Thieves to the moon. They even got a rocket Morgan ship to take it, so it's going to work really well for them. A best of 5 here between 100 Thieves and Cloud9. It's going to be exciting. Kobe, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I was wondering how long I was gonna have to wait till you shove something like that in. You don't have to wait at all. I didn't get to speak first, and it's already out there. Let's go, Freak. All right, now on to our patch 11.2 games here for the LCS. All of the teams agreed they wanted to be up to date on the current patch. Didn't want to lag behind at all. Analyst Desk kind of touched on it, but not a lot of really substantial changes to pro meta. We expect. Pretty big differences so far. Olaf and Talia are both open, and Nocturne has taken the place. So already there must have been some scrim stuff going on. Nocturne got really, really good buffs, both for jungle and for solo lanes, reducing the cooldown significantly on the Q. Definitely helps a lot in both those roles. Are we going to get the Olaf here or the Talia? We get neither, so they want to split. They don't want to give over just one power jungler. Cloud9 wants to take, whatever's left after that. Assuming Olaf is picked, they're probably going to go with AP response here.
Yep.
Ooh.
Okay. This is very interesting because Huhi and FBI ran this sort of a lane against Team Liquid back in the regular season, such as it is, and it's a very aggressive lane, right? You're playing Lulu with an AD carry, often something like a Felios, and it's a lot of lane pressure if you don't screw up a level 1 or level 2 all-in, so this can look very good. Obviously, solo Lulu is a possibility as well, though I am partial to bot lane.
Also, a really big interaction here. Whenever you see Olaf and Kindred Lulu picked on the other side, this already 100 Thieves are dipping their toes into hard engage and dive with the Olaf playstyle, and you have lots of counter engage here on Cloud9. Defensive Kindred ultimates, Lulu shields. This team already looks like they want to kite back, like they want to have some zone control. More things you can layer on top of that. You can have Galio, you can have Swain, you can have, well, Galio and Gragas both picked up, and those are two good counter-engage options. So 100 Thieves trying to, take a couple of these tools they expecting Cloud9 to go for.
There's always the possibility of anti-synergy. Gragas lets everyone out as Galio lands in. You get no knockups, but yeah, they both work really well against telegraph zones like with the Kindred ultimate. Either you cast them out of the invulnerability or you Galio slam right as it ends, and it's a free teamfight victory, so will be fun to watch what 100 Thieves can do with their hard engage. Orianna going to be the answer. Again, another displacement champion, so you can help kick people out of your own Kindred ult there as well, or keep people alive, as you've now got 3 supportive picks for whoever Sven's going to be playing down there.
Yeah, this already is a big departure from what we saw from Cloud9 for the entirety of Lock In tournament so far. It was Cloud9, all 3 early picks, looking for things like Hecarim, looking for all these dive compositions, Blabber going super aggressive. Already, as you're saying, lots of supportive looks for them, lots of kite back, so it's going to put a lot of weight onto Sven, and we get to hype up even more the bottom lane matchup here between 100 Thieves and Cloud9. A lot of talk going around who is the best in the league. Who is going to go versus Team Liquid, for that crown. Yeah. This game is going to really determine a lot of that. So let's see. Senna got some buffs, changing the way that you can actually have Kraken Slayer procs on your Q now. So Cloud9 trying to take that one off the table. These are definitely some small changes that we're at least seeing already in the pick bans.
The Senna ban makes me think Samira is pretty likely. Senna is, I would say, the single best counter pick into Samira. All of her abilities that matter are basically immune to the wind wall. Auto Q, you ignore the W. It doesn't matter at all. You outrange by absurd amounts, and there's not a lot of gameplay left. So that was one of the options. Going to go for Aphelios after all. Again, that is the sort of most standard late-game hard carry, especially when Kai'Sa is gone. So is it going to be some aggressive laning? It's possible that Gragas is support. It's possible that Gragas is still top lane. We don't know just yet. But Misfortune is an aggressive laner, and I'm curious, Seraphine is up. If you're going more hard engage, it's going to be Rel instead.
Yeah, all right. 100 Thieves are tripling down on their hard engage here. Aphelios picked up as a perfect AD carry when you expect your opponents to be charging you with a bunch of melee freak. See him try and cycle through, get those chakrams going, and you're going to have plenty of shields to work with. You have a Kindred. Cloud9 taking a more supportive defensive kite back look than we've seen all tournament long for them, showing some flexibility here already in game number 1 of this best of 5. We knew that these teams had more looks, had more flavors. I'm glad that they're wasting no time getting straight to it. 100 Thieves, meanwhile, they have plenty of tools to still try and force this through, especially early on. So it's going to come down to looking at these level 1s, when you have Olaf versus Kindred, there's a lot of potential for level 1 invade here, especially on the side of 100 Thieves. I think they would benefit greatly from trying to get a deep ward and even possibly trying to split that map.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if the split map does come through. I'm just thinking about the team comp synergy still, where I was a little surprised to see Rel come through overall. I thought there were other, really good options out there, but if he does dive in, of course, you can vacuum everyone in with the ultimate and help keep them all in the same place for when the Galio smashes down. And I mean, think about what else goes on the combo, right? Misfortune over the top. It's also very obvious. The only thing that's not really part of the combo, only because you can misplay it, is this Gragas possibly going AP with the Comet locked in there. Of course, there's no reason to go Grasp in a ranged matchup in the first place, but you could probably swing Aftershock regardless, so it may well be AP Gragas up at the top side. That means it's up to Huhi and Closer to tank for the most part. It might be difficult, but we'll see if they can make that one happen, as I'm still very interested to see what Perkz and Sven can do as the primary carries, but Blabber, of course, can do really nicely on the Kindred as well, as long as you don't get run down by an Olaf in the early game.
And I would definitely highly value AP Gragas here, Burst Gragas over Tank Gragas, because you are not trying for your overall game plan here for 100 Thieves to get to later stages and do front to back with a tanky beefy boy. There's too much support and late game scaling with all of these shields compounding on Cloud9. That's what they want. They want to be able to set up Aphelios for godlike late game carries here with Kindred ults to save them, solo lane Lulu buffing them up. So I would much rather prefer someday to go with the AP burst, try and get that burst kill. You get a priority target. Yes, it is mess upable, Freak.
Sure, yeah, it is.
There are errors that can occur here with your Gragas, and it doesn't have the best setup, but you have to have confidence in your play when you're going for an aggressive style like this.
Absolutely the case. So let's make sure the coordination is on point here as we start early wave clear, and as we're watching Someday lane up against Fudge, one thing I found very interesting looking at stats coming into this game was the fact that people were talking about 100 Thieves, the new lineup, and like, yeah, it's the best parts of Golden Guardians with Someday. It's a big upgrade. How could they not be a top 3 team? Statistically, so far, just in the laning phase, Someday has had a weaker first 10 minutes than Hauntzer did last year. There's more in laning phase, of course, there's more to League of Legends, but just statistically in the early game, Someday has been worse than Hauntzer.
Yeah, and I definitely know some of where those statistics are coming from. If you look at the actual games, remember specifically the Jax game where he did not get jungle pressure from his own team, from Closer, and got camped fairly hard. Plus his game versus Alphari did not go that well in the lane phase. The Aatrox into Renekton, Alphari definitely hurting those CS numbers and giving it to him. So we shall see how that fares this time around, because we expect so far, Closer to continue power clearing here on the Olaf. Should probably prioritize the bottom Scuttle Crab because you're not trying to gank for your Olaf or for your Gragas super early on for the win condition for your team. You're trying to put some pressure, push up the lane on bottom side with your Misfortune Rel, and gain some safety for them there.
I mean, this is one thing that 100 Thieves does exceptionally well, is the play around bottom side. Some days frequently on an island, left alone, sure, whatever, but there's so many bot lane dives. It's why Demonte keeps playing Twisted Fate, Galio, things like this, because they're going to set up for a 3-on-2 or a 4-on-2 in the bottom lane, and someone's going to die. It's what happened in their quarterfinals. It's what happened in plenty of their group stage games here as well. Even against some of the very, very strong teams like Team Liquid, they could still make those dives work, even against incredibly smart players. It's likely to happen again. If you look at gold stats for every player in this game, is Demonte's got to be careful. He'll be fine. The top 4 gold earners in the first 10 are just the bottom 4 players of 100 Thieves. They just earn more than every opponent they're ever against because those dives work, they get plates, they get kills, and no one can keep up against them.
And the biggest thing, too, is that they've been so efficient about it. They haven't diverted Closer's routes or made him wait around a long time for these plays. And I think a lot of credit does go to Demonte in mid lane, who has been so good with controlling his minion waves for these timings. You'll see so many of these roams prepped where he uses a lot of his health, a lot of his mana, even his teleport here already super early on to be able to get those windows to work with Closer so they can have very successful and efficient ganks.
And as Perkz tries to knock in the minion waves, misses a couple under the turret. Someday gonna go for a bit of damage here, still has his own teleport. Damages Fudge through the shield, not much else to do, and Someday chugs through the last of a couple of potions. He's got a biscuit for a bit more mana when he needs it, but still running a bit low. Blabber, Closer, and Damonte going to be finding each other pretty soon top side, as Closer, of course, knows there's no red buff up, but may think about these chickens being, or sorry, the Krugs being back up, but also a possible topside dive. Fudge is already warded. Somebody's going to start this one early on. Gets a bit of damage down. Fudge is at 500 HP, and can the squad join up? Perks has teleport if he needs to. Will burn it here. He's already recalled, has the mana pool. Fudge will be taunted. He will flash away. He will get a new shield, and Closer will drop. You should have settled, buddy. First blood goes to Cloud9.
That was bold from 100 Thieves. Is they see the teleport and they still make the call to try and burn the kill and get out afterwards. Closer flashing to try and finish it up, but already we see the shields coming in. The frustration starts to brew here for 100 Thieves. Someday takes a tower shot, uses his full combo before the rest of the squad arrives. So they don't have the knock up there. Damonte does get the taunt, but he doesn't damage it. Uses Justice Punch to gain range, and then not being able to get off that last little bit of damage for 100 Thieves. Not only does Fudge survive, but Cloud9 get first blood, and you're giving money already over to the team that has great scaling. When you're the Aphelios here, Freak, and you see your top side getting a teleport counterplay, defending the dive, getting first blood money in that, you are so, so happy.
Smart, proactive plays, though. Perks had recall before that fight started. Saw, I think, the dive was coming. Had the mana pool to make sure that fight went pretty well, and pretty good stuff right now. I will malign Damonte for the missed Justice Punch. He was not the one with aggro. He did the very standard taunt and a backwards E, but it's a ranged champion. That range was not there and just whiffed it, and that's unfortunate. It's, you know, it's a missed play, but that's what came out of the end. So Cloud9 off to a 900 gold lead. Feels pretty good so far. Bot laners have already recalled for the first time. They've gotten their items across. Blabber, nice, gets what should be the second mark off of the Gromp steal, and now we got a Dragon attempt right here. 100 Thieves with a bit of pressure on the bot side. Damonte still mostly able to roam. He's got so much lane pressure here against Perks. Gonna feel really comfortable and doing good.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. They have to still keep up the pressure. Regardless of failing that play on the dive on top side early, this is what their comp is built to do. They have to continue with it. Now they've got a Galio ultimate, so Closer just takes his momentum here on Olaf from Dragon up into the blue buff to steal away, while his bottom lane's trying hard to push the wave and gain priority as well.
No smite for Blabber, knows the blue's happening, can't make anything happen out of it regardless. Closer does burn the smite to make sure he claims it. Level 6 gets the buff steal as, you know, compensation for the Gromp steal that Blabber got a little while back. Obviously the Kindred mark, pretty nice. Nice juggling there. He gets it down to 1 HP. FBI takes the last hit on the control ward because funneling money towards your AD carry is more beneficial than funneling it towards a support like Rel. So nice optimizations. Most good teams do that. Pro tip to any supports out there. Let your AD carries less hit wards. You'll win more games. Just do it.
Now, there is a big timer to think about as well here. Yes, the counter engage works super successfully for Cloud9 on the top side, but they have no more teleports left because they had to expend everything here for the early game. So again, it is still the same game plan for 100 Thieves. They should move over Closer to pressure for that invade and look to make another dive.
I want to see it then. I want to see when they're going to move because Damonte's on the way over right now through his own control ward. You can see a second one turns off that trinket as well. Should know Blabber's over there. We'll just fight the ward and may give 10 gold back over to Closer as a result of that one, but not going to mean too much. I don't think that barrel quite landed. Too bad for Someday. Could have got another 300 health down there, but you can see, yes, has the amp tome, has the tier, is going for fairly standard AP Gragas stuff. Tier is just maybe the best item in the game. And so everyone who uses mana could really build and go, nice play right there. The flash combo, absolutely beautiful from Damonte. Sets it up, and his bot lane knocks it down.
Huhi and FBI roaming up while Closer starts off the Rift Herald. So 2 plays at once here, 400 Thieves. They make a full rotation of everybody up towards the top side of the map, abandoning that minion wave down bottom. And yes, Sven does get to blow it or push it in, but it actually results in 2-fold victory here for 100 Thieves. Someday earning pressure on top side too, since he had so much confidence with the rest of his team. He's going for it.
Body slam flash, ult at the very end to make sure you can't whimsy out of this one. Fudge was flashless anyway. Someday beautifully done. Solo kills a top laner who got a free assist.
Stick to the game plan, Freak. Hold for 100 Thieves. They stick to the dive. They stick to the top side control. They rotate everybody up there. Even FBI and Huhi are buying in on this. That is huge proactive play from 100 Thieves during the time period that we wanted it. We are looking at those teleport cooldowns. They don't have those. They don't have the flash. They're on a ward even. So your credit to Damonte is 100% deserved. They're standing on a ward. Perkz is trying to waste the time of the bottom lane, and it is all because Damonte flashes in, catches Perkz, and they're able to make that play. That means that Someday knows he is free to make this play, because look, this whole time, the mini-map, you see Blabber catching the minion wave. It is this domino effect. When you make a power rotation up to the top side with everybody, you can get more than one play. They actually get 3 out of it. The mid lane kill, the top lane solo by Someday, plus the Rift Herald that Closer was picking up the entire time. And all they had to sacrifice for it was an extra wave on bottom side that Sven and Vulcan didn't even get a tower plate off.
Well, look at this. The game is right back to tied in gold as a result of some great plays at 100 Thieves. You can see gigantic farm leads up in the top side. Someday came into this one having the worst laning stats of his team. Might come out having the best as a result of how much he is destroying Fudge, who has just not quite lived up to some players' expectations. To be fair, neither has Perkz, but Perkz has gotten a good play so far in this game. Bot lane still mostly treading water. Obviously, the roam is going to cost you some CS, but I mean, end of the day, I'll probably take FBI and Huhi's contributions this one so far. Still a close one, though, and we have yet to see the big late-game team fights where Cloud9's comp is built to excel. Now a play towards Someday, has the ulti, doesn't get Blabber very far, though. Flashes in for more slows to get the knockoff out of Lulu. They're going to just chunk down the damage. They're going to have Fudge pull aggro, switch it over to Blabber, who gets the Kindred mark, but now watch out for the bottom side, because Blabber's shown up as well, and they've got Rift Herald. This is going to be a lot of damage down. 2 plates will be autoed for the most part, and I'm curious exactly when they will summon. They could summon here, but it wouldn't knock down the entire turret, so they can greed and go for the next wave and then summon after that one instead.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason you make that call, Freak, is that you know that everybody from Cloud9 is accounted for. Blabber on the top lane gank has already, shown himself on the top side of the map. There's no way he gets down here. So you don't have to rush on that previous minion wave. You have the time to push the extra one to ensure you can activate Rift Herald within the true damage range of the last 2 plates. Make sure you get the entire thing on this push so that you're setting yourself up to continue dragon stacking. See about the reset here, though. Cloud9 are trying to jump it as the reset comes in. They cut off the possible dragon stacking here for 100 Thieves. There's no way they can get back for it. And this is actually quite big for C9. They got a counter kill on top side. They put a stop to the dragon stacking. And the gold deficit they're facing right now is basically just the outer turret's worth. So there is definitely standing gold they can try and make up for it with. The question is, can 100 Thieves make that 1,000 gold worth it to continue to make this play here? Damonte with Summoner Spell, Ghost, and Flash being available with the ultimate definitely has a lot of options here. And you see 100 Thieves want to utilize that. They rotate everybody up to the top side. They want this cascading effect of turret destruction here.
One difficulty here with Cloud9's builds, especially on Fudge, is going for a more supportive option. First, a fight in the top side, really going forward there on Blabber. Good chunk on a close, and now straight into Huhi as well. Has the haste, though, and Fudge is able to really push this one forward. Huhi nearly goes down. They will be able to get away with a flash, so he's going to stay alive, or at least is jumping away on the horse. But I want to point out the point that Fudge went for Moonstone Renewer. It means that he is going to be very, very weak in any one-on-one. His Mythic doesn't have stats in the one-on-one. You really can't get anything done with that one. And this means that if he's up in a lane against Damonte or Someday, he really, really cannot fight back. This can matter down the line if 100 Thieves just gets really significant side lane pressure that Fudge cannot match.
And honestly, I say you have to go for it. You have to commit to your playstyle. This team doesn't want 1v1s. This team wants to be able to buff up Blabber and Sven. We saw a little taste of it here, where Cloud9 are chasing them out of their own jungle, and Blabber is able to get the flash. Lulu's speed and shields up on him. He is a force to be reckoned with, chasing down those melee champions. And it's going to have to be this coordinated effort from 100 Thieves, looking for flank opportunities, wards deep up into the jungle to ensure that they can have this melee threat really get to the source here. As you're saying, there are going to be squishy members on Cloud9, and especially vulnerable to getting CC locked. A Lulu like that with Moonstone Renewer definitely is a viable target as well. And if you take out, that healing and shielding source early on too, can be quite valuable.
It really can. So 100 Thieves moving to the top side with their duo lane. That's already been matched by Cloud9 from a little while ago. Bot lane turret never quite did fall, but 4 plates were taken, so C9 got pretty close in that regard. I think the plate count was reasonably tight here, but 100 Thieves about to knock down the rest of top lane turret, and Sven can sit in a brush and wait. He can at least kill the ward, so hey, good job. You earned yourself 30 gold, but top lane turret will fall, and 100 Thieves tied in turrets, tied in kills. Sorry, tied in dragons and kills, but 2-0 in turrets. Blabber getting some counter jungling instead of the map. That's not too bad. Obviously, Kindred again has their own mini game where you really care about Kindred marks. This should be number 4, and it is, as he got just enough counter jungling done. Yeah,
that's your big break point for your big boost in range. So he's definitely able to operate now in these team fights. That little bit of range when you've got Gragas to worry about, so much zoning from the Galio and Misfortune as well. Every little bit counts. And remember too, in the comp year 400 Thieves, with the Rel last pick that they actually chose, yes, it also gives more engage for the team, but she can also break shields. And it's kind of difficult when you're a squishier support and you don't have a lot of time to wait for the perfect moment. But she can, if you get a critical shield break, on a Aphelios or Kindred, then that can also turn the tides, allow something like your AP Gragas that I was calling for to be able to get off just enough damage to burst one of the carries.
Absolutely. I mean, burst is really going to be the name of the game, because if it's fast enough, the answers aren't there. But 3 provide shields, 1 more has invulnerability functionally. That's going to be a big deal. And obviously Sven, you can see with the little bit of white on the health bar, is also running overheal. So anytime you've got red gun or just lifesteal in general, that's another 10% roughly max health bonus. So yeah, these are going to be some hard to kill champions, of course.
And since Shattering Strike, goes through, you can, try and get some real value, break all 3 of those shields. Hopefully, if you can get the timing right. So Huhi definitely has the possibilities here, and that's a player that I wanted to talk a lot in this series. We saw the fan vote. I was actually kind of shocked that he was the lowest discrepancy there for 100 Thieves. They had him just over 25%. Versus Vulcan, and Huhi has been really, really good for 100 Thieves on the initiation front, but now he's going to play a critical role as well within the team fight. And let's see about Dragon number 3. 10 seconds left on the clock here for Cloud9 to try and get vision.
500 gold difference. Blabber is the front man, gets the haste, walks in. It's the old Juggernaut, but it's on Kindred. Kindred can jump away from stuff if it gets scary, so it's a lot safer than some of the other cases there. And look at that, Cloud9 has taken most of her control. Big damage on a Fudge, wants to jump back away. Here comes the hard engage. Over the top comes bullet time, and goodbye to Blabber and Perks. Instantaneously, they are shut down. 100 Thieves with a double kill.
Yeah, guess what? Lulu, Moonstone Renewer, not a great face checker, freak. Fudge goes and takes 80% of his life. Then huge engage for 100 Thieves. Perfect lockup for FBI's ultimate as well. And this is exactly what 100 Thieves wanted. Make the dragon area dark, force them to come to you. They have no good vision checking tools. Is one of the reasons why when you start a comp and you build it around counter engaging and shielding and kiting back, it just further emphasizes the point we always drive home of trying to set up on these objectives, get your vision control down. It's so dangerous there for Cloud9. Even Vulcan with the Thresh does not have a lot of safety walking up. So they have no good ways of trying to face check these brush. You can see they've invested in 2 of those scrying orbs with Fudge getting 1 as well. Even 3 actually with Perks switching over. And that just goes to show, they feel that vision pressure. It kind of reeks of a little bit of desperation now that they have no other ways to try and break in. It's Blabber charging forward, Fudge charging forward. He gets the lantern out, so it allows Huhi one of those big engages. Demonte had been waiting up in the wings too.
Beautiful.
For the flank. It's all these points that you have to worry about when you are the scaling, more defensive shielding team. And 100 Thieves play their side extremely well. This is what they've gotten, praise for the entire lockout tournament. It's that coordination and sticking to your game plan.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay, gets one of the small wolves. And I do got to give credit. Obviously, Hui with a great flash engage, layered the crash down into the attract and repel stun. The ulti came over the top, but there would have been room for Blabber to get the ulti off if not for Damonte's taunt. So that flank positioning was very, very good, incredibly well played, good synergy, good coordination overall. And yeah, even in a 5-on-5, even in the kind of battle Cloud9 sort of wanted, it was still 100 Thieves who found the better maneuvering, the better angle, and came out ahead with it. So you got a 2,500 gold lead here, up a dragon stack as well, and we have yet to see Cloud9 get into a real team fight. These kills have just been Blabber finding openings on, you know, weird dives and whatnot, but otherwise we've gotten nothing out of Sven.
So freak. This is a fun time to extrapolate this for the rest of the series as well, because
every game goes like this now.
Cloud9's lock-in success early on in this tournament all came from heavy dive compositions, them being the ones constantly looking for these flanks, forcing all of these dives and pincer movements on their opponents. If this game transitions and we see a misplayed team fight from 100 Thieves, the dive fails, they get kited, there's good lantern movement here, a Kindred ultimate saves Cloud9, and they take over the team fight by evading the initial engage from 100 Thieves and then turning it around with a shielded up Aphelios chasing everyone down. That could have lasting effects as far as the pick ban, because if it just ends out this way with 100 Thieves now winning by taking away one of Cloud9's best strengths that they used for most of the tournaments, then that is going to be the pick and ban fight for the entire series.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the choice that Cloud9 made sense, though, in that it's a best of 5. You want to show your opponents, hey, look, we've got a second option here. Do you want to start banning Lulu every game as well, so that you have to contest this champion, you're going to give us Gal, you're going to give us TF, this kind of stuff. Like, I think that's a great way to start a best of 5, to look at, show your second look and say, can you even deal with this? Can we free up bans for our best strategies? Can we confuse you? It's not working right now. The game is in striking distance, sure, but it's going 100 Thieves' way. And, okay, you tried. It didn't work. They probably do go back to hard engage. 100 Thieves gained no new information. They were already playing around the C9 dive style because that's what they showed in the group stage. They showed in the quarterfinals. So I think you just go back to square one, and Cloud9 have to realize that their draft needs to go back to the way it was before.
Information gathering in the best of series, definitely one of the more fun parts of it for the coaches for sure. Now, if you take a look at the battlefield,
pulls in one, Blabber gets the ulti off. When does Gragas explode? Not just yet, but Galli's at the top. They can wait it out. Blabber's gonna flash, but why? They're on top of you, and FBI easily picks up the kill, even saves the Gale Force cooldown. This did cost 4 ultimates, but it cost 4 on the other side as well, and it's still a 1-for-0 with Baron now on the table.
And they paid those ultimates gladly, Freak. Even with this hook in here, not going to give them any sort of pause. 4 ults for the jungler, perfect. Now they get to start up the Baron. Full vision control again. And remember, this Cloud9 team, such a difficulty with checking. They've got 2 Scryer orbs to work with still.
That's a taunt, that's a knockup. That's going to be a kill on the Perks. Again, Damonte is in the right place at the right time. Tanner time, every single one of them. And it's Cloud9 running away again.
100 Thieves can move off the Baron, pick up the Dragon, then move right back and make the exact same play at their leisure. Now they've got full objective control of the entire map. All wards should be pushed in very, very deep now, because Cloud9 have to constantly be worried about that flank, about these engages. They're going to become tower-hugging buddies now, Freak. And it's up to 100 Thieves to plant their flag throughout both sides of the Rift.
And I think a lot of the reason that flag is getting planted is there's somehow 11 hands in this team. Damonte, I feel like, has been incredible this year. I played into the memes as well, where it's like, look at all these great players with Damonte also on the team. But he has been outstanding this entire year. Yeah, it's been 8 games counting this one. I realize it's not the biggest sample size, but he's the biggest gold leader on his team from roaming the bot lane and killing the enemy bottom lanes. He has been a huge focal point of the squad so far, and he's probably the single biggest reason why they're winning in this one as well. 2021 has been the year of Tanner Damonte. He is absolutely outstanding, and he's my front runner 100 Thieves right now.
All right, let's see if they can do it. 100 Thieves setting up shop in the red quadrant of the jungle.
Yeah, they're going to battle a little bit. Closer has to kite back. Good smite comes through again. The dive in for Huhi. The knock comes to taunts, and again, they're in the right place. The taunts prevent the spells, and Cloud9 goes down again.
There's no change, Freak. There's not going to be a successful disengage for Cloud9 now. The train has already left the station. 100 Thieves now killed 2 members, including the jungler. Baron bait number 2 is up. They can turn. Someday's got Flash and Gragas ultimate.
Okay, look for it. Look for it. Someday and Devontae are in the back. Devontae with Ignite and TP, so no flash plays right now. Huhi chunked down by Baron. Here comes the body slam. That's onto Sven, pushing him back in. He's still got the shields, though. Has to cut away. Taunted. Dove on. Down he goes. Sven with his 1 death per game. Shock up into 2, but a Galio shield keeps them alive, but not enough for FBI. Perks gets the damage in a trade back. AD carries it as a 4-on-4 on the map. Blabber has respawned, and Baron will be stopped.
It is stopped. The extra kills here in the favor of 100 Thieves. Perks getting 1 back. So Cloud9 getting some hope, and they are waiting for this redemption team fight where they're able to actually successfully disengage on one of these initiations. Do they have the damage to burn through this?
It's Kraken Slayer Kindred on 2 items. They have very good damage right now. The problem is, do they have the damage in time? It's going to be fairly close. Closer's on the way. TP's coming in. I think they can burn it. There is no smite. There is no smite on the side of 100 Thieves. This should go to Blabber if he doesn't just die. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. He gets it without smite. Closer just knocked it down with the basic ability. Goodbye to Fudge. Goodbye to Cloud9. 100 Thieves is going to take game 1.
Yep, goodbye to game number 1 here. Closer just runs right in and wrecks house, destroys Cloud9. They knew they didn't have any time to work with. Their only hope was sneaking a Baron here, testing their DPS. But 100 Thieves will call a fail for them on that test. And this is going to be Baroned up. 100 Thieves taking a stand in game number 1. Hey, C9, we're taking away the hard engage. You can't leave Olaf up any longer.
Apparently not. You can fail the first tower dive, doesn't matter. Stopwatch for Vulcan means a couple of cooldowns are burned, but Huhi is here again! That's another tower dive. That's another 3 kills picked up. Azonia keeps Shockwave from mattering. Perks can't get any damage. Here's the taunt, a triple for FBI. The Nexus has been opened up. Will they go for the KDA? They will go for the victory. 26-38. 100 Thieves smash Cloud9 in game 1.
The engages, Freak. Oh, the engages. He definitely doing credits to everyone who voted for him. He was the lowest percentage of the fan vote as far as discrepancy between these 2 teams. He proved everyone who doubted him wrong. Huge rel engages over and over and over. Yeah. That being said, there were multiple engages for 100 Thieves, and all of them were able to find their mark at different points. Someday and Demonte as well. So that's just game number 1 of our best of 5, though. Now we get into the layers of changing it up throughout the best of series.
Yeah, and it seems like the biggest thing that I've seen is a passive comp will not do for Cloud9. There were glimmers of it, though, right? You would Lulu buff up a Kindred, and Blabber would go poke, and there were ways to be proactive, but it wasn't enough. Almost everyone else's hands were tied, waiting around for a play, and yeah, Huhi plus whomever else, if it's Demonte, if it's Someday, if it's FBI, that was always too much for Cloud9 to deal with. They had no real front line. Nothing went well on the C9 side. So yes, as you said, Kobe, it's a best of 5. We will get adaptations in the rest of the draft, and so it's time for us to step away. But when we return, we'll have the State Farm Analyst Desk break down that 100 Thieves win. See you soon.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello and welcome back to the Lock In tournament and the midst of our best of 5 between Cloud9 and 100 Thieves. Mark is on the desk with us. How you doing today, Mark?
Great. I got to watch the countdown from my couch. Felt fantastic.
Best show you've ever seen?
It was the greatest.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, with that out of the way, let's dive into the matchup at hand. First of all, taking a look at predictions from the top of the day. Since we had to rush to get into games, we were a little bit behind. Let's take a look at where you guys threw your weight, starting here with Alora.
I have a lot of faith in 100 Thieves, and I bet that 100 Thieves will beat Cloud9 3-1. I didn't want to be so bold as to say, yeah, 100 Thieves way better than C9 3-0. So I'm giving it a little leeway. You know, I've got some paper hands here, but I'm going to say 3-1 to 100 Thieves.
All right, 3-1 100 Thieves. They're high. You're the only person on the desk, notably, who's elected to go with Cloud9.
You know, I think C9 will win if Perks wakes up. Unfortunately, that didn't happen that game. He had 3 deaths without using Flash. I don't know if he's like had his coffee or he didn't have his coffee, or maybe he's just not as good as we had thought. But let's hope that he brings it back to form, and then I think they can come back.
And Mark, taking a look at your prediction here, 100 Thieves, but I want to understand why it is you think 100 Thieves is going to come away with the victory as we transition into talking about that first game win.
I mean, I think this first game win illustrated it perfectly. Both teams had comps that, you know, had pretty coherent game plans. It's a dive comp, we know, with some nice little synergies inside there, like the Rel MF, versus the Peel comp with lots of shields and stuff. And one team is coordinating way better as a 5-man unit. And so when you have these two squads that basically want to death ball up, I'm going to take the more proactive team, you know, in 100 Thieves with the better synergy. And that's why I really, really like 100 Thieves for the series, but in particular when I see these two drafts as well.
Yeah, I mean, and within that, I do just want to call back as well to the start of the day and countdown, the idea of Nocturne. We saw it hit the ban table immediately against Cloud9. This is one of the teams we said might be willing to play it. But when it comes to the game itself, Alorum, I think all eyes have to go to the top lane. It's the matchup that we had targeted as perhaps being the most lopsided individually, and it very much played out in that fashion.
Right, so when you play Gragas into Lulu, or rather when you play Lulu into Gragas, you don't have the damage to push the Gragas out, even when he's going AP and no tank. Even if you're hitting the Gragas, like, he heals it all up with his passive. And I mean, this is just some top diff. He someday gets the dive onto Fudge without Fudge using his ultimate, so obviously, Fudge did not plan for the Flash to come in and save himself. Fudge could have preemptively ulted and saved himself. Obviously, this first dive did not work out so great for 100 Thieves, but despite this win that they got, the top lane matchup is still too difficult for Lulu to play. So I'm not sure what his experience with the matchup was before, but I'd like to see something different next time.
Yeah, here's the dive you're talking about. After the first one didn't go so well, let's take another crack at it. Someday says, I'm the better top laner here. A nice little knock up. Going to turn back around, fall through on it. Mark?
I was going to say, this is one of those times where it's like, probably don't know the matchup well enough, because like anyone who can get solo killed under turret in this, and you know, Hai was pointing out, yeah, you can preemptively all, as Lauren was saying, and maybe you can survive that, but even then, you're blowing your ultimates just to stay alive. You're forced to trade on the Gragas instead of CS under turret, which is a horrible position to be in, and you know, eventually Blabber needs to come up here to try and salvage this lane, but at this point, you're tons of CS down, you've given up a number of kills, you know, it's been a disaster in the top lane the entire game so far, and it didn't stop in the laning phase.
Right, and we talked so much about how, you know, maybe that top lane in isolation might spill over into the other lanes, and I'm going to have some growing curiosity as the series rolls forward. Does Blabber continue to try and help a struggling Fudge, or does Cloud9 start to reorient the way they think and put all of their attention elsewhere on the map, maybe accepting the fact that they're not so much going to win this top lane matchup anymore?
I would say that they don't necessarily need to focus top. Like, that game, it's not like they ignored it, right? Top lane was definitely not an island. You saw a 3-man dive happening at level 4, and then you saw the junglers coming back up. So it's not like Fudge was left alone, right? I don't think Lulu even did that bad in lane. Like, yeah, she died solo, but like, I don't expect her to be up CS on Gragas. She's going Moonstone. She's doing her job. The issue that I had with Lulu was her positioning later in the game, where she gets caught out, gets chunked out, and doesn't stand in the right places. So whatever, 20 CS, Moonstone, Lulu, lane, fine, you know, but you frontlining as a Lulu later in the game, that's the major issue that you're going to have with that. So
it's a good point that of all champions, right, putting Fudge on a more supportive champion like Lulu might help them out, Mark, as we roll forward towards the mid game and some of the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should put him on a frontline champion if he's going to do this.
If he's going to do that,
yeah. And I got to say, this is the kind of play which has knock-on consequences when you think about it. Like, when Fudge does that, walks forward, gets chunked, everyone goes into, oh crap, save him mode, and your Orianna's going to walk forward where she shouldn't go. Same with your Thresh, and all these champions start pulling forward, and that's why I think the secondary re-engage, which is why 100 Thieves was so great, they refocused onto Perks when he walked too far forward. Great rel engage by Huhi, layered with the MF ultimate, but I don't think that they're walking through that choke there if, Fudge isn't with, this kind of misplay, pulling them along on this kind of string of mispositionings.
Right, and when you're playing Lulu, it's pretty common for a lot of top laners to not have that much experience with enchanters, except for maybe Karma. So there is potential that Fudge, and he's been known to play more frontline carries, that he did not exactly know where to position himself. And when he's not there buffing up the Kindred really falls short to Rel, because Rel can CC him up, and with the Misfortune damage, it's just a free kill as long as he doesn't have the Lulu buffs on him.
Now, it wouldn't be a best of 5 or the perfect best of 5 to kick off the split with if we didn't have a sweet Baron coming down to about 31 health, I think, here on the final tick of it. Let's take a look and relive these moments.
I actually really dislike this play from Cloud9. They did their job, right? They stopped the Baron after getting caught out. That's all they really wanted. But here they go for a 50-50. And even though they go for a 50-50, they kind of trolled it. If you take a look at the fight, half of them are hitting Olaf to try and kill Olaf before he can smite. The other half of C9 is hitting Baron to try and finish Baron. So you need to make a call. All right, we're all going to die for this Baron and go for it. But they do like a half-half where they want to kill Olaf, take the Baron, and win the fight. It just doesn't work that way. Whoever your shot caller is, make the decision. Let's suicide for this Baron, keep someone alive with it, fine. Get it off the table so they don't have it, which is a perfectly reasonable macro thing to play. Like, if you can't make usage of Baron and they can, but you're able to take it and lose half your members for it, that's fine because they can no longer take it. So you just have to make that call and make that decision and just go for it,
Yeah, game-winning play to come away with that steal there at the very end. Mark, refocusing towards Game 2, Cloud9 has elected blue side. Just what would you identify as the core issue from Game 1 and what they should change going into the next one?
Get a more familiar matchup for Fudge. I know Hai said it didn't bother him. Bothers me to be, this total pressure sieve in top lane where you're changing your jungler's pathing, your top lane or your mid lane has to blow TP to cover this dive that's happening. I don't want to see that if I'm playing the game with you. Like, stop getting slammed in top lane, please.
Stop getting slammed in top lane. There it is, the recipe for success for Cloud9. We're stepping away. When we return, we got Game 2 in this best of 5 series. Don't go anywhere.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
is just going to go down in time. This is makes it happen.
Great stop there. Oh, Dicey.
Oh my God, J-Mo, the champion of this one.
Oh, Asano! He gets the triple off the rocket as the fourth.
Welcome back, everyone. A quick reminder that the Valorant Open qualifiers have kicked off, so good luck to the teams competing there as we get into Game 2 of our Lock In semifinal between 100 Thieves and Cloud9. Now, Kobe, last game, I think we spent a lot of time talking about 100 Thieves and the things they were doing well. The Engage comp went really nicely. We were a big fan of all their frontliners. On the Cloud9 side, you were asking during the commercial break, and we were both kind of looking it up, like, is Fudge going to go from shield duty to tank duty, or will they let him go back on a fighter, which is more comfortable style?
Yeah, you're asking asking questions.
I'm teeing it up. I've been talking long enough, Kobe. I share.
That's exactly what we've been, looking at for Cloud9. I think if they seed that and they lose that piece this early on in draft, then you have no power for the rest of this best of 5. So I think that they have to take that challenge, and you have to put that confidence into Fudge, even though he has had a rough time. You need to set him up with a strong matchup. Give him something like Renekton, give him Gragas. Those are the important things to try and get your hands on right now. I mean, we even saw with the 100 Thieves series how important Gragas priority just kind of skyrocketed through the roof, because TSM were also having problems with top lane champion pool for Huni. So now it's going to be even more difficult, as everyone was talking about. Someday coming in here is a more difficult opponent in the top side, and I think you just need to even put more in investing into Fudge to make sure that you do have a solid piece up there, because Blabber and Sven definitely have the capabilities to carry. So don't give up too much ground elsewhere.
Yeah, I will note for Cloud9's sake that their bot lane seemed to be slightly winning with a pretty non-interactive lane overall. Now, the asterisk there is FBI and who he roamed mid for a kill, and that's gonna oftentimes sack a wave for that, but the actual 2-on-2 went pretty well on Cloud9's favor. The teams, of course, have switched sides. C9 with the loss have chosen blue side here for themselves. That's where they're going. You're seeing Galio and TF finally taking out the table. Demonte, unless he's playing mid Nocturne, is gonna not be on a global champion. We'll have to rely only on Summoner Teleport for that. And that's been, I feel, a long time coming. Looking at overall stats for the player, 3 TF, kind of last game 2 Galio, and then 1 Orianna, 1 Akali. So he's gonna be on something else this time around. Clearly had been very keen to play for the globals and can't now.
I am suspicious of a Cloud9 comp with Blabber on Udyr. Blabber, I feel like, operates really well when you have either range or mobility on the carry champion to be able to make some outplays and aggressive plays. Udyr doesn't do a lot of outplay. He does a lot of brute force plays, and we're going to see that from Cloud9 here. So already in game number 2 here, they're gonna change. They're gonna have a charge 4 styled. Now 100 Thieves, though, they have a lot of options, because Udyr is a lot easier to control with kiting than any of the other champions that Blabber normally plays.
Yeah, well, Blabber is the XP at 10 difference leader of this entire match. Of all 10 players, he does really heavily outfarm his opposition. And Udyr is a champion that is good when just he has a stat lead, right? All he cares about is leveling up his basic abilities, getting rank 5 in Phoenix, and then a level 16 to rank 6 in Phoenix. That's going to feel pretty good. We get the Seraphine and the Yone coming through. That's exciting. And again, I'm a big fan of Seraphine with walk at you melee champions. Bounce the ulti off of them. She gives haste to champions like Udyr and Yone who need it. Bounce the ult off them, make the engage happen. Like, this is the making of a good composition. I'm not sure yet if it's Sven or Vulcan playing the champion. I think she's good in both those roles, so wait to see what comes through. But I still kind of just want to see Fudge on a fighter, like a Renekton or something along those lines.
Yeah, well, too bad, because now you're going to have to face Someday's Renekton.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have, a winning matchup. You look for an even matchup in here at best. I expect 100 Thieves to, since they used last round of their first phase picks here on Renekton, ban out Gragas, maybe leave Aatrox up and ban out the Gnar instead. Take away those 2 main possible, champions here for Fudge to even feel comfortable on, and then work with the famed Renekton Nidalee. This is the go-to. 100 Thieves have used this so many times. You stun him up with W, spears land, enemy dies. Honestly, if the Gragas is not banned here, I think that would be a pretty big oversight for 100 Thieves. Meanwhile, Cloud9 trying to ban away supports on the other side, for possible lanes into Seraphine. I do expect them to go, either Misfortune or Ashe. It's a similar strategy to the Misfortune, where Misfortune's is better in my opinion at it because Make It Rain is instant, and you can just cast it as the Seraphine shoots out her projectiles. But the Ashe can also, land the first slow, so then Seraphine gets to snare for follow-ups as long as you land the volley. So we'll see for Cloud9 if they want to kind of combo with that Wombo. The other main focus here for C9 is trying to get some priority in their lanes for Udyr to work with, so that he can actually power farm and so he can actually get to the turbo chem tank, so he can get more speed for the guaranteed engages.
Now they ban away who he's set. You see 100 Thieves throwing some bans over at Fudge to get rid of those safer wave clear kinds of champions. And I think I like this a lot as well. You mentioned the Gragas being a possibility. Of course, Gragas can flex support, so you could do like the Gnar GP ban and then take support Gragas, and then you've actually gotten 3 top lane removals. But the Alistar remains the hover. Looks likely to be the lock-in. Still a fan of this one, right? You can ulti out of the Seraphine ult, so you can, headbutt people away and kind of resuscitate your team for that. So it does, I think, fit the composition. Obviously, good setup for Kai'Sa as well. You have 2 crowd controls to get 2 plasma stacks when she goes all in, so it can be very scary dual lane as well. And now we get to see what the last 2 picks for Cloud9 are going to be, which have to be top and, what are the 2 bot roles?
Yeah, and he's actually taking away Vulcan's Alistar as well. Playing this, okay, team fight. This guarantees, you already mentioned, Seraphine, very good with brute force compositions. Taric is also very good if you have something that can guarantee the engage. I think they need something now to guarantee, like a Hextech ultimatum, something to lock your opponents down, to force them to fight within a Taric ultimate. Because Udyr with the Turbo Chem Tank can run very quickly, but there is disengage. Okay, it's a solo lane then.
Dear?
Solo lane Udyr, it's looking like, yes, you can solo lane Graves, but I would put more money on the Udyr for top side. He definitely can trade decently versus Renekton. We have not seen this matchup in a very, very, very long time, but Udyr can go Phoenix for wave control while he's trading with a Renekton. The difference, and since we haven't seen it in a long time, is can he actually take the stand, toe-to-toe trades with Renekton, try and use your turtle stance, healing back up off the waves. Remember, Renekton can break shields with a fully charged W, looking for a stun there, so be careful with your turtle stance.
I'm waiting for it to be top Graves, though. We got 5 seconds in the countdown. If they don't swap, it's top Graves.
All right.
Top Graves.
And he's going to keep it locked in here for Fudge. So the range advantage. All right, I guess we don't have to worry about the stat check then for Udyr Renekton top. You can try and pull that one out, but Graves obviously going to try and use the range advantage here. Nice little twist from Cloud at the end. And Freak, our question where we were thinking about, all right, are they going to put some confidence into Fudge? Are they going to, not back down on game 2 already of a best of 5 in their pick and ban phase? They don't. They do it with a twist. They give them the range advantage here versus Renekton. Let's see it now, Fudge, because there is definitely a lot riding on this. Your top priority is very important. If you're facing Renekton Nidalee, to try and break that definitely takes a lot.
I just wonder if it's even really killable. Like, is Udyr CC enough to kill Renekton when, minions block virtually all of Graves' damage? I'm not sure you get anything out of even going topside unless you're counter ganking. And yeah, that can happen and that can work. But, to me, when you talk about things like Renekton Nidalee and how you play topside, it's because Renekton sets it up and then you secure the kill because you have a bunch of bursts and they're locked down. I don't see the easy way for this top side for Cloud9 to get anything done over there. On the other side, Seraphine Taric feels like some setup. Get a slow through the minions, Udyr chases down, Taric runs afterwards. That's enough damage to make that work. So it still feels like Cloud9 probably needs to play around mid or bot, and you're only ever counter ganking for the top side. We'll see if it comes through, though. We are on to Summoner's Rift. It is a best of 5, the first of the season between Cloud9 and 100 Thieves. The winner of game 3, 4, or 5, whatever it takes, is going to go into the lock-in finals on Sunday, waiting for EG or TL. Ooh, chunk! Blabber takes a bunch of health bar down there. He'll be fine. He can recall if he has to, but right now it's 100 Thieves off on the good start. C9 played a kite back comp, but it did not work. So now Fudge brings in the top Graves for some extra pressure.
Freak, you say counter gank with such a lack of enthusiasm. My heart just dropped. And you're like, oh, yeah, you know, only counter ganking. But counter ganking is so important when you're facing a champion like Nidalee because you can turn these around so effectively. And remember, top lane, being the long lane, keeping your vision control of your side brush is way more difficult, the most difficult for any of the laners there. So there are a lot of opportunities for a champion like Udyr that does have to rely on just move speed to take opportunities of controlling the brush on the top side of the map, slipping in for lane ganks for brush ganks. Also, big focus for Udyr is always PvE, as everyone is well accustomed to now that it has actually become a premier pick in LCK and LPL. One of the most picked junglers actually for this last week for both of those leagues. Trying to power farm, trying to focus on the dragon control, trying to focus on your Rift Heralds. You don't have to score a kill to be able to have a successful top lane gank as well, by the way. You can just work with your Graves, either counter ganking or showing so that he shoves the wave with full priority versus a Renekton. And it's very easy for Graves to do, to control that wave with the range advantage, with the AoE advantage, and transition it into Rift Herald. You earn money very effectively like that, just taking that top side control, because you don't have to call bottom side rotation over for it.
Nice little bit of damage there. Nice Q auto. Good chunk into Huhi, and you can't go for Heavy Pulverize there. You're too close to the turret. So safe enough there as Blabber keeps the farm going on the bottom side. Did go for a point in bear stance at 3, I do believe. I might have missed that one. Regardless, either way, yeah. Doing the hard farm stuff as you expect. Fudge, of course, shoving around the top side. Nidalee will be top side soon. Has to be careful. This wave's going to need to bounce. I believe it was known that closer started on blue buff, so Fudge will have to be careful because this is gankable very soon. And if Closer wanted to go for a greedier clear, right? If he wanted to skip Wolves and take red, he could already be ganking.
I would be very surprised if Blabber went for a point in bear stance, because you can power clear your entire jungle and get to level 4 before Scuttlecrabs even spawn with this champion, and then you use your level 4 to get the bear stance. Rank 2 Phoenix really improves your clear. Harry hit level 4. Scuttlecrab is not even spawned, so he's going for the bot gank first.
He is a bear. He's running fast. He's going to get headbutted backwards, but a chain stun comes through to Alistar, and Phase Rush Alley is not tanky. The easiest gank of your life, and I'm curious how 100 Thieves never even warded it.
First blood for Udyr, baby. Let's go. Old player, Season 1 champion gets in there. Blabber with the speed of the clear. Again, you Tiger stance for your attack speed. Switch over to Phoenix.
They're
He's going for another dive.
They're going on to Demonte. Perk takes aggro. The flashback for Blabber. This is going to be a lot of damage. He's got a red buff on. He's got Phase Rush on. He's going to get that kill. And already he's off to the races. Blabber's 2-0 on Udyr.
He's also making good use of the phase rush, by the way, and the gank on Huhi. He uses the speed. You'll get out of the knock-up range of the Q, get right back in on it, ensuring this kill. Blabber is not going down without a fight, Freak. 2-0 for the Udyr already, and when a champion like this gets a lead in the jungle, now you lose all PvE control. Yes, Nidalee does not have to fight the Udyr. You can always run, but if you're always running, giving up camps, giving up territory, giving up vision on the map, then that's where the objectives start to roll in for Cloud9. So 2 very important early kills here for Blabber. Remember, he does not have a flash, so using your bear stance speed to be able to dodge spears and stuff is going to be important. Oh my God!
Closer.
You cannot do that. That's why you pick these champions, Freak.
He's just dead if you don't miss.
Okay,
He's
well,
dead
he
now,
might
though.
still be dead.
I think Fudge is an acquired taste of this one. This time he dodges the javelin, but no, they don't have the damage. They don't have the damage. Now Perks is here. Gonna look for a bit of knockup, can't find it all, and Fudge will live to fight yet another day.
So, Freak. Sometimes people also would ask me, why do you play Udyr so much? You know, throughout the years, I played it every single season. You can't miss skill shots on Udyr either. So it's very easy to pull off your mechanics on the champion. Meanwhile, it was also previously thought that you can't miss spears on stun targets, but
you can.
Yeah, you can. Honestly, it's slight miss on timing there. thought maybe he thought it was you could come out of it, or just simply misplaced it. But that is going to cost them. 100 Thieves expend their resources topside, attempt the dive as well. Teleport from Perks comes in to defend this time. And this is all going the other way. Game number 1, 100 Thieves. Very clear game plan coming in. Good champ select to go for the engages, and they pulled them off all game long. This time around, though, Cloud9 wastes no time in striking back.
And they've swapped the lanes around. Apparently, Top felt... I mean, it's weird to say Top felt doomed because Someday has twice the CS of Fudge, but I think just based on how things were going, they're like, you know what? Let's put Rise up here. He'll feel comfortable. We've got another dive coming in. Hey, look, it's round 3 for Fudge. Someday's back. Someday's level 6. Blabber's here every time. The counter gank is in, so you don't get to kill Fudge. I will kill your ward instead, but can we get any minion XP? Not really yet, no.
I think I counted 3 melees so far. This might be number 4. They do get into experience range. Perks with the rotation over does alleviate the pressure, and even with another attempt here for 100 Thieves, continue to try on that top focus, that Nidalee Renekton trying to build on their draft. It is keeping Fudge down in CS, and he is losing in CS here with the early visits towards the Graves, but as you say, unsuccessful in scoring the kill.
True. So Blabber going to feel pretty comfortable pushing on towards 7. Now, it has been an equal camp count for both junglers. Closer has farmed equally to Blabber, and to be fair, Closer has ganked the same number of times as Blabber. They just haven't turned into kills. So they've been as active, just one's been more successful, and you can see the 600 gold lead to Cloud9 as the result from that one. Graves from behind, though, is barely a champion. Plenty physical damage, but he's against steel caps already from the Renekton when they match up again down the line. And, doesn't have much utility to speak of. You can temporarily blind the Rise, that's not too bad, but not that useful. The flash stun comes in, this Javelin going to land. This time they will have the combo, and they will knock down Fudge, who is still, I believe, only level 5, still didn't have the ult to get away.
All right, redemption there for Closer. Lands this one, Someday expending his flash to make sure it happens. Now can you transition your mid lane pressure? It looks like Dragon will be taken up as the reward for that kill as well. 100 Thieves popping right back up. Still, my eyes are on Blabber, though, and he's going to continue power clearing through the bottom side. Unfortunate for him, with the mid lane losing pressure like this, and with the rotation from 100 Thieves, I thought it was a really good swap to keep Renekton mid, keep Someday mid, and try and continue to focus on Fudge there. Now they're swapping it back again. Perks is going up to top side. Fudge being so far down, being so vulnerable, doesn't want the long lane anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. You're going to get run down a whole lot. Fudge, though, level 6. Yeah, a little bit more space to move with his 2 short dashes, one with the E, one with the R. Perk's going to be happily taking this lane. The difficulty, of course, is it's a physical damage top and mid laner, so Someday steel caps work in both matchups and should feel fairly comfy. That said, items are not that far apart between the two, and Perks temporarily has a level lead, so Someday is playing it a bit more defensively, as his ward coverage isn't outstanding. And Jungler's still pretty close in farm. Blabber going to start now for top Scuttle. Huhi right on time, though, spots this, and he's actually getting a bit surrounded. Everyone is on this side of the map. Really for both teams. Fudge can be there in a minute. Blabber's still feeling comfortable. Here comes the re-engage. The flash combo comes in. A flash away from Blabber keeps him alive. A big stun comes through. Re-engage comes across. A big charm. Doesn't mean any kills, though. FBI going to walk back pretty safely. Several ults burn, 2 on the sides of Cloud9. Now the re-engage comes in. Perks wants in. Can't get much more. Javelin. Rise brings the squad. Perks is a flash, but they might find it anyway. Flash in for the root. Do they have the execute? It's going to be close, and it's going to be Closer getting the kill. Nice pickup right there. Rift Herald still alive. A 1-4-1 as Huhi dropped as well. 4v4 on the map. Cloud9 not going to get back in. They are missing every single ultimate they have, as Tarek isn't even level 6 just yet. 100 Thieves still have some days, and they have a lot of time to push down top side. But first, they're going to answer Rift Herald. Still a close battle here. Rise is recalled. Demonte cannot TP back in. But Alistair is back on the map. They're going to find a route, but it's not going to be an easy target. Someday's taking his member on the team. Once again, going for this one. Closer can go for the smite. Going to be picked up there by Blabber. That's nicely done. Team fight may continue. Alistair and Yone on the way back in. Rise going to be slow to this one. FBI could be stunned. Someday finds when they get a route on a Closer. He's going to have to flash away. But now Huhi is here. They've baited in the squad. They get the double knockup. They're going to find Blabber. He gets the shield, gets to run away. Fudge a bit low, gets the shield though, stays alive, and Blabber will finally be shut down. 3-3 on kills. Long form of 2 for 100 Thieves, but Herald was picked up by Cloud9.
Yeah, that's an eventual overchase here from Cloud9. They're not able to burst anyone down, lacking the extra damage there from Perks, and so they do run straight head first into Huhi, but they did also get the Rift Herald reward, and there's plenty of time to use it on turret plates, so they do come out with some more cash in hand. I have to say, after the reset, though, this is going to be very interesting how Fudge tries to scrape his way through the rest of the game. Now even more so, only 58 CS for his name. It's going to be quite a long time before he's a threat.
And it's also going to be a fairly low magic damage composition. We may still see Lichbane come through for Blabber's second to add some magic profile, but it looks like we're having another Bandle Glass Mirror for Sven, right? He's going for the Healy build on Seraphine, no Leandries, so you know, this team comp is fairly physical heavy. Like, yes, Blabber does magic, yes, Sven does magic, but the quantities are fairly low. This is probably like a 2-to-1 physical skew. I'm going to guess at the end of the game here for Cloud9, it means 100 Thieves can itemize towards armor. It makes Zhonya's on Closer better. It means Zhonya's on Damonte's better. He could have even gone armor routes if he really wanted to, and it probably would have been okay. We've already seen Someday make that choice, and it will lower Cloud9's overall damage profile.
Definitely going to be something to consider. Still have to worry, too. Can they defend that top side turret? We'll take a look at the minimap after we get back to live. This was the setup, and they actually hold on for a very long time I thought the Seraphine follow-up was going to be on FBI, but Sven actually used it on Huhi there, so they didn't get the initiation immediately. Perks going in deep does make him vulnerable, but if you look at the bottom of the screen, that allowed Cloud9 to pick up the kill onto Huhi, and also made Damonte take a lot of damage in diving that tower to finish off the kill onto Perks since he flashed so deep into it, which led to that extended fight over the Rift Herald. I believe we're going to see just the reset into part 2 there. But the Rift Herald is still in hand for Blabber right now, and they've got a minute and a half to make use of it. Trying to make a power play first.
Oh no, that flash is not going to help. Huhi gets the easy headbutt, gets to wait, gets to pulverize when he needs to. They're going to knock this one down, probably. FBI took aggro, but he's going to live. He auto too early, closes at one hit. Can Perks find it? Perks does not have an ultimate. He does not have any other ways in. He lands the Q knock-up. Will not get hit with the javelin on the way out either, but still tries for damage to Huhi. Headbutt means it's not going to be anything anymore, but still a great dive. 100 Thieves grab another kill. 4-3 on the scoreboard. 1,500 gold lead.
And now Seraphine's even more vulnerable. No flash left on him. Dragon's about to spawn, though. Can they take advantage? Because the death timers are so short, he's going to be respawn, and Someday teleports in for the flank.
Headbutt, pulverized. Terrigal going to buy a lot of time, but the health bar still at 500. They disengage, they wait in the cooldowns. Perks so low, and he will always drop. And now Vulcan's going to be targeted as well. Has to flash to the wall to stay alive. Herald summoned in the mid lane as there's only 30 seconds till plates will drop, so you can't wait for much more. They're going to shove in mid lane. They'll get 300 gold for the work of the Herald, but the other kills have been worth so much more for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and they're also going to get some gold on top side since they're committing Fudge. He has no teleport, so he's mining turret plates while this dragon goes down. Regardless of the gold going back to Cloud9 right now, in response, 100 Thieves come up with the big power play, intelligent use of their teleports offensively to pick up these kills and be able to transition into the objectives afterwards, because even though Fudge does get a bit of money back on top side, the Graves still very inadequate in this game, and Damonte was able to get off turret plate on bottom side anyway with the Rise.
Look again at the game state. It still is 1,500 the gold difference. Plates have dropped, so these turrets are now made of paper mache. And you can see Someday chunking away. 150 bonus gold for knocking down the first turret of the game, and it looks to be 100 Thieves grabbing that one. Last game, he was clapping top lane. He won AP Gragas into Lulu, and it wasn't pretty, even after a botched dive. Got a solo kill into the turret. Looked great. Here into game 2, they grab him Renekton. Fudge counterpicks with Graves. Closer botches the gank with a javelin. It still doesn't go too well for 100 Thieves, and yet again, he is absurdly ahead of his lane opponent. 130 CS, first turret, Someday's gigantic again.
And I also need to emphasize how the team's being set up with the Taric and the Seraphine on Cloud9. Once again, they're going to rely, on those team fight abilities for later on. So that's why it's so important, why I emphasize for 100 Thieves, forcing this aggressive play on Dragon number 3, teleporting both solo laners in to make sure they get these kills and get Dragon number 2 stacked up for them. So that for Dragon number 3, they're going to have this big gold lead to work with so that Cloud9 don't get to set up first. They have the 2 dragons stacking already. and they're going to try and make use of the He flank. Once again, he's going to be front and center for this team. Alistar trying to force, because the Seraphine and Taric combination does provide you very, very good grouped up team fighting. If your opponents are stuck fighting during the duration of the Taric ultimate, but because of the last pick of the Graves coming in for Cloud9, they didn't get that last little tool we were kind of looking for in Champ Select Freak, for them to actually have something to lock in 100 Thieves and force them into that fight. So I think there is quite a bit of control for 100 Thieves here with their team setup. Rise ultimate, possible flanks from He, and FBI being ready here on Kai'Sa to go in for the execute. They are going to have to be wary, though. Just don't funnel into a Seraphine ultimate. Do not fight within the Taric ultimate. You should have enough to disengage.
I do think Perks can be the one to pull the trigger. I think Yone Ultimate is very good for this, and the setup's long enough that you can get the Seraphine follow-up no problem, so I think he'll be a big player to watch. But the problem is, it's one thing that happened in the previous game as well, is who answers the side lanes. Right now, you actually see it's Blabber at least backfield down there, but Perks is the only champion who can 1v1 anyone on 100 Thieves. No other champs, aside from, again, the jungler and Blabber, who's pretty big, is equipped to do this. Fudge can't do it aside from Wave Clear, and Sven certainly can't by himself. So, you know, how can Perks answer someday split pushing while then also being the primary engage for the team? It's going to be very tough. It's a lot on him to be the playmaker here, and it's not like he's even very big, right? He's 0-2. He's down CS against either solo laner. It's not a good look.
Yeah, the play would have to come from a Blabber on Udyr coming over and using Turbo Chem Tank with Bear Stance to try and chase down one of the more powerful solo laners on the side of 100 Thieves to get, you know, a numbers advantage. Get that 2v1, because Udyr definitely can trace you down. If Turbo Chem Tank is enough to get to you and he could proc the phase rush, then that will be a kill for Cloud9. But Rise and Renekton right now, as you're saying, in such strong spots for 100 Thieves that they're going to have control of the minion waves and should be able to use their flashes to make sure that doesn't happen in at least the first pass from Cloud9.
And gold lead grows to over 3,000 now. Turrets slow to drop right now. 100 Thieves playing mostly around efficient minion waves. Mythic finally comes through for Fudge. He's got a shield bow now, so a bit more durability there. Everyone but Taric has one on the Cloud9 side. Do you want to point out we are at 11.2, where the tank mythics that aren't Sunfire Aegis got a lot cheaper. They're pretty much support item costs as far as I can tell, so they're very cheap power spikes to get to. We're probably going to see He go for his own chem tank as a result of that one. It's barely more expensive than the newly rebuilt Shirelias. It also means that Blabber's first purchase was a lot cheaper than the Night Harvester of Closers, so like his spikes are coming sooner as a result. Right now, mid lane turret's going to be falling. It'll drop to like 5 health, and then one auto will kill it. There's the pickup, pretty easy for FBI. Gets his share of the local gold, and look, the Dragon's coming from 15, and 100 Thieves are there first, and Cloud9 has to walk through mid to get there.
All right, Freak, keep your eyes on He. He has been so good for 100 Thieves, finding flanks, positioning himself deep in some of the brush in enemy territory. He's just front and center one again.
Okay, goes in on a Blabber. Pretty good route there, a lot of damage. There goes Seraphine to the top. That's a two-man charm. That could be the play. Taric ult goes in as well. Damonte flashes to safety. Now Blabber's invulnerable. Goes in for the dive. A stopwatch keeps Damonte safe. In comes the backline. Yone, but can't get enough to kill him. Damonte's so low. The Graves ult was almost the follow-through. It felt like Cloud9 weren't quite coordinated on the play. The charm came through, but they didn't quite dive in. And just barely, Damonte slinks away with his life, and he's getting healed back up. Closer is throwing in those E cooldowns, and it's going to do enough. Here goes Perks again, can't find it, but at least Cloud9 are in the ocean. They're looking for the fight, looking to battle this one out, and now they're going to play around the TP. Can they somehow burst Damonte? They're going to find some slows, but he gets the root off on a Blabber and just hightails it out of there. Thank you, Phase Rush, but they're going to try to chase him down. However, 100 Thieves are on the chase as well. Blabber will find a stun. He will find some damage. Yone's here as well. They will shut down one. How about the re-engage 5-on-4? They'll send Nidalee to just go for this easy dragon pickup, but there's no other objective to grab for Cloud9. This will be sole point for 100 Thieves, and Cloud9 spent so much for a single kill.
Yeah, and look, you see by the minimap, they're trying to rotate up to continue on a power play on top side, but already 100 Thieves moving up someday too, so Cloud9 call off on it. They just get the kill onto Damonte after the chase. But the point is, you do see the effect of Seraphine and Taric and the power that could possibly be there. You know, if you funnel in, you get two people charmed up by Seraphine ultimate, try and chase them down with that Taric ulti. 100 Thieves keeping their in-game shot calling clear, though, and making an immediate retreat call. They immediately tried to get out of that jungle, not fight with those double supports, power within that red quadrant, and they kited long enough that they get the important prize. Even though Damonte loses his life, they were able to get the dragon by his long chase with the phase rush up to the top. Udyr will chase you to the ends of the earth, Freak, even though it looks like, oh my god, phase rush, he's out! He's free! With the flash, Blabber does not give up on it, and they make the kill complete. They chase so far, obviously, up to the top side that you're giving up the dragon, though. 100 Thieves now set up for Dragon Soul. They've got just what they want. They've got priority on the map. With the gold lead and dragon stacking, they can continue to just hoard vision around this red quadrant of Cloud9's jungle so that they don't get to choose the fighting spot. They don't get to choose the battlefield for Taric Seraphine. They don't get to have ideal double support AoE.
Someday going for the big dueling build, though. Blade of the Ruin King picked up just now. He's going to feel really comfy against this Yone. Shouldn't be much of a problem. Damonte comfortable in the bottom lane. No one's even below the mid lane to answer him. This is a freely picked up turret. He will get the wave. He will shove this one in. No one is willing to answer him. Again, only one champion is able to 1v1, and that guy's up top side. He's named Perks. He's playing Yone, and even then, he's not as good against Someday. Here comes the attempt. This is a very nicely placed ward. It's going to spot them walk into the pit, but Cloud9 are going to try to set up this Baron play. It's going to be tough. They'll do what they can. 100 Thieves are coming over, though. Damonte cannot TP in. He's got to walk the same for Someday, but he's close by. Still whittling it down. The shields are pretty big, but be careful. That Javelin puts Perks at half HP. Shields and heals put him back up, and when does the re-engage happen? They're sitting around looking for the play. They can't find it just yet, but hoping they can make 100 Thieves funnel in for the big ulti combo. Summoners are up pretty much across the board. Ultimate's the same. 5,000 health left on Baron. You can see they're not taking that much damage. Blabber is pretty safe. Javelin lands 4,000 onto Baron, and here comes the play. They're going to find a stun on a Huhi. He's going to burn the ulti. Here comes the hard engage as they've all turned invulnerable, but Huhi burns a flash for the Taric. That's a great trade because one means a lot more than the other. Sure, the cooldowns are different, but it's an easy disengage, and Cloud9 get nothing.
Well, you see the idea here for Cloud9. Ooh, Perks goes deep with it.
Seraphine Wen, here comes the play. They're going to get the pick off. That was nicely done. That's the setup they're looking for. Yone goes first, and everyone else follows through. Vulcan easily gets the stun. Seraphine gets the follow-up. There's the picks they're looking for.
Yep, they're able to punish Damonte. He still does not have flash from the previous chase down that they did. Again, it results in only the first kill, but the idea is sound for Cloud9, Freak. Grouping up on Baron is their only way to force 100 Thieves to come to them. If not, they slowly bleed out to Ryze and Renekton split push. You continue to lose gold, you continue to lose ground to 100 Thieves, and guess what? When the timer for Dragon comes up, your priority really evaporates because 100 Thieves have this very high priority, high value target for them that does not give you a lot of rewards, even if you're able to gain control of the area. So C9 doing the right thing, trying to group up on the Baron, force 100 Thieves to come to them and fight, charge into the Taric Seraphine. In this time, as you said, they use everything to escape during the Taric ultimate. Flash used by Huhi, they kite to 3 different areas, and once again, they do evade the Cloud9 team fight in that invulnerability. And it's only by the persistence of Perks, ulting forward with Yone just for positioning for Taric ultimate. Even with the tip of the Yone ultimate not hitting, the Taric stun is enough to allow them that kill and buy some breathing room. Maybe this tower going down will allow them a little bit of room to work with for their wards, but they're going to run into this problem once the dragon does spawn. 37 seconds on the clock and counting.
Okay, you can see Someday holding the front. Blabber gonna, okay, Zen took a skill shot. Just, amping FPI's damage numbers a little bit. Perks wants to go back in. Again, the ult combo could be there. Is he gonna look for it? Does have the ulti. They don't pull the trigger. They are missing one ultimate. They're missing Taric's, and that's enough to not go for the play. Maybe position could have been scary as well. Damonte still holding onto Summoner TP. They did not bait that one out of him, but this fight has to happen. Ocean Soul in 10 seconds. 100 Thieves can just fork this now. They can just run at Baron. It's an objective that Cloud9 can't give up on either side. And you can see, yep, there's the Ryze ult. There's the play for Baron. They're going to try to burn this one down in full vision. They don't care. And you can see Cloud9 are not going to answer. They said, you know what? You got us. You made the play. We get to take an Ocean Drake, get to deny the soul for a little bit longer. However, 100 Thieves get a very clean Baron pickup.
Exactly. It's the value afforded to you by having Ocean Soul on the table. It means so much for your team and so little for Cloud9 that you can throw this one away. you can get Baron in exchange, for just the 5-minute denial timer here as Cloud9 commit to it. And now with the Baron, your 1-3-1 is further empowered. You only have to avoid these pickoffs. So first step here for 100 Thieves, start tracking Blabber, get your vision a little bit safer, a little bit deeper first. Someday actually walks right into him with the team fairly far away, and with a very big confidence play, goes for the trade, allowing the rest of 100 Thieves with their Barons to move up and keep the pressure. He stole it with the spear. Are you kidding me, Freak?
And Blabber tried to tank it. You saw Blabber walked up into the right to try to get in front of the Javelin, but it went around him anyway. Ooh, big damage. Flash in case of a Seraphine combo. I think that makes actually sense to go for, but either way, you can still see Cloud9 are bleeding out. Red Bull Baron, of course, 400 Thieves looking to close out game 2 as well. The gold difference still stays about 3.8 thousand. Not insurmountable, but it's still very 100 Thieves favored as Blabber cannot wave clear well. He will take some decent damage, but minions will block most skill shots. Get some support now as well. The turret still falls. 4-1 in turrets. Hard engage for Hu. He gets right back out there with Phase Rush. No ulti burn for him. Just a bit of damage, but it's not going to mean much. Obviously, plenty of healing and shielding on the Cloud9 side.
Yeah, plenty of healing and shielding. Not great damage, though. Again, Fudge still kind of struggling. You mentioned the shield bow early on. He hasn't even gotten to the second item completed yet. So far behind as they've lost control of the map. And 100 Thieves feel like they just have full priority here. He is constantly looking for these angles. They just push up the minion waves with the Baron, waiting for someday to get another outer turret worth of gold here. Damonte going to teleport them right back over, so they guarantee it.
And that's going to be a pretty easy turret take. Nice little knock up there. Stun comes through for Tarek as well. Perks says, I'll wait a little bit longer, and then burn the snapback, but they found a stun to Damonte. That's some decent damage. He's going to flash away. He buys some time. Here comes Seraphine over the top. It's a double charm. Closer going to come right back in. Zonia's for he buys some time. He's got flash, but he doesn't have a good way out, and he will be knocked down. 1-0. Cloud9 team fight power is strong. Yone and Tarek ult are still up for the big plays. Despite the gold deficit, you can still see the power of the 5-on-5 for Cloud9.
Exactly. That's why we keep talking about the double supports. And you look at how Vulcan is holding his Tarek ultimate. He doesn't immediately use it, and 100 Thieves already trying to disengage because they know the possibility of it coming means they could not commit to that. So when Huhi goes in trying to sacrifice for Damonte there, but Damonte also flashes out on the rise, it is a sacrifice without drawing that cooldown and allows Cloud9 to retain and try and fight 100 Thieves off of their own territory, get that control of their side of the map. Now it is the 3 support item power spike for Seraphine for Sven. It does come a little bit later, but you've got huge buffs for your team with both Staff of Flowing Water as well as the Ardent Sensor, and everybody gets to benefit from that. Udyr loves attack speed as well as AP, so it's kind of an all-around champ. You can scale with any of those things. So it definitely helps out for all of the carries. We'll see if it can actually push them over the edge. Level 16 now on perks, going to be the big main carry. Yes, Fudge definitely lagging far behind, but at least he got his second item here. Bloodthirster is in for the extra shield.
Yep, and the durability, as long as it's enough, you can sit there and you can get some damage in. And for the most part, unless you're going to buy lethality, raw AD is the only offensive stat Graves cares about anyway. So, BT and something like, not that you'd buy Infinity at second, but they're not going to be that far apart regardless. Yep, Perk's going to go for the play. Can they get the knock on the Damonte? Sidesteps it, nicely done, gets away in time. Good sidesteps, good jukes, out he goes.
And it's really critical the timing too. You see Cloud9 are going for that 40 seconds on the clock because they know if they commit hard to this, get that pick before the dragon, they could put it off again.
But he's going to be shielded a bunch, right? They cannot easily go for this dive. They can't commit that much to the damage output. Even if FBI could free hit, he wouldn't knock him down in time. There's even a locket done for the Tarek right now. Chem Tank finally done for Huhi there as well. So an extra engage. Dual Perks wants to go in again. This time, again, no ultimate. Does not have an easy way in. And with the snapback, can't do much more anyway. They wouldn't have the follow-through damage. Perks is the primary damage on the team. Now Blabber once again walks in. Fudge nearby. They know again, Ocean solo is a possibility. We're 4 seconds away from that one spawning. Blabber walks in, goes for a stun, and now here comes the engage. He knocks up 3. Tarek burns the ulti though. When's the re-engage and beautifully kited out. The dive comes in and just burns the Taric ult, and now the re-engage can come in. They dive once again, and Fudge just instantly melts, and it's going to be Blabber running away. It's a second kill, looking for a third. Blabber's running for his life. FBI with the auto, gets the triple. 100 Thieves win another team fight. Huhi baited out all the cooldowns, and the follow-up was easy.
Huhi is so good, man. You see the coordination with the team. They're not done yet.
Flash stun. Someday gets the entire health bar basically by himself. Demonte just adds one to the scoreboard because he wanted to see it happen. They're going to tank to make sure that Minion stays alive. The turrets are going to fall. 100 Thieves likely to close out game 2. We got some signs of life. We got a much better look from Cloud9 in this game, but 100 Thieves look so much better today. The ace comes in at the last second. 100 Thieves, you can see a lot coming through from FBI. Sven tried to carry even on the Seraphine, but nothing out of Perks, nothing anywhere else. The Bud Light ace comes through. 100 Thieves gonna take game 2 over Cloud9.
I have to say, too, the Alistar phase rush allowing Huhi to go for these engage, get the Taric ultimate out to start channeling, and then peace. So they just are easily able to kite every time this Taric ultimate. And the last piece we were looking for, Freak, in the draft of something to lock their opponents in, to force them to fighting within this Taric ultimate was not there. Plus, they got a weak Graves for it. So that as the last pick, when we were really putting so much emphasis on that last pick and the possibilities of, okay, what's going to bring this together, this team fight, that was certainly not it. And this has huge ramifications moving forward for the pick and ban phase. Now you've kind of shown all of your cards for Cloud9 for top lane. And what is the look going to be now? You have to kind of scramble and go back to the Gragas that you had for the TSM match, I guess. That's probably the only option. It brings something for the team, brings some playmaking, and you try and transition from that.
Yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, they looked for a matchup that could handle Someday in the top side. They said, okay, you see Renekton, we're going to give you counter pick with pretty much the entire drafts locked in. You know jungle top, and it wasn't enough for Fudge. And that's been a problem, that Cloud9 cannot answer all the side lane plays. I think there were glimmers of a really good comp, but you mentioned the fact that they couldn't force fights as easily. That relying on just Yone ultimate, I think, probably isn't enough. So certainly, well done play on 100 Thieves, though. Still the better team overall. They're on match point, right? They're 2-0. The best of 5 is almost done if they can close it out. They got 3 shots to do it. Or we get the Cloud9 reverse sweep. We'll see if that can happen. But right now, we're going to take a break. On the other side, we will hear from the State Farm analyst desk. So we'll see you soon.
A lion! Ah, yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a Red Bull. Red Bull? Still, you'll never be faster than a lion. I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just faster than you. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LCS Lock In. 100 Thieves continue to steamroll the competition, and now 2-0 stands the best of 5 series scoreline. Mark taking a look at champion select and the adjustments made with the teams flipping to the different sides of the map. And Graves top, it's the new hotness, am I right?
It's a hot mess. It's the stank nest. It's the insert cat retching meme. So I'll say this. I don't hate it in a vacuum. The idea of Graves and Renekton. There's a period of time where marksmen were more popular in the top lane. You saw Quinn versus Graves and Graves versus Renekton and all this stuff going on. It's actually fine. But in this composition, I really did not like it. Where you're kind of a meatball comp with a lot of shields and healing. You want people who can go in easily. And Graves just doesn't follow up. And it feels like a attempt to get a favorable matchup for Fudge, and you're kind of saying to hell with the rest of the comp as long as he's not getting slammed in the top side. That's how it kind of felt to me when you look at how it's going to function with the rest of this team.
I dislike Graves in a vacuum, even though you say you don't.
We're the opposite.
I think he sucks in this team comp. I think he sucks in a vacuum as well. As far as going top goes, because if you're trying to pick a champion that gets priority top out of all the ranged champions top, why Graves out of all of them, I don't even think he necessarily beats Renekton, but even outside of that, he doesn't even play the lane phase, right? He hard shoves wave 1 and 2 despite his Udyr starting blue, knowing Nidalee started bottom. So his jungler's pathing the opposite way of him, but he still pushes wave 1 and 2. So then you saw the gank happen at level 3. Granted, Closer missed a spear on a stun target, but he should have died there. He got punished for it, fell super far behind. And if you're going to do that pick, at least play it right, And you can't really be making these mistakes at LCS. So, that's something I expect to see in solo queue, and I do see in solo queue often. But, there is a jungler in this game, and they're going to come gank you if you're out of position, especially if they start on the opposite side of the map.
Alarm way in here.
Yeah.
I don't think that's actually Fudge's fault, because if you play Graves, you can't not shove the wave. His auto attacks hit minions all over the place. So if you're playing Graves, it is up to Blabber to start bot and go to top. He can't help it. Even if against Renekton, every time he autos, it's just going to hit too many minions. So what I want to see is if they do have that plan to play Graves, who is kind of like a lane kingdom character, super hard shove, invade the enemy top side, you have to start bot at the top. So I'm going to give Fudge some leeway here and say that was Blabber.
I'll go the other way. You're the top laner. You know the matchup. If your jungler needs to be up there, you got to tell your jungler. And it's hard to fault Blabber when he's meanwhile clapping bot in mid, And the gank that High talked about happened. Fudge falls behind, and he's getting chased around the map and killed all over the place. Again, down a ton of CS. They're having to change their lane assignments to try and support him. I mean, the game plan in the early game kind of became undone just because of how the Graves pick was interacting with the rest of the map.
I gotta be honest, guys. I came away from that discussion between the three of you no closer to understanding whether or not Graves' top lane is actually a viable pick, because it seems like we're all over the place on it.
Well, I think we all dislike it to certain degrees. We just, where we land on that is a spectrum.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. If we go ahead and touch back in with the game, though, as we see some of the early game highlights play out, we did see that attention to the bot lane paid by Blabber pretty early. Couple quick kills go over to the Udyr, starts to paint the picture that maybe this is the Cloud9 of old, where he can really get off to the races, have the support of the Terriks and the Seraphines, and in a sense, that felt like the identity that they were trying to grasp at their high. And yet it didn't come to fruition. 100 Thieves found their answer.
Right. I actually really like the rest of the draft. I've been playing a lot of Seraphine bot myself. I think it's super strong. You can win lane, and if you don't win lane, you still go even, and you provide a lot more to the early game team fights, mid game team fights. So I'm a big fan of it. I just dislike the top lane. And then as you saw in a lot of the team fights, they were going well until they didn't. But that doesn't mean it's unwinnable, right? It's just sometimes you got to play better to win team fights, and unfortunately, 100 Thieves played better. Well, unfortunate for me, not for you guys, because I predicted 2-9.
Just play better. You mentioned 100 Thieves playing better. As a whole, they played better. But Mark, specifically in the final fight of the game, we have to call out Huhi for his individual performance.
Yeah, his presence of mind in team fighting is just so incredible. This is textbook how to play against a Taric double enchanter comp. When he goes in here, it's just perfect, because you want to find an engage that's threatening enough to get the Taric ultimate out. And then you're still going to want to have the ability to get out of that so you're not stuck during the team fight. So whenever we see that, you'll get to see just how perfectly he's able to bait that out.
Yeah, it's coming in now. So that's set up exactly as Mark is talking about. Keep your eyes on Huhi there around the pixel brush, looking for that engage.
Right, it's actually really cool in these team fights. Supports both work the same way here. You want to bait out the enemy support's ultimate and then disengage. Here you bait out Tarek's ultimate, then you run away, wait for it to expire, and then you re-engage here. And then it's just a really tough fight for C9 to win after the Tarek ulti is down and Someday has a great flank angle.
Makes me want to play Alistair. For real.
It's not going to look that good.
No, it won't. It never will. But like when I see a play like that, when you see a team fight won or lost by a support, I think more than any other role, of course, just by virtue of the lack of gold that they usually have on them. Oh, it just is such a feel-good moment.
And I think this was a really hard game for 100 Thieves to win. Actually, I felt like they had basically been outscaled by that point. You see the gold graph kind of plateauing after a really great 10 to 15 minutes. But then they had a really smart Baron where they used the macro play from the Rise better as well, and then just an absolute out-execution in a team fight. And I think that goes to a lot of what we were saying about how great the double Enchanter, Udyr, Yone part of the comp looked. And if they could have just had a little bit better of an early game on the top side, this could have actually been a win for them.
Yeah, all right. So, game 3, C9 has to put 3 together. Hi, you were the one who predicted Cloud9 to come away with the victory today, so I'm putting the onus on you to tell me how they get 1 onto the board this time around. They're going to stick to blue side, no substitutions. What's the recipe? What's the answer here?
You see, you said no substitutions, then that kind of ruins my plan. I was going to suggest that we bring Alarim into top lane instead of Fudge. Because I have heard Alarim has solo killed Someday a couple times, and there is currently a struggle top lane in terms of what is being picked and how it's being played. So if you solve those 2 issues, you can have an even slate as far as how the game goes. And then secondly, I feel like C9 is on the wrong page in terms of what they're trying to do. There's a lot of situations in that game where if the people are in the right place, they would win that fight, but they're busy hitting Krugs or they're busy farming top lane during the team fight. And it's hard to win team fights if you are 3v5. So
yeah, that's a very fair point. It's very hard to win team fight outnumbered and outgunned. Alorum, we've seen a lot of the games revolving around the top lane ultimately in the performance of the top laners, even though in that game too we saw Cloud9 with a clear intention of going bot lane early. Is it up to C9 to change the makeup of the game itself, force 100 Thieves to a different side of the map?
It's kind of hard to say. I think it comes from the ban phase, because when you have Someday on these champions like Renekton, it's so hard to play against them because they play with it so well. We saw in the early game of the last game, everywhere Renekton went, Damonte and Closer followed. Fudge had such a miserable time. He went from top to mid and still got followed by the entire team. So I think you have to ban that champion. Put Fudge on something a little safer because, to be honest, he has not had a great series. I just want him to be doing something safe, play something easy that can teamfight and engage, and let's see if he can find a win through that.
Yeah, I mean, by the same token, Mark, it's an interesting point, just getting Fudge onto something that's more durable, because if you don't expect his performance to change and you expect 100 Thieves strategy to stay the same, you just have to find an answer. But if they're going to move him onto something more durable, how do you expect the other 4 to shift their play style, as it already seemed like they were indexing into a Blabber carry there?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is I actually don't think you need to shift it that much at all. Blabber has been playing incredible throughout this entire lock-in tournament. I think the bot lane generally has been pretty good. They're having a little bit of a tough go here, but I don't think they're totally outclassed. And mid lane, I mean, Damonte is all over the map. Finding some way to control him a little bit more could be nice, but there's enough global champs. If you're willing to play Rise, they're already banning TF and Galio. You're not going to slap Rise down there too. So at some point, you just got to accept that Damonte is going to have an early game impact and just hope that, Perks is going to be able to kind of match it a little bit.
See, I don't understand, because you said that you don't think that he needs to change his style a lot, but you hated the Graves top so much that you went out of your way to say how much you disliked it?
I'm saying, no, but for sure top needs a change. Top needs a makeover. Okay. He needs like a full new
I caught
look.
You in your lie.
Right. So you change the hat. Keep the rest of the outfit.
I was saying Blabber.
Keep the rest of
Blabber's
the outfit,
fine.
change the cap. All right, fair enough.
I misunderstood. I thought we were asking about changing Blabber's style. I love Blabber right now. I'm definitely not loving top.
Yeah, no, totally. All right, well, there's just some thoughts from us as Cloud9 rather has their work cut out for them. We're going to watch Cloud9 and 100 Thieves compete today in our lock-in semifinals, but Cloud9 is also hosting the quarterfinals for the Teamfight Tactics Fates tournament right now over on their channel. Be sure to check it out if you're a fan of TFT. Actually, I've been putting some time into TFT recently myself, making that climb back to Diamond. But for more on Cloud9 and 100 Thieves, stay tuned right here after this.
What the heck? In this assist of the day presented by State Farm. Stampeding in from the jungle, Blabber scattered Sword Art and Power of Evil, securing a double kill for Sven.
Actually just going to be able to utilize his teammates to help push in the wave 2 and Cloud9 take over the entire top half of the map. Blabber's looking for counter jungle into dive.
Here he goes, going after Power of Evil. Immediate killer instinct follow-up from Sven, and Cloud9 made that one look easy.
Welcome back to the LCS Lock In Semifinals. We've got triple match point for 100 Thieves. They have been smashing Cloud9 all day long, and if they do it one more time across the next 3 games, they will book their ticket and be the first team into the LCS Lock In Finals. Huhi has been massive. He's been outstanding. Honestly, all of 100 Thieves are looking really good, but I want to call out the fact that Cloud9's newest top laner is not providing. On Graves this game, into ranged versus melee, he did less damage than any other laner on his team. On a champ that does nothing but deal damage, this is not okay.
Yeah, it definitely looked like a problem here, not having priority on top side, not being able to use it as a point of power when you're missing only 1 one component with this team comp, and it was some other way to force this team fight and make the Taric ultimate last. So many times. Huhi was just too good, engaging, then disengaging. The entire team as a whole for 100 Thieves, you would see them expand and contract around this short cooldown for Cloud9, and it actually was not successfully utilized one single time that game. That's what this team has been applauded for the entire lock-in tournament. 100 Thieves, they are very well coordinated. They are also very good individual players. They also need to start getting their individual credit. They have shown up very big here in the lock-in tournament. Now, on red side though, they do probably go with the same standard bans. Does Talia follow here? Olaf and Pantheon already found their way. The standard top lane bans as well for Cloud9. So maybe we do have Fudge going into Ornn duty or just playing frontline with some sort of hard engage. They double down on the Udyr. Udyr's not the problem, Freak. He can hard farm. He got the first 2 kills. I do expect a top lane change for them, though.
I expect one here as well. I didn't really like Ornn duty for Fudge. It was one of his worst performing champions, although the Graves was, I think, similarly lackluster, so maybe it really is going to be Ornn duty down the line. I'm not sure. Either way, though, yeah, I think Blabber has been good, and I am curious what this draft is going to look like, because we talked about Fudge replacing Licorice, we talked about Perks replacing Niski, but also keep in mind that Reignover is taking over as head coach instead of Reapered. That's another difference here, and we were wondering, okay, can Cloud9 go back to the more scrappy, engage-based style for Game 2 or Game 3, and we still are not really sold that any of their comps have looked that good. And you know, this is a coaching change. It's Reignover's, I believe, first team being head coach on, and yes, Mithy's been around the block for a while, but there's still a lot of question mark pings in the draft, I feel.
And it's kind of, you know, matching draft with execution and with the players. One of the things that has felt a bit off is so much disengage, when previously we've known Cloud9 to be so aggressive, so forward-facing. We're again going to get at least some of the pieces in a similar look here. Lulu also locked in to provide that support. I think this can be a normal Cloud9 comp. You know, just having Lulu doesn't make it a kite back and shield comp. That just means you do have those supportive, you know, tendencies that can come from Vulcan, and you can have the hard engage come from somewhere else. Yone and Udyr have very good tools that you can use, as we saw, but just require a little bit of extra something to get there, probably from the top lane. Again, we're building this up all the way towards the end of the draft for that pick here. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves are blind picking their Aatrox with the security, knowing that they can throw band number 4 and 5 towards Fudge to further whittle this down.
Yep, a bunch more picks of Kai'Sa for FBI. Happy to play that champion constantly. Of course, a great consistent damage dealer. You have Meta Poke if you really need it, but honestly, the strength is that you can always follow through on your team's hard engage. It's one of Kai'Sa's biggest strengths, is you are always going to be there putting out the damage on the priority targets who've already been locked down by the rest of your team, who's all bringing hard crowd control. So love that pick a whole lot. Fans coming through onto the bottom lane, seeing the Lulu here. They're saying, yeah, Aphelios may still be the comp. Zven, honestly, generally been a really good player. He's averaged 1 death a game the entire season so far. And yeah, he's been a great performer. Even the last game on Moonstone Seraphine was still the highest damage performer on his team, not going for Leandries or any other damage builds. He's still outputting the most. This is Sven trying to kind of 1v9 because he's not got a lot of help with him right now, as Seraphine jumped the table as well. Yeah, honestly, he was good on both those champions, so just, hey, show us champ number 3.
He has been the most consistent carry for Cloud9. Him and Blabber have been the 2 power players thus far for C9, so it does make a lot of sense. Those are the 2 players getting 100% of the bans from 100 Thieves, Freak. Taking out those 2 positions and locking in the Alistar would be huge. I think that they should lock this hover in over. It takes it away from the Cloud9 side, because Lulu, they've already shown they're willing to flex it around. It could still be flexed into a support role.
Definitely could be. Of course, one thing to watch for is where it does go. We know the Aatrox is top lane 100% of the time. 100 Thieves is going to leave mid lane for last here. Galio is still an option when needed this time around. We are going to get Senna coming through. That champ is outstanding. Tahm Kench going to be alongside it. Not a huge Tahm Kench fan personally. Lulu is going top lane still. And it means, once again, we only really have one strong side lane for Cloud9 once mid game comes around.
It is going to be interesting, and already, you know, people are going to theorize what went on in Cloud9 scrims last week that led to this kind of look for Fudge and for the team. But as you're saying, yeah, it looks like he is on Lulu duty once again. Tahm Kench at least into the Alistar does have his usefulness. Not super great overall in the meta right now, but does provide still that safety. Can trade decently well too with other melee supports. And honestly, I'm kind of looking at this Lilia pick into Udyr because that can be one of the most frustrating matchups for Udyr because Lilia does have so much control if she comes to the fight having previously stacked up the passive. If not, then Udyr can get on top, especially with the phase rush. And with flash, you can flash on top. You can stay within range and get inside the Qs if she doesn't have her passive previously stacked up. You can get the chase down. If you can't, though, then it actually turns into she keeps you at range. So for frustratingly long with the swirl seed slowed, with the burn on you constantly, with the Qs. So it's going to have to be a pick and choose your moment here for Blabber on Udyr. And again, you expect very heavy PvE focus, especially early on from this champion. The biggest strengths for Udyr have been, you know, the adaptation of Tiger attack speed buff on top of all the Phoenix buffs that really get the most out of those Phoenix procs.
Tiger, Phoenix, Bear at 4. You power clear and you get around the map getting stuff done, but even Blabber's double kill at level 4 was not enough to win the game for Cloud9. They needed even more. We are at the Rift once again. Sven here on bot lane Senna, and across the 4 AD carry Sennas we have seen so far in 11.2, it's been Kraken Slayer. It's been attack speed scaling Senna. Her attack speed scaling overall got a lot better. There's more beneficial interactions with Kraken Slayer because your Q will give you one of the stacks, and even though her overall attack speed is still not outstanding, it is a competitive build as far as solo Q rates are concerned, and it's the one that the pros are using. I don't think you have to go Kraken Slayer Senna, but you certainly can, and it's fine.
Yeah, and it feels the best, for sure. I like playing it the most. I know a lot of the pros also really, like changes to the wind-up there, since the attack speed is going to help and got that, slight buff as well. Let's take a look at the starts, though. We did have Blabber swapping over. You drop your ward. You can see this up in the river, top side, just over the pixel brush to see if there is, any sort of variation in Closer's path going aggressively. Swapping over to the sweeper is pretty important for Udyr early on because he's definitely one of the champions that does like doing the full power clear into gank as we saw last time around. And swapping over to sweeper gives you the confidence to make sure you're not over first trinket ward if your laner hasn't tracked it. Ideally, they can alert you to full presence if you haven't been swapping over their lane as much. But it's definitely a champion. Like, Udyr really does like using flash for ganks early on because you have such a strong farming fallback pattern.
Ooh, and I gotta correct real quick. I forget if you were talking about this and I just missed it. They have a sort of role-swapped Vulcan and Sven. Apologies if I'm repeating the sentence, but it is a Doran's shield for Vulcan, and Sven is the harasser getting the Spectral Sickle out there. So it's probably not going to be Kraken Slayer or Senna after all. It's going to be, maybe a Manamune or something. But they are just getting the harass down.
And they did buff the soul generation for not last hitting. That was one of the more significant, honestly, parts of the Senna buffs, even though we have still been seeing it primarily AD carry. You spawn more of the souls from minions that you do not last hit, and you get more gold out of them.
Well, we're level 3 right now. Blabber right now holding on to his skill point. Says, okay, I need Bear after all. We're not done. We have to go bottom side. And now here comes the flash engage. Good flash away from Blabber. Gets away from Headbutt Pulverize. Good to see that one coming. I think he may have done that from over the wall, and so that was on reflex. Blabber really wanted to be bottom side because C9 was pushing under the turret. They knew there was the risk of Lilia starting top side and going down there. That's nice pathing by Blabber. End of the day, though, it's flash for flash, and Huhi with Hex Flash isn't even losing that much.
Yeah, that critically could have lost them all of the early game for Cloud9. If Blabber doesn't correctly flash that and dies there, that is just a complete collapse for them. So very, very good flash by him. Fudge even whittling down Someday super heavily on the Lulu this time around, keeping him in lane, pressured under tower, losing CS, but bottom is the play.
Flash, nice. They force Vulcan to flash out as well. Some harass out from Sven, but Closer's going back in for this side of the map. He's already gotten all the 6 camps done, right? There's nothing else to do, but hey, let's try again with Hexflash, see what you got there. And it's another flash burn, so well done. Someday has to take a pretty rough recall. Will have teleport, of course. He's not going to lose much, but Fudge having a much better time over here now that Blabber can be on his side of the map. I don't think this is a tower dive. Don't think you get anything done right here, but it will be a much safer recall on Fudge's side.
Yeah, that was just a consideration for Krugs, but, you know, with teleport coming back from Someday, doesn't want to stick around too long. Meanwhile, Closer, a very long time down on bottom side, so it was canceled by Blabber. When you see the enemy jungler down bottom, the teleport all of a sudden doesn't mean that much. He was previously recalling because he was worried about the reset from Closer plus teleport from Someday into defending their Krugs. But with the reveal down bottom, you see on the mini-map, full Krugs counter jungle there for Blabber. This is the cost for Closer sticking around for the second interaction on bottom side of the map. Blabber will correctly yoink away both those camps, given the extra vision provided by his bottom lane.
And goes back to his own full clear, so we are going to see an XP and gold lead for Blabber, as he typically does in the jungle. Certainly, yes, Udyr an incredible power farmer, but even when he's not playing the champion, he tends to always build himself the lead, and then tries to carry that into Cloud9's mid game. As
only option
already done for Closer. He's going to be spotted on this ward. Sven, he is just out of headbutt range, has to flash the swirl. See, that would have been a kill. And I mean, honestly, if you're going to flash anything, might as well flash that skill shot instead of waiting for the Alistar to catch up to you. Still got to be careful of round 2 on all this. The control ward not going to be much, of course. Wanted to get vision with that one to see someone. End of the day, wasn't going to mean much, and there's just going to be the wave clear top side and bot lane staying alive as Closer goes back to his jungle.
And I want to talk about jungle pathing theory just because that should be a predicted play right there. You have Blabber communicating, oh, hey, we see the non-reset from Closer on the bottom side, so I'm taking his full top side camps. He takes Krugs and Raptors. If you don't see after the reset Closer showing himself towards mid, he has to be on his bottom side camps, clearing his wolves into more bottom side pressure, and they make that choice to go for the fight.
Fudge is not level 6 just yet. A very easy dive aggro pull, but Amante dropped right back out. Those globals keep happening. You ban away TF. He finds 2 more champs to play. First blood again for 100 Thieves.
They're just picking on the new kid in town, Freak. Fudge is the youngest player in the LCS. Fully transformed over. Can he get away? Constant slow.
Got no flash. I mean, one more auto kills him. Summoner heal finally is enough. FBI waited as long as he could. Throws up the OK. It's a lot of damage dealt, but it's a minion wave dying to the turret. Of course, Vulcan was part of that chase down. And so Summoner heal for maybe 100 or so gold is maybe not a trade you love, but it's not as bad as it might look. Blabber, thankfully, because of the bot lane pressure, because of the top lane gank, finally, I think for the first time all series, gives Cloud9 the first dragon.
And it's all in credit to Sven and Vulcan. They have played that bottom side without pressure so freaking well. Here's another look at the top dive. The mechanics on it are very easy to pull off, so we don't have to restate those. Just root right there from Demonte into 100% certainty on your death for Fudge. He knows he's not going to burn his flash. He's completely dead there. That is trump cards that you have, 3 people realm warming up to the top side. And what it means, though, is going to be more important. Full top side invasion for 100 Thieves. Closer gets to take some camps back from Blabber, who had controlled full income here for the jungle matchup because of the top side focus that Closer had spent so much time there inefficiently trying to deny Cloud9's bottom lane. They did get the flash out of Sven, and Vulcan had to use his way earlier in the pressure, but I still think big props to Cloud9's bottom lane for avoiding disaster down there, for absorbing so much pressure. Now it has started to surface in a CS difference, but Vulcan had been staying quite competitive in the first couple of ganks, and it's only after that last big double wave was denied to them that they really started to fall behind. Plus, they're still getting a lot of value out of Senna increased soul generation down here.
Sure, they're getting value, but you can see the gold difference has just been growing over time, and that's with top being competitive, with jungle being a lead for Blabber. It is a 1,000 gold lead, 400 above what you normally get from the first blood and the assist. So it is 100 Thieves winning in the farm game, and it's showing even despite support gold income and everything else going across. Money is in 100 Thieves' pockets. That's being answered by a dragon, but probably still 100 Thieves favored. and they've been playing every mid-game better regardless of how the early game has been going. So Closer now getting the Herald as well, as Top Scuttle was already on their side. It's going to feel pretty comfortable. You've got no one coming around to stop them just yet. Devontae roams to help make sure it's going to be safe. You've got Someday coming down to do the same. And just for good measure, FBI and Huhi were on the way up. They see that no one is answering. They're going to go back to bottom lane to grab their own wave. They'll lose maybe a minute or two. Otherwise, not much of a problem. Closer going to pop that eye.
Yeah, that's what we talked about in game number 1 for 100 Thieves. How this focus is so effective because you don't have to swap your support up for these Rift Heralds. These are the cash money Rift Heralds. You get early 9.5-minute Rift Herald based off of your top pressure that has been a constant in this series, and you're able to do it without giving up anything on the bottom side. Just huge pressure generation for the early game, because it's not just about, yes, there's still turret plates available, we can cash in, but you also get the wave paid just to finish off these early turrets. You get so much extra pressure that you can start knocking down the dominoes from top side, start opening up the jungle to a little bit deeper wards because you get so much extra turret damage. And here we go.
Big flash play, chomps up, but they're going to still find the rest of the engaged. Ven has nowhere to go. That cloak is not going to matter at all. He's stunned. The ult is just too late. FBI grabs the kill. 2-0 100 Thieves in a straight-up 2-on-2 kill.
Guess what? So much bot lane focus early on. As soon as they hit level 6, the old Alistar plus Kai'Sa full engage. This is a double stacked wave as well. So at the worst time here, now Cloud9 get denied tons of minions. They bring down the Rift Herald. This is a collapse though. Blabber's heading over on Udyr. Do they want to teleport Perks in as well?
Is enough to kill Vulcan. The ult comes back out for the shield. He's going to be living quite a while. Huhi is low. FBI's under 300 as well. Vulcan's going to live. Closer's going to die. And this chase on an FBI should be enough. 2 kills picked up. Perks has arrived as well. The ult to get the kill steal. And this was a bridge too far. Cloud9 roamed in time. And that dive is a 3-for-0 to Cloud9.
Yeah, they actually would have loved to not use the teleport since they held on to it for so long, and Blabber could have finished up the kill. But since they did start channeling it, since it started going so well, might as well give the extra money over to Perks for expending that. It does leave a vacuum in mid, though, with mid for Cloud9 teleporting down bot side. Guess what? Fudge, you better be worried. Look at that mini-map. He is. Demonte started roaming up immediately after pushing in that wave due to the extra teleport down. And you have to know that the Rise teleport is now going to come up quicker. Here's another look at the dive onto Vulcan, though. He's able to get off his gray health and buy so much time so that they even have to flash back in to try and finish him off. He still lives here, and he's able to just completely bait in the rest of 100 Thieves. The rest of the minions also cleaned up for the squad, even with the slightly unnecessary teleport. Here we go.
Closer gets slowed. They're going to find the root on Huhi as well. Doesn't have his ulti, so he doesn't have a good way out except for reinforcements making it dangerous. He's stunned up. Blabber's from the front line. They can't finish the kill. And they're going to have him run away as fast as they can. One more auto would seal him almost, but they can't find that one either. Couple of slows don't mean enough either, and Cloud9 going to walk away, nearly getting the kill on a Huhi, but the Tom Kench ult does not result in extra gold income.
And that's a huge relief for Cloud9 that they're able to get that Rise teleport down. That was the big swinging factor from the last fight where they were going to be worried about the next play. But again, good evasive maneuvers on bottom side. Blabber turns tail. They don't overextend for the Huhi kill. He lets Huhi go. He escapes with his life, allowing them to reset and get this. Well, can he get the crab?
Looks like it's going to be claimed. Now the time to run away is, it's now. 500 gold lead back on Cloud9's favor. Dragon is alive, and Aatrox is already here. So 100 Thieves saying, look, this is the play. We're going to get Dragon number 2. Going to make sure we can claim this one. You can see Cloud9 recalling on 2 members right now. They're going to give this one away. This is going to be an easy, clean pickup on the Dragon. A tight gold game overall, and I got to say, I'd probably value farm on Kai'Sa more than I value farm on Tom Kench, so I'm not even sure the scaling is decent on Cloud9, to say the least. Rift Herald will not quite one-shot the turret, but FBI can get the rest of that no problem. As long as the wave comes in, it should be okay. Perks on the way out as Someday and Demonte keep walking back to the correct side of the map. Fudge got some alone time on the top side. Went Moonstone yet again. Mid lane cannon going to be lost to Perks there. Wave going to be pushing to the turret. Fudge not going to get any plate gold. Played it maybe more defensively than he should have. He knew where Aatrox was coming. Could have earned some more money for himself. Instead, he's roaming down towards mid. 30 seconds to go till the plates drop all the way. Bot lane indeed did fall. FBI got a whole ton of cash. Recalled. Kraken Slayer is done. That's going to be very comfortable.
Yeah, everybody starting to get their mythic items coming in here. As you mentioned, your farm on Kai'Sa being so valuable in this game. Completely agree here. FBI has the possibility of turning up so many of these picks as well, because there's so much CC on this team, 400 Thieves, and this is still the stage of the game where they're still very spread out between these lanes. So you rotate FBI and Huhi towards mid lane so that they have flexibility of trying to pressure anybody rotating on the side of Cloud9. And we're going to have to see if they get down their vision through the river, because that becomes very difficult to deal with. Even though the gold is so close right now, the pick potential for 100 Thieves is very big. Vulcan is is still trying to hover around Sven and trying to use his defenses there. So everybody else very vulnerable.
Well, items coming through pretty soon. We do have the medic coming through for Closer. He's got the Moonstone Renewer. Even in Master Plus solo queue, the win rate is substantially lower than a damage item like Liandry's. You can hope that this is just the composition where it works, but even in very high skill brackets, it doesn't win as much as just getting pure damage. So I don't know. For me, the jury is kind of out on whether it's even a good item at all for these kinds of builds. Regardless, though, it's going to be a double root. Pretty good damage. Nice chunk on a Huhi, who, again, yeah, he's just losing health as this happens. Regardless, though, they get the wave clear. He can try to heal back up with his passive down the line. Still a pretty close game. Gold basically equal. Dragons equal. Turret still up 1 on the 100 Thieves side. Herald number 2 started.
All right, they're already calling the early rotation from Perkz here, though, for Cloud9, so they force 100 Thieves right off of that. Perkz, you can see he spent his time on bottom side pushing up the wave to be able to gain that extra pressure and vision on bottom half. Rotates up to mid, and maybe Closer goes for some very silly seed steal.
If there was no smite.
Yeah. There's sometimes that happens too, because you don't want to use your smite on the Rift Rail, and you just easily take it down because you don't sustain a lot of extra threat or something. But no extra value or no extra threat gain there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of skill shots that come from Fog of War, right? It's the Lily on one side. There's even the chance that it's the Kai'Sa for the other. So, yeah, you're on the Scuttle Crab. So, smart for Blabber to burn the smite. Obviously, it was the right call as the Closer was looking for it. Everyone, they played the best they could have with the available information. But, the right choice for Blabber means he never loses the Rift Herald. So, okay, that's been claimed. No big problems there. Herald will be in inventory and usable by the time Dragon number 3 spawns. So, maybe they can create extra map pressure that way from Cloud9. That'll be one thing to look at for sure. Of course, Vulcan, with a lot of income, has been able to rush Locket early thanks to having 108 CS. But again, I take Kraken Slayer over Locket in most games, and FBI with 156 CS is going to be a huge problem in these games.
Yeah, he definitely is. So is the Rise, by the way. Demonte here does have the Liandry's completed. Maybe one more reason why Closer went for the Moonstone. He's going to be able to spread that burn himself. And he should be able to retain control of these side waves, even though he's down significantly in CS to Perkz here, with the extra 30 going over. It, again, for Cloud9's side, looks like it might be difficult for them to actually get the fight that they want. Unless Blabber is able to get a good Turbo Chem tank into Flash on a priority target here, it is, again, once... going to be looking for one of those possible picks. Can he start it now?
Big chunk there on a Blabber, half HP. The sun goes back on a Huhi. He's got the ulti on, though, and he's a little bit too slow to die. Is there any re-engage to be found? Sven finds a ward to kill. Closer the same. Herald going to be summoned mid lane because the Dragon's spawning in 12, so wave clear into leave. Does someone answer mid lane? If you don't, it will kill the turret by itself. Bit of poke comes through for Closer, and Cloud9 says, you know what? We'll take the turret. We'll finish this one off first. We'll go ahead and put a couple of autos in, put the Q, put the autos, try to knock this one down. They will claim gold, and that's 500 into the pockets, spread across all of Cloud9. But now, because 100 Thieves had to go all the way back into mid lane to keep answering that push, no one's in the river to answer this Dragon. It's going to be slower. It's Dragon number 3. It's a Mountain Drake, but you can see where everyone 100 Thieves is going. They are going to give this one away. No one's close to Soul. They're going to give this positioning up and let Cloud9 not only get mid lane, but the Dragon as well.
Yeah, and they're going to trade it. Again, you see topside invade into the remnants of that topside tower too for someday. who, by the way, there definitely does need to be some healing reduction. Grievous Wound picked up here. Not only is it Aatrox, but as you mentioned, the Renewer on the Lilia providing a decent amount of healing too. So it's not like there's this huge, healing and support difference like we had in the previous one. Both of them exactly to the team fight this time around. So to me, the big difference is going to be, again, Huhi, who has been so big for 100 Thieves with these flanks with Alistar, but this time around they also have Lilia sleeps to work with. And previously, Closer had been quite good at getting those multi-person sleeps.
Well, I've got good news for you, Kobe. We've got 3 Executioners calling across the inventories right now. Sven's got one, Someday and FBI have one as well. Senna has just unfettered target access. It's very easy to apply. If she's hitting someone, it's probably the right target, so that's going to work pretty well. And across Someday and FBI, you're likely to get that one as well. Executioners works on, I believe, any physical damage, so Executioners should work with her Q across the entire team for the 3 seconds duration. Should be pretty reasonable application, should be about as good as you're going to get until you upgrade to the Tier 2 versions down the line. Which may be coming, but not instantly here. Fudge now in a battle with Someday, gets away from the second Q, gets away from the third. Pretty equal trade of blows. Honestly, it'll be easy for Someday to sustain back up of the next wave. Blabber coming around, though. Small possibility of a fight. Not going to have it.
Again, 100 Thieves trying to keep up, the pressure on the map. Someday, even without the rest of the team here, confidence to poke in, get his deeper vision himself, keep his wave forward so that the rest of the team actually had time to reset, bring their control wards back out in Closer and Vulcan. And look to try and get it deeper into the red quadrant. Damonte actually going for the 1v1 on this. It must be Alistar trailing. There we go. Huhi's on the way.
All right, so 1v1 with a 2-level deficit. Teleports come in. Alistar here as well. Perk's got to be careful. Ult comes in. The Donia's going to buy some time. Fudge comes in for the ulti as well. The re-engage, it's almost enough. What were you looking at, Sven? That ult was so late. The team comes around. Damonte finally goes down to Fudge, but the chase down's going to be enough. How does that ult come in after he dies? Now the fight continues. Sven, he's not long for the world. He's asleep. He's been chomped up, though. Closer over the top, but can't find any damage as it's now time for Senna to run away. Blabber the same. They find a Senna Closer, but the re-engage coming across as well. Blabber, he's getting low. The autos come in. They can't quite find the kill, and then we'll walk away. It is 1 kill for 2. Still a benefit 100 Thieves, who he comes right back in and just shuts down Sven. His second death of the game. Beautifully done by Huhi.
Oh my goodness! Senna trying to wind up an auto on Huhi, and he just charged straight at Sven. Pops him like a balloon here. Double summoner still up. Huhi not messing around again. And the entire 100 Thieves team, Freak, heading towards this mid stage, even with the gold close. You still have this feeling because 100 Thieves have the greater setup. They're the ones with the proactive mindset. They set up a side lane pick for themselves. Damonte, even with a 2-level deficit, just waiting for his teammates to come, they're already immediately channeling the teleport with the trail from Huhi. They get the kill onto Perks and then chase down the entire rest of Cloud9. This confidence goes through the entire squad. Meanwhile, you see Cloud9 just kind of hovering around mid, setting up with everybody, so they're forced to just play defensively. And yeah, it's a teleport in, but it's just going to be a Lulu arriving. So since they've got the extra person in Huhi trailing here, and Damonte was ready the entire time with his stopwatch trying to bait, they buy just enough time, even though Damonte does go down. The extra chase is followed up, and Closer does such a good job from over the wall here. He lands the slow, then waits for them to pop out here with FBI coming over the wall as well on Kaisa for the chase down, knowing that they can force them through with Someday. But I honestly thought it was done. Sven's like fighting off all the enemies. 100 Thieves, I don't care. But Huhi's having none of it. Immediately combos him.
And I guess Sven is saying, okay, I have flash. If you headbutt, I'll flash to dodge and we'll kill you on the re-engage. But Huhi's like, nah, flash Q, it's good enough. And happy to burn the cooldown.
Yeah, try and do it. Maybe as well. I don't know what the cooldown on Tom Kench Devour was, but communication there. Either way, with the Q flash, able to pop him immediately, and there's no time for Cloud9 to regain any sort of footing.
All right, 2.3 thousand. Easy kite away for Damonte with Phase Rush. I will say, though, I think this game is going to hinge a lot on perks. As the gold gets worse and worse, there is a level difference that needs to be pointed out, which is the level 15 Yone to the level 13 Rise. Yes, of course, Aatrox is catching all the side lanes on the 100 Thieves side. That's kind of the more apt comparison. but Yone has a bunch of gold. He's got a Lulu to buff him up. He's got a Senna to buff him up. This comp is basically Perks and friends, and he's got to be the one that gets it done. Very good farm. 266 is the highest in the game. Level 15, highest in the game. My eyes are on him to be the carry that Cloud9 wanted him to be when they got it from G2 at the start of this year.
Definitely agree. We're going to need to see the big carry out of Perks here. Rest of the squad hasn't had the DPS to do it. Baron started up by 100 Thieves. They want to force it. Who has Hex Flash. Watch for the turn.
Watch for the turn. Watch for the re-engage as well. He's going to come in. Double knock up there on the front line. Perks has to kite away with Q3. The Sentinel comes in, finds a couple of targets. Closer kites around. When Sleep come through? Not just yet. They're going to wait this one out. When's the re-engage come through, though? Someday going to be rooted. This could be a very big hit. He's going to lose a lot of health. Has to flash. Here comes Yone over the top. It's one so far. The re-engage isn't going to be enough. He's running away for his life. They'll find a second, though. And it's time for Cloud9 to keep on going. The heals keep pumping, and the kills keep coming across. It's 3-0. Cloud9 in the 5-on-5 completely smash 100 Thieves.
And it finally works for them, Freak. They're able to sustain through the fight. Cloud9 re-engaging on the flash bear slap from Blabber, chasing the rest of 100 Thieves down. That will be a Baron as your reward, unless we have Closer with the craziest of steals.
Does not have flash, cannot smite, can only go for the E. There's no smite! Oh, that was still scary. It went down to 98. Closer, I believe in Fog of War, timed the E within 100 health.
Threw that seed on there. That was definitely a clincher, but Cloud9 are able to get it, and now they can breathe easily. Dragon number 3 plus Baron at their hands. Time to get that money.
There you go. There's the pickup. Dragon number 3, one away from Soul, and suddenly your team is so tanky when you've got Mountain Soul alongside all the supports on the squad. Mikhail's already in for the Lulu, still going more supportive. Perks is catching the waves. He's got to be the one to carry this team across the line.
All right, so Cloud9, they're waiting. Wow, 100 Thieves grouped up inside the Baron pit. They do take the initial engage, and it is a good kite during the Lilia ultimate. You see Perks there, unharmed after both Alistar combo is down and Lilia sleep. So they know nothing left to fear. They sustain through the fight. Senna heals coming through. Lulu Fudge finally gets to do his job, just buffing up his teammates for the chase. And Blabber just living the Udyr dream life, where you constantly have the heals, shields, and speed being applied to chase down your foes. Then there's no problem picking up that Baron, despite how close it was to even a tick of dot damage, stealing it away.
There we go. Damage last team fight. Actually big numbers again out of Sven. It wasn't really so much Perks as everyone else, but now once again on to He's got to run backwards. Alistar makes him very tanky, able to walk away pretty cleanly. So no problems right there, and I gotta give credit. Again, 3 games in a row, Sven seems to be, no matter what he's on, no matter how supportive his champion, he is the one putting out the numbers in every single one of these fights. Very, very well played to him. Even if Perks is getting the XP, it's still Sven putting out the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, the changes to the soul generation for support Senna, the increased gold off those souls as well, he is putting it to use. And remember, Sven was one of the best Senna players that we had last year as well. Definitely showing up for Cloud9 here.
Flash engage for Closer, should be a 2-man sleep. His health bar very, very low. Sentinel comes on the top, doesn't do whole lots of stuff as a 3-man knockup comes through for Hui. Into the back line goes FBI, but Lulu won't gonna kite that one away. He's got a flash, but he's gonna get chased down. You're gonna die for this one. Sven's gonna pick that one up. The chase down comes in. They're trying to knock down Sven, but he's kiting it just too well. Still one goes through. Closer picks up that kill, trying to run away. Someday finds a second, and suddenly this Alistar will not be stopped. Blabber's gonna fall as well. You forgot about the Aatrox carry. He did all the work there.
What a good call from 100 Thieves. They fully engage on that because Perks is so far away with no teleport for Cloud9. They can force them through 5v4, and Closer's willing to flash, use his stopwatch for it, knowing that he can get the secondary engage, and they fight before Perks is able to arrive for Cloud9. 100 Thieves. Right when Cloud9 had just taken full control, Baron buff and Soul Point on the table for them, they take it away. Damonte now trying to do the same to Perks.
Level deficit. This is tough, though. He's got enough to kill him. He's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, and now it's time to run away. Can you get away? Closer gonna look for the swirl seed, gets the slow, gets the smite. Perks gonna have a hard time with this one. Closer has the ulti, doesn't have to burn it just yet. The rest of the combo comes across. There's the wallop. There's the shutdown. Still 2 minutes away from any objective. Assist gold's going to feel pretty good. We can see that Perks to win his 1v1, but not the 1v3.
All right, this one's definitely going to get tense here on the next dragon. Let's take another look at it. So, minimap, as I said, Perks is all the way bottom side on that minion wave, so 100 Thieves comms are just yelling for it. 5-on-4 chance. This is it. They've got Baron buff, but we have the numbers. Teleport in. Double forms of engage, and they finally are able to chase down Sven through all the shields, through all the heals. Someday goes to finish him off, and with that, the damage is gone from the Cloud9 squad.
Yeah, Tanky Udyr just not going to put enough out there. Honestly, his damage spikes at level 9. You get rank 5 Phoenix, and then it just falls off a cliff as you scale nothing else. Your Sunfire upgrade was done a while ago. They start ignoring you as health bars and magic resist just get bigger and bigger and bigger, and suddenly you can ignore the champion. Yep, Sven was the damage output, and they dove him, and he died, and Perks wasn't there to follow up the rest, so well done. Dragon up in 50 seconds. Baron buff has timed out. Items come across. We are within 200 gold of these teams. The gold has gone back and forth and back and forth, and this is match point. Keep in mind, Cloud9 cannot afford to lose this game. 100 Thieves can't really afford to lose this dragon. I don't think they ever win the game when C9 gets mounted, so they're trying for a dive in the mid lane. Someday they're very, very, very tanky. They will get the turret instead, but they are far away from this dragon still. They've got to make their way down pretty quickly if they want to make that play, but right now they don't seem that interested.
Yeah, they still have so much sustain for themselves. They can just power through, turbo on this secondary turret, and then rotate over through this Vision. This time around, they've got Vulcan and Blabber to face check Vision. And 100 Thieves, they know they got that last teamfight victory out of a missed position from Cloud9. Perks bottom side with no teleport. This time around, all 5 Cloud9 members are there. Someday's in a position to flank, but it still will be hard to crack through. Eyes on Perks, eyes on Sven. The 2 big damage dealers for Cloud9.
Smite fight might be there. It's going to be picked up just in time. This is going to be a tough fight for 100 Thieves, but can they make it work? Fudge on the front line has to run away. He's got to run. He gets jumped up by Tom Kench. He's running. He will be traded 1-for-1 so far. Closer burns the Zonia's Hourglass. Blabber left alone. Gets the shield in time. Flash to safety. Closer is going to fall, and the Mountain Shields are going to come back. 100 Thieves have to get out fast. And a great ult for the Montague. Pops it, then runs away, gives his team some safety. But the jungler is dead. Cloud9 in a 4v3 can run right at this Baron.
Yep, that's got to be it. Cloud9 with the Dragon Soul as well as the Baron now. This time around, 5-on-5, they're able to kite it out. Nobody could get on Sven. Nobody even got on Perks. But yes, he does drop, but that is the casualty you are willing to make, Freak. Both endgame buffs now for Cloud9. They're not done yet. They're making the first step towards their reverse sweep in game number 3 here. They have set themselves up with a huge, huge advantage. All right, looking once again. They're looking at the flanks. This is critical for Cloud9 this time around. They engage on the Alistar and turn on Someday to try and peel for their carries. Meanwhile, Blabber's able to hit the smite. Blabber gets the dragon for them, and the Mountain Soul, as you mentioned, is going to be the big reward here. So with the flash afterwards, he's able to get out on top side, and Cloud9 will now be able to march once again towards victory. 100 Thieves still trying to push.
They're going to find a 3v1 into Blabber right now. He's going to fall asleep as well. Demonte's even there for the 4th. Blabber just runs and runs and runs. He's just too tanky. Full tank Udyr doing well. Look at that champion damage across this game. It's all Sven. He's like half of the team's damage right now, putting out so much work. Once again, close on the front side. Double root comes in. Sven just keeps being the carry. Perks gets a kill credit. Fudge gets a second, but it's still all Sven all the time. As Mortal Reminder comes through to cut even more healing. And at this point, there's just no more team fight to be had. They're just too tanky.
Yep, they've got too many heals and shields and speed, Freak. Blabber here, gonna get the buffs once again for Lulu. You gotta watch out for these tower dives. He'll run straight at you. With the Baron buff, Cloud9 forcing down through this inhibitor. 20 seconds left on both Huhi and Closer. Don't think they want to risk the tower dive here, but it looks like they are gonna continue the push. How much damage can they get?
Can get a lot right now. It's still 10 seconds on respawn time. Result comes across for a shield for the dive to be a little bit easier. On to FBI they go. He ults for a bit of safety, but there's still Blabber right in front. Goes for damage. Can't quite find enough. Someday re-engages now as Uhi's alive, and now they've got Closer as well. 5-on-5 inside the base. Baron buff still on for a while. Mountain Drake obviously still quite nice as well. Here comes the re-engage for Huhi. Gonna get chomped up. There was not a kill on the Senna. Closer goes in, gets the sleep onto everyone he possibly can. Is this going to be enough? Vulcan to the front line, gets the big shield. Perks on a rampage, finds that kill, but it's traded back now. 1-for-1, 4v4. As Blabber's going to get dropped down as well. A polymorph might drop down someday, but he's still just too big. And Rise brings in reinforcements. A triple kill for FBI. And Zen has to find some way to run away from this one. He's going to get as far as he can, as fast as he can. But that fight was a 3-for-1. He's going to sidestep, deal some damage, but the flank is still coming. Huhi might not win this one. They might not stop the recall either. FPI's going to find him and not get him in time. So it's going to stop the bleeding at only a -2 on the team fight. But Thieves can still battle back.
100 Thieves, they're pushed into the brink of it here. Nexus turret under fire. They've only got one left standing, but they win the critical fight here. All right, level 18 on Someday. Damonte at 16, looking to follow. They need to push out these side waves once again because they're going to have continued duty of clearing out these super minions towards mid, and it's only 2 minutes 20 seconds on this Elder Dragon spawn. Either team can definitely win off of that team fight on Elder Dragon. You know, Dragon Soul or not, that is going to be the fight that matters. If they get this flank and can actually take out the carry once again, Sven critically will not have flash this time around on Senna. And he has one of the 2 power points here for Cloud9 that 100 Thieves are using everything they have to get the flank, to get that engage on.
So a close game still. A 1,000 gold difference separates 100 Thieves from clinching this match and making it to the finals. That fight once again in the base. They go for the dive. It's not quite enough, and the re-engage is good for 100 Thieves.
Yep, okay, we look at it. Kaisa kiting up here on the top side. It's just Udyr damage, so him and Damonte are able to fend him off while the rest of Cloud9 does deal with that, Nexus turret themselves, but then Someday getting back up, able to go in for the engage. He starts it off with a knock up here. Closer flashes in to get this sleep. He does land it, and even though he dies, it's such a worthy sacrifice. No more damage here for Cloud9 as they're kiting back. Sven is trying his best to fend off Someday, but the healing from Aatrox enough as he overwhelms and they chase down the last of the kills. And it comes up to this, Freak. 57 seconds on this Elder Dragon. Cloud9 can set up first, but 100 Thieves actually have decent amount of vision check here. 2 Scryer orbs are available to them as well. So what you want to do is you want to push out your mid wave. You want to run down mid, clearing out the supers while you position for contesting the Elder Dragon. Because giving that one up is just too much of a tip-in power. That allows just the damage of Perks and Sven to be enough, to get those executions with the buff to win you that team fight. So 100 Thieves need to try and push out that mid wave first so they can rotate over towards the river.
Well, mid wave going to be cleared out. 15 seconds roughly on the Dragon to come back up here. And Someday helps to look at the Wolves, takes down a couple of the small ones. They're going to let Closer get the big one. Perks walks in, level 18 already. Someday the same. The 2 melees with big swords are the ones kind of carrying the front lines of both fights in a way. Sven, of course, still doing a lot of the damage, but wherever Yone and Aatrox go, so do go the teams. Vulcan going to try to hold that brush, I should say, keep them away as Elder Dragon is being started. Someday waiting in the wings, going to be maybe jumping over the wall here. More poke comes through for Sven, can Q through the wards to get more across, but that's on cooldown right now. Perks wants in, has the knockup for 1. Doesn't want to go for any more. He did burn the ultimate, which means it's go time for the team fight. FBI comes in on a Perks, has to burn the stopwatch, and here comes Rise in the backline as well by himself. Gonna try to make it happen on the Fudge. He's getting low, he's gonna get shut down. It's 2-for-0. Finally, they will kill off the Yone, but I don't know if they can knock down this Dragon in time. Blabber gonna kite it away. Someday tries to tank up, gets his big shield, and it's gonna be enough. He's still getting locked down. Cloud9 pushed back, but the re-engage could be enough. Somebody's at 200 HP. Closer tries, but can't do enough. It's flashes away for safety. This fight cannot be won by 100 Thieves. Will there be a chase? There is a Tom Kench, there's an Udyr, there is all the fight, but look at the healing. Someday might knock down Fudge. Redemption buys a bit of time. Chomps up the Lulu, keeps them safe as well. Then FBI will go down. Someday versus the world, and he will drop. Might have a cooldown left up. It's not gonna happen. That's gonna be the Bud Light Ace. Cloud9 will live another day.
Oh my goodness, Cloud9 make their march towards the reverse sweep here, Freak. Sven has put in work. Are you kidding me? We're gonna have to combine the damage done and healing stats together to get a full look at combat stats for Sven. kiting with the rest of the team. They're too tanky to kill off. Vulcan continually devouring him, giving them the extra space. Now they're going to finish it off. Last Nexus turret is going down.
Easy kill on Demonte, closer respawns now. They could have waited to make the 3v4 happen in front of turrets, but now it's just going to be the Nexus falling. It's going to be Cloud9 taking the victory here in Game 3 to stay alive in the series. The KDA gets patted. Cloud9 finally take a win over 100 Thieves.
Support Senna, huh? Sven making that look good, because in that last fight, the focus on 100 Thieves was on killing Perks. Since he E'd early, he was attacked inside the Dragon Pit. They had Kai'Sa ult in on him, trying to burst him down, buying time with the stopwatch. They still finish him off, but the 4-member squad of Cloud9, kiting back, protecting Sven, keeping him up, and with the constant long range plus slows, he's able to whittle them down. They can't sustain through this chase, and Cloud9 scrape their way back into it.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible game overall. Very scrappy, back and forth. Thought it might have gone 100 Thieves' way after all. I have to give credit again to the great smite from Blabber back in the previous Dragon battle, just to guarantee the Mountain Soul, because that was like a 4v2 on the other side of the fight, and he walks up and he's like,
yeah,
boop, we're going to take Soul, we're ready to team fight now. Like, that was what let them get the Baron, crack the middle inhibitor, and get the lead they even had. An incredible bout now between these teams. Sven is putting the entire team on his back. Incredible by him. He's got some help, but it's so much from him right now. Regardless, a very good series. We're going to Game 4 pretty soon, but we are going to step away. When we come back, we're going to break down that win at State Farm Analyst Desk, so stay tuned.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the LCS Lock In tournament, where Cloud9 has breathed new life into this series by giving us a win, moving to 2-1. They'll still need 2 victories, though, if they want to ultimately take the series over what looks like a very strong 100 Thieves roster. Mark, I came to you asking for adjustments going into this third game. Cloud9 came out onto the Rift with a few things staying the same, but notably, a few things different, top and bot lane.
Yeah, I think there's a really cool thing going on where all their drafts have a very similar feel to them. They're mostly 5-man death ball comps. They're using multiple supportive champions to kind of assist their front line in the Udyr and the Yone. So you have multiple Moonstone champions, people with a lot of utility to keep people, speed them up, this kind of stuff. And so it's cool that they added a new wrinkle in the buff Senna to be able to do that, as well as kind of reviving Tahm Kench, one of her favorite supports in the game beside her. So I like that they have a couple different angles on what is overall the same philosophy and approach to the game.
Right. I think a few of the problems they ran earlier when they're trying to do Lulu top was that when one person got caught out, they died. But they adjusted that for this game by adding in a Tahm Kench. If there's any support that can save a character, it's Tahm Kench, right? So originally I disliked it, but then I realized what they did was they sent Senna as a support, and Tahm Kench was actually the one farming. So doing that setup allows, one, the buffs to Senna to actually matter because you get more gold off the souls that you grab, and you get souls if you're not farming. So Senna's still useful, and they make Tahm Kench super tanky, so he's actually not getting killed if you focus Tahm Kench, and he can save the person that's being focused. So I think that's a really good adjustment to their draft, and I like it a lot, actually. Well, A+.
Okay, and in this kind of draft, I think the biggest difference is, I'm in agreement with Mark that this was kind of similar where they have these enchanters and they have the front line. They just want to fight as a five-man ball. The biggest difference this time is that they actually held the line the entire time. They weren't too far behind and getting snowballed on. And that's so good because at a certain point in this game, while Huhi has been playing great and finding really good Alistar engages, if you bring Phase Rush and you WQ, you're almost always forced to burn ult right away as soon as you get hit by the Udyr stun, because if you don't, without Aftershock, you're just going to blow up and die. So when you get to that point, they run out of options for engage unless they have really good flanks, which they did. Someday had some great flanks behind them, but eventually it got to be too much and the healing was too hard to deal with.
You mentioned the need for Cloud9 to keep it close, and while 100 Thieves for the first few plays did come out the beneficiaries of their own moves, this was the first real stab that they took that was a complete miss. 3 quick kills going over to Cloud9, and again, kind of resuscitating them in some ways, Mark, to roll forward into the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, things were not looking great prior to that. There have been some kills in the bot lane. Again, I think it was 2-0 in 100 Thieves' favor, but that kind of stalled things out. Things weren't going great in the top side, but now the entire game evened out, and now you can see the power of their comp. These 5-man death balls, like, look how exposed Blabber is during this team fight, but then he just gets healed up, he's topped off, and he's never actually scared of going down. He can flash back in and find this re-engage. And so, once again, 100 Thieves went for the cute kind of TP to Baron, and we see that C9 is learning over the course of the series. You know, no more face checking by Fudge this game. No more TPs to Baron, and you kind of lose it while going for a Drake. You know, they have been learning some of 100 Thieves' tricks over the course of this series, and it's now kind of 100 Thieves' turn. The onus is on them. Like, now you guys probably have to adapt.
Right, and I think moving forward, I'm still pretty, unfortunately, sad, but it looks like 100 Thieves is still the better team. Like, granted, C9 won this game. I think they played really well, but even though they won, the game was extremely close, and I guess we'll have to see how the draft goes next game to determine like how it looks like, but I think 100 Thieves is still looking really strong.
Even this fight here, right, was kind of balancing on a knife's edge. You see Someday zoning out a large portion of the team. Unfortunately, Demonte taking the ultimate in there to try and do work on the backline, gets it zeroed out, and that's a lot of the late game damage at this point. 400 Thieves. Someday basically unkillable, but you can see the difficulty that FBI is having now, I think, with his shorter range as compared to an 80 carry like Sven on the Senna to really get in and find ways to affect the fights.
Watching these games is... Oh, sorry, go for it.
Oh, no, I was going to say, it's just one of those things where I think Someday had a pretty great game, but they're going to get outscaled by these meatball comps, and that kept happening to them, even though it was close, which is why I'm really curious for next game if 100 Thieves leans more towards scaling as well, or they keep this kind of roam-heavy early game team comp and just execute a little cleaner.
That's a support Senna, by the way, so everyone knows.
I think that's going to be a setup ban. There's going to be a setup ban, but C9's going to play the same kind of comp. They want to run at you all game long.
Well, we're already there, so let's continue down this line. Game 4, 100 Thieves with side selection. They're going to go back to blue. So we saw 2 games in a row with Cloud9 on blue. One was a win, one was a loss. Now 100 Thieves is taking it back. You're already talking about a possible Senna ban, Alorum. What would then be the top priority for the blue side team in terms of a pick?
I think it's just another Renekton pick and sit on top lane the entire game. Renekton blue side is so good too because you can easily go behind the red side tower and camp with your mid laner and top laner. And if you're Fudge, I'd be very worried about that because 100 Thieves seems to be playing so well around that dive, especially some days stacking up 2 or 3 waves. And Fudge has not been playing around it that well because he needs to just leave the wave and let the wave crash. He'll miss out a lot, but at least he won't die. He did die to that once last game, but in his favor, he did a really good job of coming back into that game and doing what he needed to do to win.
I mean, let's be honest, though. That game was that bot dive on a Tom Kench. They gave up 3 kills for no reason. Like, I'm still 100% confident in 100 Thieves' general approach, their picks and everything. Like, just don't dive a Tom Kench from full health. You know, like, and that game's probably in your favor. So, like, I'm still 100% riding the 100 Thieves gravy train. I like their picks. I like the way they're playing. And I think they'll close it out.
I like it. All right, confidence out of the analysts, 400 Thieves. Hi, just a quick question to you as you're the one who did predict the Cloud9. And understanding you already said here in this postgame that you feel like on the day 100 Thieves is performing better as a team. What can they take from Game 3 rolled forward into Game 2? Maybe assuming that Senna ban. Is there anything else that kind of falls in line there that they might be able to kind of create the same success from Game 3 to Game 4?
I feel like if I were at 100 Thieves right now, I probably would have already forgot about that game. They were in a pretty big driving position to win that game until that dive, and they don't need us to tell them that they shouldn't have gone for that dive. They already knew that the moment that game, or they did that in the game. So moving forward, they're like, all right, we messed up the last game. We don't throw it. We're fine. Because they dominated Game 1. They dominated Game 2. They were winning Game 3. And despite the huge throw in Game 3, they're still really close to winning that game. So moving into Game 4, they're still going to be super confident. And they have no reason not to be, right? Every lane has been doing disgustingly well. Demonte has had a great showing against Perks. And he's won lane every single time, more or less, and has been outperforming Perks. So I don't see why 100 Thieves is going to be faulted by this, honestly. They're just going to run it back, probably.
Well, we managed to get ourselves a Game 4 in this best-of-5 semifinal, and it's coming up right after this. We'll see you soon.
till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey,
Welcome back.
Welcome back indeed, Freak. We are now at the precipice. All right, Cloud9 have laid the groundwork for a possible reverse sweep, but still, 100 Thieves, I feel like, have the momentum. They have played so well. Even in that last game, they had a lot of really intelligent moves. You see them building up these minion waves, going for dives, keeping up the pressure, proactive play, constantly looking to progress their game state towards their win conditions. And coming into game number 4 here, let's see if they can close it out or if Cloud9 can force the decisive game number 5 as we build up towards the end of the lock-in tournament this weekend. Now, the bans have been fairly similar. We do have some changes here with the Kaisa finally being taken off the table with 100 Thieves now on the blue side, as well as the Yone that Perks has gone back to.
Yep, Talia right now is up. Twisted Fate is up. Cloud9 is saying, you know what, Demonte bans don't work. He'll just play Ryze, and we just rather get rid of some of the someday champions. Problem is, Camille being left up is a problem. Camille Galio, of course, a good combo. That's left up as a bait, though, because Talia, I think, and teams seem to agree, is the best jungler that people don't permaban, basically, on the table. So may well pick this one up, and that means Close is going to feel really comfortable on a very, very strong AP jungler.
And you are going to really have to worry about Twisted Fate as well. Okay, Cloud9 already jumping on it. They have seen this before from 100 Thieves. Lock into Leah early on. They always try and follow it up with either a Galio or a Twisted Fate so that you have CC set up from your mid lane. You also can transition to the other parts, the side lanes. Gragas here does fill a very flexible role for the squad, can go into the Camille, can be flexed into support role for Huhi as well. He's been extremely good at creating plays with it. They do have to worry about their bottom lane pick here for AD carry because the Twisted Fate play is going to be looking for them for picks. Camille can transition into picks as well, so you probably are going to be forced into a cleanse pick for FBI here, considering, you know, Twisted Fate, and I'm assuming that they're going to have Vulcan on some CC as well.
Almost certainly. The meta game really is, teams are just picking hard crowd control down and support. Occasionally you do see enchanters, but most teams aren't going for that one there. Jax going to be locked in as the Camille answer. That set is definitely going to be a support then for Huhi. It's been banned away in the second phase so often. They finally grab it early so that Huhi is on, I would say, his most comfortable support.
Yeah, the support I think is great. This set support actually was what got Huhi recognized last year and really started to propel him towards stardom for the support role. Extremely good at utilizing the Hex Flash plus extra speed to chase down people, set up plays for the team. But what I'm really excited about is the Jax pick again for someday. Try number 2, a little bit of redemption. His early game last time didn't receive a lot of attention and was picked on. Did not take advantage of the Jax advantage over Camille single matchup in the top side of the map, where one of the big things about Camille in your trading pattern in lane is trying to get your auto attack off to proc your shield for your adaptive shield. But Jax, the biggest part is, of course, your counter strike. You can't get your auto attack off for Camille, so you never get your shield proc, and he chases you down. He automatically wins that trade. It's one of the difficult things to work around, and your bump back on your hook shot is not long enough to bump him out of the counter-strike stun range, and so he has a really good trump card in a lot of these trades, plus scales incredibly well. And once he hits level 6, then really becomes a brute to try and handle. But in isolation, that can be a strong thing for 100 Thieves. So I want to see how they craft the rest of this draft to try and complement that, because currently Cloud9 already sitting on global pressure with Twisted Fate makes that difficult to take advantage of.
Jax certainly can win the 1v1, but Camille can do a whole lot more on the map as well, of course. The single target lockdown is incredible. The combo with TF, very, very good. Can dodge ganks pretty reliably with hookshot going over walls. Jax needs a ward to make that happen, so can be a tough one there. We do not have tanks right now on the Cloud9 side. There might be Vulcan playing one as Misfortune is locked in here for Sven. Vulcan will indeed get counter-picked down there. 100 Thieves will now lock in the rest of their bottom lane as they got to figure out what they want to play along the composition. Again, I think Xayah does work pretty well against TF. You can trade ult for ults as you just dodge a gold card, and the rest of the fight can go pretty okay. It means you don't have to run cleanse because you can dodge that first stun. You can dodge Camille ulti with it as well. It's, I mean, one of the only AD carries that goes untargetable, so if you are trying to live through Camille, it is indeed that, and we're going to get that Gallia mid that we expected out of Demonte as a result.
Yeah, it plays right into the 100 Thieves playstyle. Once again, they're going to be looking to have him support those two side lanes. Someday, FBI, the big carries here, Braum is actually a pretty good pick for trying to shut down, popping up the wall, being able to lay some space as well with your ultimate to work with Misfortune. But it might be the more offensive roaming look here. And a Bard does put even more problems into piloting the Jax early on because Vulcan can get out there to roam, and with his own ultimate can have long range plays to set up for these collapses and these picks for Twisted Fate. Cloud9 are going very pick heavy this time around. They are giving up a decent amount of what they have invested in early on in this series in all of these supportive picks with Moonstone Renewers healing you up.
Yep.
This time around, they want to get picks and they want to get kills with them.
I need to chime in real quick because Damonte and Huhi are not swapping, so we thought it was going to be Huhi playing his tried and true set support. It is set mid for Damonte. The Galio goes down to Huhi. I love the flexibility because you look at Galio and you're like, that's a Damonte champion. Look at Set, that's a Huhi champion, but they're going the other way around here. It's going to be fun to watch to see how that one plays out because certainly Set can withstand TF pressure pretty well. The regen's so high and TF doesn't really poke you out of lane. And Galio can certainly make the plays and zone people out as well. So should be a very fun one to watch for.
Yeah, and it does mean it is going to be a little bit difficult on bottom side facing a Bard MF lane early on. We'll see how much pressure they can actually retain in lane. This might change how they try and set up, for the early stages for this river control around Dragon. And if you're actually going to be sending so much attention to the Jax Camille matchup.
You can see the lineups on your screen right now. Game 4 is about to begin. We are on to the Rift right now. Going to be an exciting battle between these two giant teams in the LCS. Lock In coming to a close this weekend. The first semifinals, one we're watching right now. People knew 100 Thieves versus Cloud9 was probably the closer of the two semifinals. And after C9 finally got themselves a win in Game 3, we're hoping that Game 4 can be just as close. I do not believe 100 Thieves was spotted on the way into this brush, but now Sven will be seen. Goes for Damonte. He will eventually catch Sven, I think even despite the W. Will get in range for the pullback. Nah, not quite. So good job by Sven, holding onto a skill point, learns strut, pops it. You get more move speed when you press W, otherwise it takes a while to ramp up. Gets out of range in time, and no harm, no foul.
Yeah, that's actually really funny because it is the MF who's able to get plenty of speed herself, and thumbs up from both sides. Fortunately for Damonte, of course, Ghost has a very low cooldown, so you often see, people popping their Ghosts in these level 1s because you have so much extra time still for minions to come to lane. Probably won't be taken advantage of in the slightest, but it did give the window for that ward over on blue buff that Fudge was able to get a little bit deeper and ward. So they know 100% for sure closer starting spot on red and can see the transitional period as well.
So pretty normal leashing on both sides. Closer going for somewhat of a full clear here. The red buff going to not burn smite on this one, but probably on the Krugs as the autos knock that one down. Dual lanes show up, and this is pretty much full information. You wouldn't go to lane late just to fake the leash. It's not really worth that. So we know where the junglers are. We know they're going to end top side to answer the fact that it's a Jax vs. Camille lane. You really want your junglers top side for that kind of stuff. Nice counter-strike is going to block the grasp of the Undying trigger, and something would still rather auto one extra time, but look at that. Good plays by Vulcan. Had a couple of health packs down there already. Knew top lane is volatile. Wanted to give about 130 health over to Fudge to make that lane a little bit nicer. And nice play right there.
Yeah, and he's also pushing. So you know that you have bottom side start to Leah, so he can transition up to the top side to make sure you don't get picked off early on, punished for this pushing. And again, it's the stages before level 6 where Camille can actually gain control against Jax. If you're able to W and work around the counter-strike opportunities, but it gets really, really difficult with the brute force that Jax gets when he gets that level 6, extra passive damage, as well as being able to pop your ultimate after the counter strike, so that even after the short trade you have a lot of answers for the long trade too.
Fudge feeling pretty comfortable with the fact that he's only chugged through a single potion, has a health bar lead, and a stacking grasp with CS still a grab means the lane's not too bad for him. Some days already chugged through all 3 corrupting stacks though. And now here comes the interesting part, because the lane has turned around. Someday burned his health pool to get the wave pushed in so that it would bounce. Means Blabber has to be on the side of the map. You can see he's already swept the ward in Tribrush. He's playing for Scuttle Crab. And there is no dive now onto Fudge. He cannot be ganked. They know the jungler is around. Blabber passed pretty successfully. He'll even get top Scuttle, cutting off even more of Closer's options. Scryer's Bloom's going to reveal that, yes, indeed, the Wolves are done. He's either on Gromp right now really slowly, or he's gone to a recall or gone to bottom side.
Yeah, now it's going to be that more waiting period, a little bit less aggression from Someday that we're looking for towards level 6 to spike it right back up. Closer takes the opportunity to transition all the way back down to bottom side, knowing with that Blabber full priority on the top camp with the pushing Camille, plus the quicker clear for himself. His recall is seen, so you have a timing there, and you can factor in 40 seconds into him being right back on the map. Talia is actually a little bit faster because of the passive extra move speed by walls, but that's generally your mark early game before people upgrade to their tier 2 boots.
Boots picked up as well, of course. Yeah, the one nice thing to also keep in mind as we're kind of tracking Closer as spectators, but Cloud9's tracking them as players, is they also know that he started bottom side. Not only did they literally see the leash, but they could, track that for everything else that was happening across the game. But now there's already a play towards mid lane. Perk's going to have to burn the cleanse. That'll be enough. Doesn't burn the flash. Holds on to the shorter cooldown summoner spell. No play for Demonte. He burned Ghost as well. But the knowledge was there that, okay, indeed, Closer is a bot side start. He's going to be on Krugs. He's going to go over to Raptors. And Blabber, already level 5, might be here for a bit of a play as Perks and Vulcan are here to make sure that's all going to be safe. They get to shove the wave out, and that should, before too long, it should reset. I think 2caster will not break that from being a freeze.
I want to point out the small things that who he does because he's been so good. And we're all talking about, oh my God, he's so good. Look at these plays. It's not just the engages later on. That play right there was made because he goes for a timing that you don't expect. Both bottom lanes supports recalling, but he skips his base. He roams immediately up towards mid lane instead of going for the base first. So it's a desynced timing on the support. Top side though, gank going off.
They get a slow at least. The jump's going to be to a ward. They're going to find the stun. The dodge zone comes out. Still some damage, but careful. You stand yourself in front of the turret. Blabber's low, but it's enough to get the kill. Oh my gosh, he almost dropped Someday. Nearly had the margins, but it's not going to happen. Here comes the flash under the turret. Getting away is Huhi and Sven. No aggro pulled, no harm, no foul. Turret's still going to lose one plate though.
Yeah, they get a little pressure on bottom side with the extra showing on top, but man, that kill was so close. Someday had successfully escaped, but wanted to finish off that one with his stun inside tower range. Blabber, he pulled out his calculator though, Freak. No problem there. Knew he was getting out, able to calculate the extra 2 tower shots, willing to go into it. Honestly, though, pretty comical event as he does set himself up. Someday he plays the escape really well. That's the way to get out. And then he turns around, looking for the final turnaround and kill. But Blabber going to sustain off of the extra potion as well. Doesn't quite get it. Couple extra damage there, but it is going to significantly change. He had been doing so well early on with the Jax. Part of it pushing in a little heavily on Fudge and retaining what we've seen for most of this series where he's had the upper hand. Nice little bit of relief provided by Blabber, even if it was risky and close.
End of the day, it's still an XP and gold lead for Someday. The 20 CS is more than enough to make up for the assist of 200 gold. And here comes the squad. Closer and Huhi are there, but don't worry, Vulcan's there as well with the Twisted Fate over the top. Is this going to get the kill off Huhi, though? A big pushback onto Fudge. He's got to be careful, but he's got reinforcements. 1 kill picked up. Flash to claim that one. He'll be stunned, though. This should be an easy kill, but he's asleep. Someday finally picks it up, and now Closer has to run from Blabber. He's going to burn the flash. He's going to stay alive. This will be the second one to come across, though. He's going to get the healing, though. They got to be careful. Vulcan doesn't want to steal it, but he has to. He had to take the kill. It was going to get away from him. Someday had the flash even, so the kill comes across, and it's still a great fight. 2-1 for Cloud9.
Big support plays, Freak. Vulcan heads over so quickly with the Bard. And Champ Select, when we're talking about affecting the top side matchup, his transitional period here with Bard so quick across the map with the ultimate from Twisted Fate. Again, Cloud9 are investing more into topside, more into Fudge, more into an area of the map that they have had as a weakness for most of the series.
And it's been good. I mean, yes, the top lane is still going, Someday favored in the sense that they both got a kill there. Someday still up in farm, but Cloud9 are there to answer every time. Vulcan's already here. TF's in range for the ult.
And again, so 100 Thieves, whenever you see them build up a 2-stacked wave like this, you have to think or at least have some answers in place to deal with the dive. And this time around, Cloud9 immediately closed the trap. You mentioned it, Twisted Fate, Vulcan immediately there. It still is pretty close. You can start to see, Someday trying to fight his way out of it. They still get a kill, 400 Thieves. Someday does get some of the gold there.
Gosh.
Yeah.
He was going to die to the ult there, so good play by Perks.
Yeah. So Fudge going down in the end to Someday. Someday's still in a good spot before the Jax matchup. And guess what? He's past the level 6 now, level 7 with the extra CS lead and got the last hit on that kill. So this is still going to be 100 Thieves strength. Despite Cloud9 having more overall gold for the team, they're going to continue to have to watch this top lane matchup. You already see it roaming up. Bard and Twisted Fate. They see a minion wave building by Someday. They immediately need to at least feint resources that they're going to send up there. They send 2 bodies to hover to make sure that they don't continue on the side of 100 Thieves to try and pry that open.
Well, they knew Closer was over there, right? They got the notification that Rift Herald was slain. They know who that is, and they said, okay, well, 2v1 dive is pretty reliable here. If he can't get away from the Jack stun, that's a combo, and that's the turret falling afterwards. So had to dedicate the play, had to make the move over. It means that Perks drops a little bit of farm, as he has to just get away from that one. Closer is here again. He took 2 camps, came back to top side. Time to auto the turret down. Vulcan's here again. Fudge is to play outside of XP range. He's already here. Perks is on the way, but this time, Demonte has made his way over. So until Blabber's in, it's a 4v3.
Yeah, they're just taking turret plates right in front of their face, Freak, because they don't have the extra person. Lilia now. Blabber is heading up, but there's no danger for 100 Thieves. They brute force it down. They pop off the Rift Herald. They can get 4 of the turret plates off of this tower, and they force the contraction on the side of Cloud9 up to try and defend Fudge, and yet they still come out at a loss for Cloud9, hovering their resources there, not being able to get anything or do anything about this 100 Thieves power play.
Yep, 100 Thieves getting mid lane pushed in by FBI. He just rotated to mid to hold that one. Bot is in a kind of a weird spot. I think it's actually grouping up and heading back towards Cloud9, so there's a whole bunch of farm for Sven to catch right here. That can kind of slingshot them a little bit. You can still see the gold deficit for 100 Thieves. Definitely still exists. Smite is burned. He's still going to have no problems getting the big chicken, so that'll be okay. You can see, yes, this bot lane indeed will go towards Ven. He should be pretty safe against Demonte down here. This really shouldn't be much of a problem, so he can play under turret until some kind of dive comes in. But top lane just stays 13 CS plus half a wave to claim. Blabber can show, but I mean, Someday is winning up here. The stun's going to land. They're going to put the ulti in as well. When is he put down the rest of it? He's going to fall asleep. Is it enough to get the kill? The bonk, is it going to be enough? The Q, he's burning. I think he'll just barely live. Closer can't find the knockback, and Someday survives the gank.
He even dodged out the seed there. FBI now.
Has no ult, so gold card, can it be locked in? Oh, he can't get the stun against the wall. End of the day, he was there anyway, so no kill to be found. Devontae is showing up again for the mid lane, gets a free control ward kill. Very active game for both these teams, trying constantly to make plays and various members in the solo lanes, but a lot of times they're just barely getting away.
Yeah, and with all that attention towards the top side of the map, the Dragon has been forgotten. Nobody wanting to expend any extra resources on the bottom half because they don't want to give up in this stare down, the Camille Jax. They don't want it to snowball out of control. Problem is, Jax has such a good time in the stand-up fights later on into the game versus Camille that Someday is going to have this priority now. And this investment from 100 Thieves has paid off already. He's also been playing his weak side really well, as you just saw in the last escape, barely getting out, and Closer coming to make sure that they don't get the kill. But it also enabled him to then pick up the double wave that was at his turret. So he got chunked extremely low, then still didn't lose any of the CS off of it, and still retains his CS lead on the top side of the map. Only now are the pings starting to go down towards Dragon with the differentiation in the focus, and they just leave that top side. Fudge walks his way all the way down. Someday has teleport. If they really wanted to fight it, though, for 100,
Ooh, Smite comes through. Closer picks up the first dragon of the game. Gold card's locked. Here comes the Duncan for set. Galio coming here as well. They knock back Sven. Has to flash after Seismic Shove catches him. And Blabber's going to be caught out. The move speed's just too high for Huhi. Flashes in, gets the taunt, and that's 1 kill on the board. The dragon, of course, already claimed. So right now, good things for 100 Thieves.
Yep, they force it through, hard engaged. Vulcan on Bard has plenty of tools, should be able to just walk his way out to the north. I don't think Someday by himself will be enough to collapse on him and finish off this kill, but you never know if he walks into it.
TF reveals where he's going. Now they know where this one is. But if he ever jumps in, Vulcan just tunnels back over. So they're kind of at a standstill. There's the play. Yep, that last plant into the play. That's a nice one there. So Vulcan will have to burn flash. Good play by Someday. Had to get an extra move block somewhere. Found it on the map and gets the outplay.
All right, so 100 Thieves looking like they want to close this one out, shut down those Cloud9 hopes that sparked to life in the last match. And we're heading towards a transition where they send Someday and Fudge to bottom half. Now that the Dragon is gone, won't have the extra people around. So Damonte starts it off with the set into Galio Ultimate, creating this room, forcing the retreat from the Cloud9 members, and who he is able to catch up to him. Lands the taunt, finishes it off here. Now with the lane on bottom side opened up, Someday here is coming with a full Blade of the Ruined King completed. And Fudge is going to have to try and answer quickly. See if he can actually finish up.
Yeah, Ruined King, just an absolutely incredible dueling item. It's just absolutely ton of damage. 10% current health for melee champions is a lot. And it's going to be different combat patterns, right? I mean, Jax is all about getting system auto attacks off. The Trinity Force, very, very synergistic with Camille, so it's why they're going for different types of items, despite really being locked into one-on-ones, where you kind of got to play the fights out, kind of regardless. Either way, damage items have come back for both junglers. We've got the more damaging Leandry's build out for Blabber on the Lilia. Of course, no Leandry's users on his team makes that a bit of an easier choice to make. Rocket Belt is in. Course for perks, that'll be really nice as well. Give him better target access. The most likely chem tank for Huhi. Move speed, just so good of a stat on Galio to make sure you can catch up to your opponents during the taunt. All beautiful stuff. Right now, though, a tied gold game. Plates have been gone for a while. Next Dragon spawns in 2.5.
And honestly, this is what we wanted to see from this configuration of 100 Thieves in the offseason. Everybody was looking forward to seeing this Golden Guardians 4-pack from last year working together again, trying to build on their synergy, build on everything that they were able to work with last year and their focus and their control. But really, people are so excited to see Someday and how he's going to fit into it. You can tell so much confidence in playing this Jax in the 1v1 on the other side. The team converging, working so well with him for the dives coming up, perfect timing on the minion waves, also trying to allow him a little bit of alleviating the ganks from Blabber, trying to ensure that he can actually pilot this Jax Camille matchup, actually take advantage of it. And now they're setting him up. He's got 20+ CS lead for himself, Rift Herald in hand for 100 Thieves for even further turret control. And this is kind of ideal usage because once you're able to break down these side turrets, that's where the real fun begins. Your Talia plus your Galio combinations are going to allow you to deal with Twisted Fate possible picks where you have Bard ultimates locking people in place and Cloud9 are trying to collapse. It's 100 Thieves with so many answers, plus the stronger in the 1v1.
Shout out FBI right there. You saw him walk backwards. You knew the play was, I'm getting Make It Rain. He's going to Q the low health minion. Whoop! Not taking double damage. Pretty big play right there. Perk shows up in mid. FBI not an easy target. Made sure he stayed out of range. But yeah. Also, I got to say though, FBI, I love that you're emoting. You got to get some new style though. All I've seen is the deal with it okay shades. I feel like we need some more, some variation, buddy.
Yeah, I think variety definitely is the spice of life. And this is definitely one of the extras that you're looking for in your gameplay. I think the first priority obviously is going to have the style on him. We'll see if you have a good Isaiah ultimate dodging out on a full Cloud9 commitment. Maybe he goes a little bit harder. Nice ultimate, though, to deny the damage from Rift Herald. Still, setup work for the Dragon has been done. 100 Thieves flooding into the river. Crab Vision acquired already. And honestly, don't think that Cloud9 will have anything to say about it. Perks has no ultimate on Twisted Fate, so should be a clean pickup.
It is going to be a clean pickup, so Dragon number 2 will be claimed. That means the chance at Seoul is only at about 28 minutes. Plenty early. And oh no, Huhi, there was a wall in the way. That actually could have been a threat onto Sven, because that E into Flash W is Sven having to burn Flash to get away. Unfortunately, that wall was there, and unlucky.
It's also another emote opportunity, Freak. Every mistake is an opportunity for you to take control.
Just say I meant to do that, you know? I didn't want to go in anyway. It's fine, you know, no worries here.
It's all part of the mind game.
It is.
Step, it adds up. All right.
Flash in place, I don't need this.
All right, let's see. Demonte with double summoners plus stride breaker completed on the set as well. I'm interested to see, because he's done such a good job, you know, finding flanks for this team, moving in, clearing out the enemy vision. If he can actually do that on the set this time around too, because obviously his teammate Huhi has a lot of YouTube highlights with the champion. And it is going to take a little bit of an incision here, 400 Thieves into enemy territory. Both of the outer towers have already been taken down, but they do have to worry about Perk's Twisted Fate ulti.
Well, the side lanes are moving pretty slowly, though. I feel like with 100 Thieves having this kind of composition, they would generally play it more actively. I feel like I would just see more TF ults and more picks and whatnot, but it's been a relatively slow game. And I know some of that you've mentioned is the fact that there are answers, right? Talia can show up, Galio can show up. It's way less reliable than just, yeah, we press R and they're dead. Congratulations, we did it. It's like, who do you target? Jax has 2 escapes. He dodges the gold card. You know, if it's really bad, Talia and Galio show up. The Xayah can dodge gold card the same. Like, it is tough, but it is very slow going for a team that wants to split this team up. And Cloud9 can't really do it. They're just losing dragons.
Yeah, and so they just have to keep on fishing with the Lilia seeds, looking for sleeps, and your Bard ultimate, got to just take that shot. If you can force a flash with it even, or even a Xayah ultimate, trading those two, will provide you a nicer setup for the engagement.
Slowly but surely, 100 Thieves, though, building their lead in this game. Look back at top lane. It's 45 CS now. Yes, Perks finally got something done top lane, but 2 turrets died before Cloud9 ever got one back. They are kind of slipping everywhere. Jungle's down a solid 5 camps. The AD carries are basically close. And it is Cloud9, I think, kind of letting themselves lose a bit of map control time. And again, yes, Demonte is the lower priority wave catcher. It's Jax who's supposed to get all of it, so he's doing his best to keep up. He's third fiddle. He's number 3 in terms of getting what he's gonna need to play the game out. But like, he'll still be high impact. It's tank set with a stride breaker. Like, he'll find those stuns anyway. It's gonna be fine. Recall not stopped. Nice try, Perks.
Yeah, I mean, that has been the moniker, Freak. It's fine. Yep. Look for the team play. Here we go, though. They're making the attempt. Twisted Fate ultimate is popped, and as soon as you see in the jungle, there is Talia and Galio within range. Guess what? The intelligent choice comes through. They don't go for the dive because the 2 semi-global answers that we mentioned are on the mini-map already by Red Buff. 100 Thieves already anticipating, have their defenses in place, so you call off the play for Cloud9, Freak. That entire sequence can just be absorbed by watching the minimap.
I don't know what that means. I've never done that in my life. I think the game's just unfair. Sven, nice. Gale Force gets away. Ults to clear the wave, but careful, because Seismic Shove could have killed him. So only gets part of it, and that's turret number 3 going down. Cloud9 ultimates just do not get as much done as 100 Thieves ultimates.
All right. Honestly, another value ultimate. Wall right through. Last of the outers is done. It's a step-by-step process here for 100 Thieves. And one of the most impressive things to me has been their focus through the longer games, where they continually still have the good setup that you see on the early stages, the early plays for them, later on as well. And they don't kind of skip steps of moving up your vision or counting the minion wave and then walling off at the correct time here. Someday you see rotating right back as the minion wave gets to the tower, picks up another one for himself. It's Trinity Force on top of Blade of the Ruined King now, and it just gets so painful for the Camille at this point. Not only does Jax have such great sustained damage and fighting pattern, as you mentioned, but with the Conqueror, he becomes one of the all-time, carry dreams of being able to drain tank plus deal enough damage to solo anybody in the game.
Yep. I don't think Someday has any bad matchups in this game. I think every 1v1 is good for him across the board. Sure, Vulcan's a freebie. You can kind of check that one out no matter what. But everyone else, I think he's still going to feel really comfortable with this one. And anyone else, even if it's not a great 1v1, they can get away down the line. It's going to be no problem. So it feels like 100 Thieves have all the cards. Perks burns the ult to see if anyone's around. No one indeed is. They're giving away Dragon number 3. Infernal Souls in 5 minutes, and Cloud9, all they're getting is a second turret. The only turrets that are dying are the ones that Perks takes down really, really far on the top side of the map, but now we've got another fight going in. Damonte is ghosting in. He's going to find a dunk. He's going to find Galio, and just barely Perks is going to live. Damonte tried to flash E, couldn't find it. Stun comes in. Wall's not going to cut him off. Sorry, you tried. A lot was burned, a lot was lost. Ultimately, no kills came through. A Dragon for a turret, but that still feels like a famous 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, the evasive maneuvers at least get their members out, so Cloud9 do escape. And look at this. Bottom side is now left unattended. Fudge, wait, did they saw all members, right?
Yeah, he knew there were 4 topside. That was actually turret he could have killed.
I'm trying to see. Maybe if we turn their vision for the replay on.
If someday TPs and FBI shows up, there's maybe enough of a CC chain, but I think that's Fudge balking too much.
I think that was for sure. Yeah, that was for sure.
Yeah, that's a turret.
Turret for them. Oh well, for Cloud9. Now it really does seem like they continually are on the retreat here, and 100 Thieves, every time they put together another move, they're able to get something out of it no matter what. Next one here, already you see deeper wards through the red quadrant leading up to the Baron. They're trying to move in with 3 members to take it over.
All right, so ward coverage going back and forth. Blabber gets found out. Big knockup chain. MF over the top buys a bit of time, but Huhi is just so tanky. Sidesteps it all. Flash away. He will stay alive. Ultimately, it is summoners for summoners, and you can't blame either side too much for that one. It was a close fight. But 100 Thieves still gets to retain control of the top jungle. They get to get rid of the control wards and keep that vision dark to make a Baron setup all that more likely.
Yeah, I mean, those are both really valuable flashes. Obviously, the flash on Galio is great, for their CC and for their team fighting. But Blabber, no flash for the jungle now for Cloud9 either, as Perks is going to be able to chase off Damonte. No summoners, remember.
Barrier from move speed. Damonte can be chased down to 1,000, and he's got reinforcements first. It felt like he could have chased harder. He put the ulti on, and it felt like he honestly had an option, but now this is a real play. This is definitely an opportunity there. FBI and Huhi kind of caught out. He's going to get a big root, though, and here comes Someday, though, and that's going to be too much for Fudge to handle. Has to flash away. Nice dodge. Perfect timing. Someday will not be stunned. He will instead give FBI the kill onto Perks. Beautifully done. It is straight back. Huhi did drop, so it's a 4-on-4 on the map, but Cloud9 having to run away first.
All right, see how hard 100 Thieves want to press this afterwards. FBI had such a good ultimate down there, avoiding the Perks and Fudge threat. Double solo laners on him. He does not flinch. No flash blown. He fights them both up and actually opened up that opportunity you're talking about for Someday to chase down Perks. Counter-Strike, perfect option into a gold card. Able to get the extra kill and retain their wards still left up on this top quadrant behind the Baron buff for them. 100 Thieves just get to reset and try again.
Get you a jungler that will sit there in front of a big chicken at 5 health and be like, it's okay, FBI, it's yours. That's so nice of Closer, you know? As an AD carry, that's so nice of Closer.
Your people, Zaya, able to get another one for himself. They want the long chase.
There we go. Fudge nearly cut off. Can jump over the wall, I do believe, but it might be on cooldown right now, so that's going to be dangerous. Pulled right back in, comes right back out. Had a way to get to the wall just on time. Still not going to matter. Someday grabs himself the kill. 4-4 on the scoreboard, but it feels all 100 Thieves this game.
Yeah, they're holding all the cards. They have all the powers. Let's see. Another pickoff. No big summoner blown there, but again, it's just getting worse and worse for them. Someday working on the Sterix gauge and approaching level 16 for the level 3 ultimate on this Jax. This might be one of the most fun stages, to step in and play an individual champion. Is 3-item power spike Jax towards the late stages, level 16, tearing through these team fights or the side lanes.
Yep. And the farm lead's growing. He's probably got a level lead or 2 over Fudge right now. Just right now, only 1 full level, but probably grows before too long. He can do anything he wants. He's pretty much unkillable. Started the game, I think, 1-2-0. It was a pretty early assault into his lane. There was a lot of effort by Cloud9 to put him down, and it just didn't matter. He's only gotten stronger and stronger, and no one's going to stop him anytime soon. Dragon Soul in 20 seconds. Gold card poke doesn't really matter onto Damonte's set. He's just there for the team fight. It's going to be fine no matter what. And now, Cloud9, how do you stop this Infernal Soul? It's up in 10 seconds, and Fudge is top lane, not teleporting down. You can't just give away Dragon Soul. You've got to get your squad over there, but they're not really even getting vision back right now. Perkz can walk in for a little bit. They find just Poke. Dragon's alive. They're going to miss the first ulti. It's just walked away by Huhi. When does the fight begin? When do they come down for this one? The TP has come in now for Fudge. He's on the backside of this fight. Blabber will have to get another Miracle Smite to keep this one competitive at all. Damonte walks in, gets Vulcan's flash down. Damonte still has his own flash to find that flank pull, to find someone to put back into his team. Here comes the Talia wall. Does separate Perkz a little bit, but not that much. It was a good walk-up. Big MF ulti gets him low as well, and it's gonna be grabbed by Cloud9. Team fight begins. Galio over the top, doesn't find a knockup just yet, but it's 1-for-0 to Blabber. Vulcan very, very low, 2 kills picked up, 1 traded back, 3 for 1 though, and it cannot be enough. Someday can't 1v9. The whole team dropped because it was Ven. Of course it was. The MF ult put him all so low, and now it's time for Cloud9 to go for Baron.
The Cloud9 comeback still has life, Freak. As close as 100 Thieves push them to the edge. They make their stand on the Dragon Soul. Deny it. Look at this fight. So Fudge teleports in for the flank on one of these 2 wards through the back of the jungle. But really, Perkz starting out, getting the big chunk onto Closer. Then it's just opening up MF ultimate here with the snare. Closer flashing in to try and go for it, but Blabber locks up the smite. He denies the smite. He also puts them in the compromising position. They can then turn around, finish off Someday. And 100 Thieves are stalled off once again. Cloud9 are making you sweat, but they have been able to do it. Now wearing purple, get to go take out a bunch of money as well with the extra standing towers left here in mid and bottom.
The last best of 5 that Closer, Damonte, FBI, and Huhi played was a match they were expected to win. 2-0 start, reverse swept. The best of 5 they're playing right now is a matchup that after you watch the first game, you're like, all right, these guys are going to clap. They even win in game 3, and they're on the way to a reverse sweep. But now, nope, they get a cleanse. They burn flash, and they get a cleanse. And now Damonte gets a stride breaker. Be careful. That's going to be 1 stun coming through for the Bard. Damonte just can't go anywhere. Red card is unlucky. It doesn't matter. Sven finds the kill. And 100 Thieves are running out of runway for saving this game.
Yep, Cloud9 going straight down mid here. That'll be secondary turret mid. Plus, it's going to open up Fudge on bottom side. Level 16 should be able to work down that other tower. Flash away from Perkz.
Going to be dodging the gold card there as well. Fairly long cooldown, but shouldn't mean too much regardless. There's not much more of a play to be had, and they're going to save the turret for at least this wave. 20 seconds on Damonte. That will be about in time for the next wave to show up.
All right, so Lilia's Sleep is available. Vulcan doesn't have the Bard ultimate, but they still have the combo. Lilia's Sleep into MF ultimate. Lilia's Sleep does not break on damage over time, which MF ultimate is coded by. So you can channel it over them while they're sleeping if nobody else breaks it. Could be one of the ways that Cloud9 could actually finish it off and win this one.
They might get the inhibitor here, a big chunk on a Someday, because Fudge landed the empowered Q2 with Trinity Force, and that was about 800 damage right there. Mid lane might fall. Sven has to respect the feathers, and you can see him twice try to bait it away, then got out. Nicely budgeted there. Here comes the big play. They're all going golden, and here comes the bullet time to surrender the game. A quadra kill. FBI is on the run, and they're gonna give it to him. The Bud Light Ace and a pentakill for Sven. What can't he do? Yes, there was a team setup, but it still came down to the MF. Cloud9 on their way to reverse sweep. They're gonna bring it to game 5 in our first best of 5 of the year. We're gonna get silver scrapes in the LCS.
I would not be surprised if Sven had a C9 win tattooed over his heart. My goodness. These misfortune ultimates, the Senna play in the previous game, even in the losses, he's doing his best to carry. And Cloud9 bring it back. 3 dragons given over. Set themselves up against the Soul Point. They win the critical fight. Baron picked up. Immediately back-to-back fights, 1 Freak. And the game is closed. We get silver scrapes. We get to fight for it all here. The chance that spot in the finals is still up for grabs.
That is fun. That is exciting. And I mean, I gotta feel for those players on 100 Thieves, though, because their trip to Worlds ended getting reverse swept by a team they 3-0'd and then started 2-0 against. I'm talking about Golden Guardians versus TSM, and they couldn't pull it through in the clutch. Here they are up against Cloud9. The first 2 games looked convincing. Game 3, it felt so much about Jax versus Camille, and it was a kill lead and 50 CS. You can walk this one in as Jax. That's a free matchup for the rest of the game. But Blabber got the Smite steal to stop Dragon Soul. The Misfortunal dropped 3 people down to 10%. And suddenly, you're playing team fights. You're playing team fights, and you got just completely smashed right there. And then, bam, the beautiful Bard ulti out of Vulcan sets up the rest of the bullet time. The chase down is obviously free at that point. And Cloud9, I mean, they've got momentum, certainly, but these games are close.
They do. I wouldn't have it any other way, Freak. Glad we're getting a full best of 5 for this one. Set up an epic weekend.
It is an epic weekend. Beautiful stuff right here. Waiting to get the cue that we're okay to go to commercial, because I don't know if we're ready. I mean, it's just been so action-packed, so back and forth. We are, in fact, ready to step away. So when we come back, Game 5 of 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. Do not go anywhere.
Decorative towel.
There was a mess. I wiped up a mess.
Yeah, you did.
Where is the box? Never mind, I found it.
When game day is a go, there's a Bud Light there.
We're going to the moon, baby. C9 taking game 4, and they send their stonks soaring, baby. And wait, I don't think there's a better omen in the world than the first best of 5 of the entire year going to Silver Scrapes, gents. And it's all here in North America. That's right. The best of series intensity is just kicking up. I mean, an impressive victory there for Cloud9 in what was a very close game from start to finish, coming only fully into their hands at the very end with a penta of all things for Sven. Let's relive those final moments. One of the most gorgeous MF ults I've seen in my entire life.
I just want to clarify, my stonks are soaring. Your guys' stonks are going down.
None of us. I shorted them. I shorted C9.
We're screwed.
All right. Well, that was a beautiful misfortune ulti. I know she got the penta, but we should really give some credit to Vulcan for that 4-man Bard ulti. Just so everyone's aware, this is where it happens, where the support does the work, the AD carry gets the glory. But don't worry, Vulcan, I saw you.
Well, you're forgetting about Blabber, too. Blabber got the Q flash sleep. That happened, and it kept going until after the Bard ult ran out. I think a lot of people deserve credit there. So, well done to the entire C9 team.
Yeah, you know, they're all good players. They're all pretty good players. I think that's why we ended up in a 2-for-2 at the moment and only one game ahead of us. Though if we do work our way through this game, we're going to retrace our footsteps all the way back to the early game. Once again, attention to the top lane as it was carry versus carry, Jax versus Camille.
Yeah. And this was a totally different look than what I was expecting. I think a lot of people, you know, it's like, oh, okay, they're going for more the Moonstone support, Death Ball comps. This is a global carry versus carry against a guy who had been slamming Fudge, you know, for the better part of the day. And they take a risky matchup, which I really, you know, was cool to see, you know, C9 on red side go for this totally different idea. And you saw how much better they looked with a couple more global tools in their skill set in the early game. And Damonte was not able to get involved in a lot of these early game skirmishes, which is where he had been shining all tournament long.
Yeah, honestly, a very notable difference between the first 3 games of the day where he was on picks like the Rise, TF, Gallios, you know, where he has the ability to get to the side lanes a lot faster. This time around, just relying on the pace of his footsteps to get there. This fight looking pretty good, but ultimately only 1 kill goes over to the hands of 100 Thieves at the end of that. And so never really able, Alorum, to create the kind of separation you would expect them to need to run away with it.
Right. I'm not a huge fan of the set pick. I think it's really good if you are able to snowball throughout the early game, because if you can get an early stride breaker, that makes your early game spike a very easy fight for you to take. It's very easy for Set to use Ghost. He presses Q, stride breaker, and flash even. And you can get the ult straight into your team, but you have to consistently get those fights for it to be worth it, because after maybe 2 items, or if Twisted Fate is keeping even with you, it's also very easy for the Twisted Fate to pull a gold card and stop the Set from doing that play entirely. So if 100 Thieves want to go into next game, I'd say they should continue their plan previously, where they pick kind of mid to late game team comps that roam toward top lane.
It's an interesting conundrum, because if you can build, you know, a big enough lead like you had been able to in the first couple games of the day, then maybe you can take a more early to mid-game focus comp and actually roll over Cloud9. But we're starting to see that resistance, I think, built up by Cloud9 while the rest of the map holds strong. In fact, throughout, you know, the duration of this game, only a few thousand gold separating the teams high. While yes, 100 Thieves was quietly picking up the Dragons, it was the Dragon's soul fight, though, that ultimately Cloud9 would put up one real big stand, ultimately taking the Dragon and the fight on the back end.
Right. I actually kind of dislike how 100 Thieves played this. They're kind of getting surrounded by all different sides, but when a team does that, you have to pick one angle and go at that angle. Here, they're just taking a bunch of free poke damage and damage from Dragon. So when you're in these scenarios, you just have to make a decision. Hey, where do we go? Let's go this way. And or you just bomb rush the Dragon. Here, they try to do like a bit of both, where Talia tries to engage and they do Dragon at the same time, and they pretty much get wiped for that. And like, once again, in these tough situations where it's hard to know what to do, you just have to make a decision and go for it. Whether it works out or not, who knows? But it's better than doing like 50-50 of both.
Better than 50. I don't like 50-50s, man, especially not in a series and when there is actual competition, money, pride on the line. And yet we're going to a final and fifth game. In some senses, a 50-50, right? You've reduced yourself to a best of one here for both of these squads. But if we take a look at that gold graph, closest of the series so far, and really goes to show that neither team was fully in the driver's seat until that game-breaking moment about 28 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and I would love to see a little bit change up from 100 Thieves. Just there were so many globals left open this time after they've been kind of getting banned a lot. I think they got a little too cute for their own good with putting the Galio down the bot lane, the set mid, and some of that stuff. If you're going to play carry versus carry, which I'm totally down to do for someday in 100 Thieves side, I want more tools to support it from the mid lane, make it a little bit easier. But otherwise, I really like seeing C9 kind of go for this whole playstyle swap. I'm sure they caught 100 Thieves off guard with the change of priority as well.
Alorum, 100 Thieves, blue side, no substitutions. What do you want to see here?
I honestly think they're going to try and do the same thing, except switch up the two players champions. They're going to put the set bot and the Galio mid, because I feel like that's what they're best at. It feels kind of weird because we've seen Damonte do so well on Galio in previous games, and we've seen Hui do so well on set in some other games. So why exactly did they put the set mid against Twisted Fate? I'm not too sure. I think it could have worked out had, like I said earlier, had the early game gone better for them. But I just want to see them stick to what they've been best at. And in the first two games, we can see if they're on their comfort champions, they're a very difficult team to beat.
Now, Hi, you, as you mentioned earlier, are the only person in possession of the Cloud9 stonks at the moment. And Cloud9 actually tweeted out a little bit ago to those that have faith. The C9 stocks, they've been overshorted by viewers. It's time to buy and hold. Well, you've bought. Are you still going to hold here in the fifth game? Do you think they have what it takes to complete the reverse sweep?
You know, speaking from experience of being in positions where you start 0-2 and you start clawing your way back in the best of 5, I gotta say I hold because the momentum is on their side, the morale is high, and 100 Thieves are in the dumpster right now. Maybe mentally, hopefully at least, so that my prediction comes out ahead. I'm actually invested into C9, you know, with these stonks that we got here going to the moon. So yeah, I hope they pull the W here, and only for the moon.
That's bait, dude. That's a pump and dump scam right there. The fact that he's still holding the moon staff. It's a scheme. They're not even playing any Moonstaff champs this game, and that's when they win Game 4. I think it's a big scam. It's still 100 Thieves.
Big High doesn't want the little guy to win.
We're going to have to get the LCS EC in here to weigh in on the ultimate legalities of all of these stonk transactions. We're going to the moon, baby. We've got Silver Scrapes. We've got a Game 5 coming up in our first best of 5 of the year. It's Cloud9 and 100 Thieves hitting the rift one final time after this.
Introducing Fantasy LCS, live now on the Sleeper app. Create a league. You are the coach. Draft your ultimate LCS team. Plan your roster and make coaching decisions each week. Compete against friends throughout the season. Rep your team, talk trash, and see if you've got what it takes to win your league. Download Sleeper now. The fantasy season begins on February 5th.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for Game 5 between Cloud9 and 100 Thieves. The making of a reverse sweep is on our hands. C9 won Game 3. They won Game 4. 100 Thieves got to bounce back from 2 straight losses.
Who is going to sleep? Was it you? You? Huh? Who's thinking about going to sleep? Because you better stay up for this game. Game 5 here, baby. First Game 5 of 2021. I'm just going to go ahead and put that out there.
Why not?
Not sure about the validity, but our tournament is so early in the year, and we're already getting this level of adaptation. I mean, if we would have stopped it at anything earlier, it looked like 100 Thieves going to steamroll this, just dominating Cloud9, but game after game here, and the last 2, Cloud9 have fought back. They have persevered, and now it's time to lay it on the line. Will they go back to more Moonstone champions, rely on scaling to heal for 5-on-5s later, or will they try, some more poke tools? The play, regardless from Sven, whether it was supportive champs, or hard carry champs, has been great. So they know they can rely on the bottom lane. Already small change here. Talia given up in exchange for the Renekton ban, denying that one from Someday. They don't want, Fudge to have to go into that again.
Immediately the exact same draft for these 2 teams. I'm curious how long it's going to go, because they're like, yeah, we won Jax Camille last time, no problem. We'll change
Insta-locks all the way down.
Yeah, instead of insta-locking the set and moving it into the mid lane, they're going to grab Rel right off the bat. This is the champ they want for Huhi, and he has received 0 bans aside from Pantheon, and none of his champions have been taken away. He's like, nope, Rel is now what I want. This is how I beat Cloud9.
All right. I want to see it. The Aphelios is still available as well. Udyr taken up again for Blabber. He doesn't have any support right now. Usually we see it with, some sort of speed boost. In his own right, can be very speedy, and since he does have crowd control on his team, that can also be viewed as support, setup for these possible plays. But I personally detest picking Udyr into Jax, play this champion since Season 1. It's so annoying because every part of your kit is auto-attack based, and guess what? Counter-Strike negates it all. It's going to dodge TF gold cards, it's going to dodge claws, no bear slaps, no nothing gets through, so that's definitely one champion that 100 Thieves can rely on and will cause a thorn in the side of Cloud9.
And you're seeing the bans come through 100 Thieves. What have they learned? They have learned that Cloud9 with Sven on Senna is really scary. That man puts out damage. He will heal as much as a whole Moonstone Renewer would do from someone else on his team. It's pretty scary stuff. Meanwhile, trying to figure out the other really good aggressive champs that would work alongside Tristana, a champ that does not get enough respect this season, but is outstanding after all the crit items were buffed. Kraken Slayer has way better AD scaling on it. All the Zeal upgrades are a lot nicer. Tristana is outstanding, very good alongside Rel, because you can deliver the Rel stun. So yeah, definitely a scary champion to get rid of.
And I also like Tristana into teams that have Twisted Fate. So like you can choose your all-ins if you are keeping track of the Twisted Fate, and you can go with the Rel like you're talking about as great synergy because you can easily position the magnetic stun. But it also has the defensive properties. If you're keeping track of the Twisted Fate well, rocket jump as well as your ultimate, both very good.
All right, Misfortune again then for Sven. This can lead us into Seraphine as an option there. Seraphine support. We had seen, I believe it was FlyQuest, play it really, really well. I'm a huge fan of how strong that lane can be. And as long as you're holding on to summoners, Rel kind of has to flash to force engages on ranged champions. So it is a matchup you can actually feel comfortable in a lot of the time. So I would be a fan of seeing this one come out for Vulcan. We know his Bard was very good. There's another good champ with some solid setup. We'll see what comes through, though, as 100 Thieves have a Galio option if they wanted it. Ryze will be the pick, though, instead. Demonte, I think, 4 out of 5 games has some kind of teleportation move on his ultimate. I guess Set was the one where it wasn't and looked pretty good. And Vayne! Vayne is the lock-in for FBI.
And the big difference between, obviously, Galio and Ryze is, yes, it does also have the teleport. You have map transitional abilities. It's got way better 1v1 in the side lanes. So you have Jax and Ryze 1-3-1 with Talia as your crux in the middle, being able to wall people off, being able to pick people off, being able to try and answer the Twisted Fate. Hypervade as well, though, Freak. Let's get it. With the Rel, you can also have a lot of combination plays. You can position the Attract, Repel, Stun very easily as well. But it's also good for knocking back and tumbling away from Udyr. The thing you have to worry about is very clearly going to be the Camille-Galio combination, the Twisted Fate join in the bottom lane. All those annoying bottom lane parties of everybody coming down is going to be very difficult here for FBI.
Well, Vayne, it's going to be a fun one to watch for. This is going to be exciting overall. 16 games so far of Vayne in top regions this year, and she's 50-50. Huge Vayne fan, got the cleanse there for Demonte there as well. The Galio comes in to round out the composition, fair enough. Solid champion, a lot of globals, a lot of engaged tools for Cloud9, and they can all set up Sven's misfortune. He's been timing those ults really well so far this series. In the couple of games he's played the champion. It's all coming down to this. It's all coming down to Game 5. 100 Thieves have certainly been still playing the same sort of aggressive style. Cloud9 have settled into a style of their own.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the decisive game for this series. It's also going to be the decisive game for Vayne in pro play currently, because it's going to tip the scales either above or below the 50%. Let's get it. It's going to be two very different play styles for these two teams as well. Obviously, we talked about the 1-3-1 setup here. They're going to try and split the map for the Jax, for the Ryze, make those plays without getting caught by all of the globals. Twisted Fate, Perxier, he had a great game last game on Twisted Fate for Cloud9. They're going to need another one from him here.
All right, FBI using the game plan of don't buy your trinket, just leave base and it comes automatically. Saves him a click. It's really optimal gameplay. The cooldown doesn't change anyway, so I guess you might as well not buy a trinket. Which used to not be true. It used to actually have a different cooldown if you didn't buy it, because it would go on cooldown when you bought the item. That's been gone for a while though, so whatever, you can save a click. It's fine regardless. Just something, something I used to see, right? Something I used to like play around. Like I would always buy my trinket first before I bought potions or Adorans because I wanted my ward sooner just in case.
It's in your muscle memory now.
My second ward, yeah, and now it's actually useless. There's no gameplay at all.
Yeah. All right. Well, we still have the switching of trinkets gameplay. Once again, dropping your defensive ward, then switching over to your sweeper. By the way, again, highly recommend this for Udyr, especially because you can just do your full power clear before your Scuttle Crab even spawns. So it's really nice to have your sweeper ready to go. Udyr can just make plays right after the first clear, use your flash very aggressively to trade flashes, blow flashes on your enemies, or even be able to chase them down, since he does have the phase rush, and you just have to get to them and land those autos first. Delayed invade is not seen yet. But
that word is late. They don't know.
Yeah, but I mean,
on the way out. Yeah. They know him on the way out, so it's going to be fine. Like, they're going to know that Closer did this. Nice sweep by Huhi, of course, spots it out. But yeah, there was a really clever play because Cloud9 with Blabber Sweeper knocked down the top side ward and gave Fudge and Perks the XP so that they can get level 2 off of the first wave. So really clever stuff there. But because of that, 100 Thieves are saying, well, that's your play. We're going to do an invade on the bottom side. And Closer's taking a whole bunch of caps down right now, right? This is going to be pretty solid. Sven trading back with FBI. Supports trade back and forth as well. And now you can see as Closer has already taken down 2 camps, he can path towards his left side jungle and poach even more as Sven takes some big hits as well. Now Huhi's very slow. That's going to hurt a fair bit. But yeah, Closer should be able to like grab his own blue or something. Or you can see this, he's actually baiting it. He walked over. Sorry, I just keep looking at the minimap because Bot's still fighting. Sven is ignited. Sven is running away. He's going to just barely die. I should have been watching the whole time. FBI plays it perfectly. Vulcan's in danger. He will stay alive. A lot was going on that I really care about, but either way, it is 100 Thieves playing better in the bot 2-on-2.
All right, Ward. Ward is going to see him, still has to flash. My goodness, the Venus setup, Freak. This is it, the dream scenario. Now there are no summoner spells for either AD carry on the bottom half of the map. And Blabber, because of the opening, doesn't have a lot of territory to work with as you're going over with his small camps being taken away. just going to have to finish up on his own wolves. He's going to be behind. Expect more focus on the bottom side of the map. What a great engage right there. The rail stun still able to go off after Sven's flashes because he was able to proc it. So then it's close enough to lock him in. They follow it up there by FBI. No hesitation, and they get the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, that is a little sloppy by Cloud9 to stay in range. Level 2 is definitely going to go away from them, but of course a good job by 100 Thieves to grab this one. Now that we have, no, we don't have time. There's a fight in the top side now. Fudge has to jump away. He will get away from this gank. The part that was so cool about Closer was he showed going to left jungle. He went into mid lane, said, I'm going to take my blue. It's too late. This is incredible. He's on his second tier turret. What even is this? Cloud9. This game is just too hectic. I want to talk about jungle pathing, and you're just killing people left and right.
Too bad, Freak. Honestly, we were looking for punishes on bottom side. I did not expect it to be at the tier 2 turret, but Blabber goes hard. Flashes from him and Vulcan. Since there's no sums on FBI, and hey, you got the first blood, but look at your CS, buddy. Sven is able to get another minion wave in. He's going to finish this one off, plus the cannon as well, and get off the recall.
Yep, wave going to be cleared. Sven's out of mana. That doesn't matter, though. He's going to get a really nice recall out of this one. Pretty much almost a Noon Quiver money, or at least the components of. Should feel fairly comfortable, and poor FBI is just on double longsword. So, yeah, big oof there. Top gets pushed in, but you can see with not a lot of interaction, Someday is very far ahead topside yet again.
Yeah, and again, it is Blabber starting on his top quadrant of the map too. So we already talked about all the trades in the last game where, Camille, if you can't get your auto off through a Counter-Strike, you're not going to proc your own adaptive shield and your trade is screwed. But, Blabber starting red, clearing towards the bottom as well, and then showing twice, both mid and bottom, means that he was also operating under the assumption that Someday is going to try and take advantage as much as he can because they've got a lot of info on his jungler's position.
The tier start for Demonte going pretty well. Already 105 mana onto that one. May easily stack this one. Obviously, mana itself is a damage stat for Ryze, so you can kind of make up for the lack of AP on something like a Doran's Ring, and it's not a problem. Bot lane, you can see, is a very clear 10 CS lead or so as the wave will get thinned out. And claimed by Zen without much issue. So yeah, bot lane's going to feel pretty comfortable on the Cloud9 side. 100 Thieves, though, still playing towards their arguably biggest win condition. That is still the side lane Jax. He is still very scary. And Fudge, he is down 2 levels right now. This is horrible to deal with. Gets to level 5, but without the ulti, you're still not that safe against the dive. But because Blabber is there, they have to call off the dogs. They can't go for much more, so at least gets to catch a bit of farm back.
Yeah, Udyr can't do anything without flash to Taliyah, but it also creates a stalemate because then Taliyah can't go for the dive. So Blabber just showing himself, stare down there, does have to walk away, but provides Fudge the ability to clean up the much-needed minion wave at his tower because that is going to get painful quickly. Twisted Fate level 6 now, though, 4 perks. Let's see if they can actually set it up again towards the bottom side. Still no flash for FBI, but he does have the cleanse available unless he used it in the last little engagement. So I think he should at least still have that. Still, the setup is going to be very scary, especially since Blabber is transitioning over to bottom half, but so is Closer.
Closer's here, who he does have a flash if he needs it. W comes in, cannot quite get the flip back. Vulcan now going to be the target. It's a taunt onto 2. Big damage on FBI, and he's going to go down. Sven lands the auto attack. Gold at work, and now Demonte has to run away, but he's slowed again, and Blabber's here. Perks is going to claim the kill. C9, 2 for 0 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that Twisted Fate, as soon as he hits 6, you have to have that on your mind. Huhi and Closer will do their best to clean this up, but the damage is done. Demonte goes down in the aftermath as well. Cloud9 off to the Dragon to start stacking.
I'll correct that it's a 2 for 1. Of course, Vulcan did die, losing his life for that play, but very much something you type worth in all chat because those are a couple of great kills.
And again, okay, Twisted Fate Ultimate will get popped immediately. They're already transitioning down towards the bottom half, but we've got action on live.
More action. Fudge is a flash away from Someday. Vulcan will not have the damage. He's not going to win this one, but Someday not going to go for much more of a chase either. Cooldown's coming back soon. 200 health is almost within the realm of possibility for a Galio, even if he is support, but Someday is still healing back up. He's got a Vamp Scepter. No more plays down there. Fudge, though, still losing his ultimate, losing his flash, and losing this wave as he has to walk back to lane.
Yeah, that's definitely a bad sign if Someday is already able to fight his way out of a Hextech Ultimatum set up gank as the Galio came over, and Fudge has to run himself away, barely escaping with now a flash discrepancy. We see, oh, there's a ping onto Vulcan, so he must have been spotted in his tricky play. You can see on the minimap he's just hovering up there in a brush, but a blue ping went down here, 400 Thieves.
Oh,
there it is. That's a ward.
He's hatching a ward. And he's like, you know what? Yep. I think he would have been seen going through those brushes anyway. And now he's like, okay, I'm just going to show. It's fine. No plays, whatever. Clear the wave out. Cloud9 with a lot of control. Topsiders are dueling one over there. They're going to start on the Rift Herald here as well. A lot of priority on that one. They had already claimed the Dragon from the earlier play. So C9, not only up in gold, they're up in farm in a lot of these lanes. They're going to get a lot of global neutral pressure here as well, right? The Dragon's going to be stacking. Herald can mean a turret kill before too long. If they summoned it, it would just kill top lane, but looks like he's going to wait for a second there. Someday waiting around.
Yeah, Someday in a dangerous spot. They know that this is definitely his weak side. Doesn't have any business snooping around trying to get experience or gold out of this side of the map, because they already, as soon as they saw Vulcan sticking around on that ward, sent Closer into the enemy jungle, trying to get some room off of bottom side. Even with all of that, yeah, Rift Herald charge does get off, and they get a huge chunk of damage on it at least.
I think they could have stayed because they had Blabber nearby. They have TF ult up in about 3 seconds. Demonte's been marked, and the duel lane's still down there. I think they could have legitimately killed top lane tier 2 there on the play. Flash gold card comes in. Demonte has his own flash, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to flash, and it won't matter. Blabber's on top of you. It doesn't do anything. He's going to go down, and Cloud9 off to a great start in this game.
All you have to do is get on top of him once with Udyr if you're running phase rush, and you will be able to follow. Demonte goes down immediately. He didn't have enough time to proc his own phase rush, so even after flashing, no move speed for him to get away, and that is just good locking of CC here. They layer it. Perks immediately flashes. Blabber immediately follows. They have the damage to do it, and now this is 2 kills on the Twisted Fate. With a stopwatch ready, so we expect a pretty deep play here from Perks with ult and cleanse available. I would not go for the Jax. It is still pretty hard to lock down Someday, and I don't expect him to overextend considering his turret was taken, but looks like he is greeting for another wave.
Blabber's on the way over. Here comes Twisted Fate as well. What can they immune? You got to kind of cycle it a little bit. Goes into melee range, tries to bait out the dodge, does so. Gold card's going to land after the cleanse, and that's going to be a CC chain. But Someday is very, very lethal, and he cannot get the kill in time. Fudge gets the damage across as Perks is immune. Someday the 1v3 cannot make it happen.
I really think that was greedy. I did not expect him to push another wave. He does it, though, right into the waiting arms of Cloud9, and now it's Ven who has to run.
Closer doesn't go for the ulti over the wall, doesn't go for the play on his Ven, but who he will try. No, that flash is not going to be enough. He even burned the ultimate. It's not going to happen. Vulcan shows up for a knockup. Demonte's here, but is it going to even matter? A lot of damage on Vulcan. He flashes the way Ignite is on, but he will live through the last tick, as it's already a 2 for 0. FBI going to be attacked as well, and Cloud9 are well on their way to the reverse sweep.
Mistakes on both sides of the map from 100 Thieves. First, Someday goes for the extra wave, gets pinched, and then Cloud9 have time to reset back to the bottom side and punish their own weak side play here. Vulcan goes in, no hesitation. This guy locks them both up on Galio expertly, even throws down the exhaust, and is able to survive with his flash out to the top side. This freak is all Cloud9. With the way this series has gone, it is just completely reversed. 100 Thieves go so deep on this. Vulcan is ready to turn it around. He throws down the exhaust. They call teleport in for Perks. They're doing it again.
Someday has to flash out of this one. There might be a gold card, but it's not going to find any targets, so they're going to walk away, but that is still another big summoner lost. The Galio ult traded in, sure, but now Someday is flashless, and it makes him an even easier target next time. We already know top lane turret died. That was the Herald summon back at 9 minutes and change, so that's already gone. But the gold difference is 4,000. The next Drake has spawned right now. This shouldn't go to anyone but Cloud9. They own every single lane.
Yeah, and look at that. He has to leave another minion wave. Fudge had to leave the giant minion wave. Doesn't get to push the extra one here, and this is really starting to hurt. 96 to 51 CS for topside, and Someday gets to pick up 3 waves on the top side of the map. Cloud9 don't care, though. Objectives all day. Fudge, sacrifice Fudge is definitely, again, the poor one on the block for Cloud9. And yet, it's team game, my friend. They're going to be able to transition with more picks using their Twisted Fate ultimate. Perks is back up already. And they're going to have to do it without the Camille pushing, but they've been able to succeed thus far with it, with just the Galio and Twisted Fate.
It's been working beautifully, and he's got enough damage that he can, kill a backliner no problem. Like, the chunks are there. He's just, not going to have a great time dueling with the Jacks over there. It's, 50 CS probably makes up for the 2 kills. He wasn't part of a lot of that turret damage, so Fudge didn't even get plates to his name, despite the fact that top lane turret's the one that died. So, the 1v1's going to be tough. That can still be an avenue for Thieves to get a victory. But they got to kind of dig their way out from a pretty rough one. 23-minute Dragon Soul is a possibility. That's going to be a tough one to deal with.
Certainly say that one again, because this time around, Cloud9 have loads of crown control. It's crazy to watch the progression. Well, Ward.
Whoa. Every time, Cloud9 just happens to know that who he's trying. He's going to kite away with the Rocket Belt. They're just like, I'll bait it again. Don't worry, try it. Nope, I'm still baiting you. You're not going to get onto me. You're not going to find the CC. They might find the rest of this team fight, though, as FBI shows up. Blue Smite comes in. They grab the blue buff. Perks has to walk backwards. FBI is in, and FBI's going to find that kill. One answered back, though. The jungler dead on 100 Thieves' side, as now Vayne wears the buffs because she killed Perks, who got the kill. So double buff Vayne, buff transfer complete, and Golden FBI, probably the best spot it's going to go.
Yeah, so they're going to send Vayne bottom to try and get even more. Demonte gets caught, though.
Demonte's going to run out of health instantly. Sven's there for the Gale Force auto to guarantee it. He's on a killing spree.
All right, that's a little bit more than they needed to give over. They were going to try and funnel some more money into the Vayne. CM bottom side will be able to trade towers. Fudge having dealt with the remnants of Tier 2 tower while left alone during the rest of the team fighting off in mid lane. But that is Cloud9 opening up so much of this map. They just got Tier 2 on top side and Tier 1 mid. Now they can play even more aggressively. They just need this Camille ultimate, honestly, to lock people in place for the Galio ultimate. They're going to have a lot of supportive members jumping on top with Fudge. So even though he is, fairly far down in CS, does have the Trinity Force and does provide the ultimate lock-in. Good movement here from Perk as he's able to kite out, as you're talking about on Huhi, and then they know they've got the re-engage. It does get a little bit messy, though. As Perks goes in for the gold card, they do get the stun, smite down, and immediately kill off Closer for the double buffs. Perks is going to have to die as well, since the teleport for 100 Thieves, they go really, really deep into the Cloud9 territory. But this one from Demonte walks straight through. Yep. He knows both members were just seen, and Vulcan gives him the punish, as you should.
Yeah, that's sloppy. 1-4. We were singing his praises earlier on in the series, and he was a big part of the victories, but it has fallen off a little bit, at least in this game there. You're not expecting a lot out of Set, who's getting third priority on waves, but now it's starting to fall away. Cloud9 winning almost everywhere here. Someday kind of the saving grace on the 100 Thieves side, but C9 have now knocked down turret number 4. I mean, aside from 3 kills that have been, well picked up, there hasn't been a single objective gained by 100 Thieves all game long. Bot lane turret's a bit low, and that's it.
Cloud9 with quite the evolution over this series, Freak. Think back to the first couple of games,
Yeah.
They're playing such a different style. Multiple moonstones, lots of shields, kiting back, just grouping up, very light on the engage, very light on the hard CC. And yet, evolving to this, their peak, kind of returning to form from what we saw in Lock In earlier on, now running the classic, the go-to, Camille Galio, and then Twisted Fate pivoting from mid. They just have so many possibilities with all these towers down, looking to push up the side lanes and look for possible TF plays. We saw earlier, Perks just use that Twisted Fate ultimate to even chase Someday off of the tower to go get this minion wave. They weren't even threatening for one of the picks. Because they have so much control right now, you can see already moving all of their vision up into the blue quadrant jungle of 100 Thieves. They can afford to use it on stuff like that. There's definitely value in the double stacked wave at the tower that Perks was able to walk and go get.
What's kind of incredible to me is the kill participation on Cloud9. A bunch of globals, right? A jungler running around the map, and it's Sven who has the highest KP on the squad. Everything
Gale
on
Force
Cloud9.
global.
Just, yeah, sure, he gets another couple hundred range to auto-attack someone at, fair ranges. Sven just, he is the reason Cloud9 is good. I think he is just above and beyond the top performer. And certainly, look, Blibber's had some good smites. The man's got diamond hands. It's been beautiful. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if Sven can make it happen, it happens. If Sven is not there to carry it, it just doesn't seem to go through. So he has been huge. The MF for the second game in a row is looking great. 3-1-4, 20 CS lead. He was donated to the turret. By the way, Dragon number 3 is coming down, so Fudge is going to start that one up. That's not going to be contested. And that means that in 5 minutes' time, at about 23:20, is a climactic fight where 100 Thieves can't just give away anything more.
And remember, this is kind of designed here where 100 Thieves, they want to be able to operate from a position of power with the Jacks, but because Cloud9 have so much extra gold for their team and 3 dragons stacked, you don't get to apply the pressure with an ideal 1-3-1 situation and then have to react to these Twisted Fate ultimates. It is Cloud9 that get to set up first, pushing out the waves on the side, setting up at the objective first, and them getting to make the call. So let's see if 100 Thieves have it in them. They started out so strong, always looking for these proactive plays, but here we go, Twisted Fate in.
Trying in mid, and there's nothing that FBI can do. The flash was still down for a few more seconds, and now they're going to reveal Huhi, which means next gold card. Perks lets it lapse and goes across to blue again. Was nearly in range to throw that one, but doesn't find the stun regardless. But look at this. The kill is already in. It's 5v4 with a gold lead. It's basically 6v4 based on the gold difference here, and that means Shelly is in to knock down mid lane, and they can go for the inhibitor turret no problem as well.
All right, no reason to stop there. Charge number 2 should get off. Nobody's answering Fudge, so C9 4 squad in mid does need to play a little bit more cautiously. They back up. They don't want to overextend at that tower and can just cover.
All right. Going to even leash. Thank you very much, Vulcan. Leashes that one out. Perks helps as well. Fudge going to be given some golden XP to try to catch up in his matchup. It is still a 70 CS difference in top lane. I do feel bad for Someday, who is so thoroughly destroying his lane opponent that it just doesn't matter here. It's the rest of the team who's doing so much better on Cloud9. Every engage is on point. 8 out of 11 KP now for Sven down there. He's part of all the big plays. Got, helped get that shut down on FBI as well. And you don't look like you're in danger, but you are.
Yep. Twisted Fate ultimate, very annoying for Vayne. And even with the cleanse, look at that damage. Burst damage from Perks plus the Sven MF ultimate right over the top. Yep. Cleanse not going to get him out. He had to instant flash to get out of range as well. But Lich Bane is completed for Perks, and that's the reason why.
Big damage. Collector was there for Sven as well. I believe he popped it with Collector Make It Rain. I'm not even sure the ult landed. I think it was just Collector Make It Rain was enough to get the kill at 5%. But I mean, either way, right? He's big. Sven's going to get a lot of kill credit. That's what the nice thing about Collector is. If you're a champion who does consistent low bits of damage, you never overkill with Collector. As soon as they're at 5%, Make It Rain claimed it. A Wave of Bullet Time claimed it. You don't, have those overkill situations where it's like, oh yeah, Camille Q does 1200, and here we go. Grouped up towards mid.
It's just the pings. They had pings to go for it. I wonder who called it off because Perks did pop ultimate and they had a bunch of assist pings. Looks like, though, they've got extra member down bottom, so they're just buying time for Fudge. No reason to force.
Sven reveals the brush. Blabber's now here, and okay, Fudge on the other side of the map does have teleport, trying to catch up in farm. Still the 70 difference, as Someday will catch the bottom wave, and he should be just fine wave clearing under that turret. Playing a bit back. Knows that TF and MF and Galio can show up soon, so has to play it a bit defensively. And indeed, until his teammates are there, has to drop a little bit of farm. And drops 2 CS, gets some XP, and Negus has shoved this one back.
I also think Perks has been using the Twisted Fate really, really well. Very intelligently trying to pressure the double-stacked waves. Transition with Blabber as well to give the Udyr the extra power to go for these. Gold card is such a big enabler for that champion. We saw the double instant flashes towards mid, even on a target that has flash, finding purchase. And when the Twisted Fate is able to open up the map like that for the team, has done a lot for Cloud9. Now, Turbo Chem Tank for Blabber with his flash available. Also really, really fearsome for starting this out. Camille Galio, Twisted Fate, obviously online, and the Realm Warp ultimate used to check just for vision there from Demonte.
Yeah. One thing I've got to point out that I really love as we look at Demonte, I want to look back at the Baron pit because ward positioning is actually really valuable. The wards just outside the pit do not get spotted by control wards. If you have a control ward and you want to see wards like in the back corner, they have to be inside the pit to spot them, which means they cannot see the wards around the outside, which means you can kind of get a lot of free vision. But now here comes the dive. Triple ulti comes across, bullet time over the top, but it's not doing all that much damage. Blabber runs away, the lock-in shield's good. Red card sets up a bunch of slows, and the chase is in. A triple. Is that another quadra? Is that another penta? Perkz will find the stun. Is it the back-to-back pentas? Let him have it. Back-to-back penta kills for Sven. The Bud Light ace. 100 Thieves are going home.
Oh my goodness, Sven collects them all, Freak. They set him up for the last one too. This one handed over. Cloud9. The reverse sweep is coming to fruition here. It is a reality. Ocean Soul picked up by Cloud9. And that is a team with grit. They have worked through so much this series. 100 Thieves giving it a very, very good showing in the first couple of games, but C9 never giving up.
Not at all. They had some really, really tight fights, some really tough situations. I don't hate who he trying. I think you had to go for something. You were bleeding out of the map. Someday was around, so you can use your most fed member to do something in the battle. And it just wasn't enough. Too much space was built. Sven got the kite back, land the ultimate, and there's nothing else you can do anymore. It was just too much of a lead. Everything just went so well. Your 100 performance play is Sven getting his second penta of the series.
All right, he channels the big ultimate over top. Someday is exhausted. He waits out the counter-strike. Gale forces in, able to get the shot there, double up, and picks up all four immediately. Then everybody just wants to stand around, make sure he gets the last one.
Hit S.
He's able to get it, and he deserves it. This man has put in so much work this series for Cloud9. Guess what, Spoil? That's going to be most people's vote for MVP of this series. 100 Thieves still trying.
Flash, triple taunt, bullet time. Kill number one. Looking at the re-engage now for the rest of it. A Galio smash over the top. He is quite low, and it will be a kill taken by Blabber. There's number three, and it's Someday running away as the last one. It's just going to be the rest of the team kiting. Blabber goes for the duel. They're going to bring a taunt for good measure. A couple of knockouts come in. The ace comes through. Vulcan, he deserves some kill credit. He gets a shutdown there himself. 21-4. This game is over. Another Bud Light ace. Cloud9 are just going to close down the game now.
Well, they're going to get their purple buffs. Wild Fudge does his work on this inhibitor. All right, Q1, boom, Q2. Baron going down at the same time. They're racing each other, Freak. Who gets their objective first? Fudge wins! Woo!
Fudge does.
Woo! And the crowd.
Fudge not only wins the series, he wins the race, gets his own team. 3-0 and 2 on Camille. Flawless.
We already are building up towards such an epic final here, too. Because people are assuming that Team Liquid, with how great they looked at the beginning, were going to waltz their way into the finals. But we have seen some resurgences here, some twists already with 100 Thieves going down now in a very desperate spot versus Cloud9. Same thing definitely could happen on the other side of the bracket. So building up, I think Cloud9, biggest takeaway for me for this series is that they just look so much better when they don't forfeit early lane phases, when they do start out with some priority, when they have hard CC to be able to force this with. Once again, here we go.
Speaking of, the Justice Punch comes in, the double taunt comes across, Blabber just sitting in the front line, he's going to ignore a lot of this damage. FBA gets a bit low, oh my word, that is a crit and a half, and down goes 2 more kills.
All right, they're not done there. Blabber's on the chase with the extra speed, gold card out.
Okay, stopwatch, taunts easy. Yep, he's going down as well. Easy pickup there for the Misfortune. Dodge's going to block the gold card, goes back in for a triple stun. Good damage on a Vulcan. He'll drop to the turret. It's a desperate play. It's at least a kill or two, but it's still the ace. Again, for the 3rd time in a row, Cloud9, shockingly, will win the team fight. The Bud Light ace. Perkz going to take the turrets because he can. Who cares? The waves are coming in. That's the game. That's the reverse sweep, and the 5th was the most convincing of all. 2 pentakills for Sven. Cloud9, the better team. They're going to make it to the finals, and we will await Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses tomorrow.
Freak, it's still January. We are in the first month still of 2021, and already we're getting Game 5s, going the distance, reverse sweeps, delivering here. Lock-in tournament definitely provides the excitement. Happy to have the new format.
2021 has been such an improvement over the previous year in ways I can't even count, and it's starting off with banger series as well. Cloud9 to the moon. If you bought the stonks, they're going up and to the right. It's been beautiful stuff so far. Sven has been just outstanding. Certainly his supporting cast has been very good as well. It was good to see them actually just refocus back on Fudge and say, okay, we will let you into the Camille matchups. We will give you the help you need to sustain for a while, and then the playmaking can happen. The TF steals for Perks looked really good, and hey, team fighting prowess for Sven, right? The Senna was outstanding, the Misfortune equally good, and the whole squad came together for a really, really good reverse sweep.
They are definitely going to have a lot of footage to review, though, because no matter who they face, in the finals, it is going to be difficult. You're not going to get an easy matchup in the top lane, regardless of who shows up there. So Cloud9, yes, they are super happy with this reverse sweep. Yes, they also still have a lot to review.
They do, and that's going to be what it's going to be about. Is who are they up against? Can Impact do the same kinds of things if Renekton is banned away? Alfar, we already know, has been a truly incredible performer on the TL side, and that is where the glaring lens is Fudge, the rookie on Cloud9, stepping into some pretty big shoes of Licorice, who within about 6 months of his rookie year became one of the best top laners in NA, and held that title for a couple years in a row. And Fudge has to do that. His early forays have not been incredible, to be completely honest. Is he against some of the best top laners? Of course, yes, he is. But he has been, the weakest early game member on C9. His mid game's fine, but that is a glaring hole. But the strong points have been just as good. Blabber's Udyr is outstanding. His other champions, still very good as well. Vulcan has not missed a beat. Sven has gotten better and better and better. I think this is some of the best league he's been playing of his entire career, and the man has trophies. Like, he is really, really good and still outstanding. So I'm excited to see more of what this Cloud9 has in store for us.
And excited to see what we've got tomorrow with Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses coming up as well.
All right, so after the break, we'll be joining LaTigris and Sven for our Verizon postgame interview. Don't go anywhere.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the LCS, everyone, here for a Verizon post-series interview with none other than Cloud9's bot liner, Sven. Here's the thing, dude, we wanted a 5-game series, but you also gave us 2 separate pentas in that series. How are you feeling in general alongside the rest of the team after it all?
I mean, I'm happy that we won, but I don't think we played super well. We spent a lot of time practicing enchanters like Lulu and Seraphine, and we played very horrible with them, so I felt really bad about that. But I'm happy that I got, 2 pentakills despite dying lane in game 5. It feels bad when you lose lane and then you win because your teammates are better than theirs, but I think I played well after the first def lane. So overall, happy we won, but there's so much to work on before we play against TL, or the winner of TL EG.
Well, you're already making your assumptions of who you might be facing off next. But looking into the series a bit deeper, you're saying how things did get off to a rough start, obviously with an 0-2 deficit. But what was it? Was it the fact that you were all just trying to do a bunch of different types of compositions, or was there anything else in play there for that rocky start?
No, I mean, we really played what we thought was the best, draft in game 1, 2, and 3. And even though we lost game 1 and 2, I really thought it was the best draft. I also think we had the better draft in every single game. Honestly, I think we just played worse and they executed really well. And they play really well against the enchanters because they really know how to use flanks and they fight at neutrals, like the dragons especially, really well. So I think props to them. But no, we actually thought it was our best draft and we just played it really poorly, I think.
Speaking of fighting at neutrals, it was kind of in that game at number 3 when the Baron plays came through that felt like it was that turning point for Cloud9, then eventually getting that W and the ones to follow. From there on out, was it just a momentum that you were building from that allowed the team to pull it together?
I mean, I think looking at game 5, it felt like we outscaled mentally in a way, where like when it dove us behind our towers in game 5 at like 10 minutes, they were like in between 2 tier 2s, Ryze ulted and Rail flashed and missed every ability. I was like, whoa, they're ending so hard. And I thought, okay, it's over because they're done. The momentum was just carried over from game 3 and 4, and it felt like they gave up in a way. Once Vayne died bot at level 4 or whatever, after he killed me, he based, and my jungler and my support killed him 2v1 while Rail's mid. I was like, okay, nice. It's safe. I can play the game. So I felt like, yeah, they lost, I don't know, the momentum a lot. So yeah.
But one thing that did make Game 5 interesting from the perspective of Cloud9 is you were obviously playing very role in that bot lane position, but you had 2 semi-global ultimates available from your teammates there in the support role and the mid lane. As the carry for your team, how do you feel having that utility available facilitates the way that you want to play?
So Mithy had this statistic that said that 2 globals or more wins the game in like 75% of the games. So 2 globals is a must-have if you want to win the game, and TB doesn't count. So yeah, 2 globals are really OP. I think TF in general is really strong, and just TF and Galio and Camille kind of combos are really easy to play, and they're really hard to play against if you don't play well. So it works well in a region where the game isn't so polished, right? So yeah, globals are OP.
Well, all right, globals are OP, having that kind of map control. Last question I have for you. It seems like you are already assuming that you will be playing against Team Liquid in the final. So with that being said, if it is the case, how do you think you're going to fare against their bot lane, considering them, you, and 100T are pretty much the bot lanes everyone's talking about?
I mean, I'm hoping we play against EG because I think their bot lane is worse than TL's. TL's bot lane is pretty good right now, especially core JJ. But I think given that we scrimmed both teams this week, I think TL is better. I think that EG is like they're peaking in the offseason. You call it like that. I think EG looks really good right now, but they will look worse and worse because I think they're easy to figure out and they have less, I don't know, wide range of strengths, whereas TL can play to each lane and each side and play more champions than EG can. EG is very like easy to figure out. So yeah, I think TLS is better. Unless they get cheesed by some weird Yasuke champions, then I think EG will not win.
Well, cheese or not, we'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out which team ends up being the victor. Sven, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
We had a full 5 games here today in our first best of 5 series of the year. Let's close things out at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, the Tigers. Honestly, I'm still reeling a little bit from how this series ultimately concluded. Not only did Cloud9 complete the reverse sweep, 3-2 fashion, fantastic to see them show that kind of fight. Ultimately, High and the rest of Cloud9, they're up on the moon, baby, cashing in those stocks right now while the rest of us sit here, us lowly earthlings, looking at our losses. But they just, and the way they did it, I think, is in some ways how I'm still a little bit baffled about. I'm going to go to you first. You had it right. What's your ultimate take on the series?
Well, you see, 100 Thieves was winning until they didn't. That was a famous quote from one of our friends. I believe Scar said that before. But yeah, basically, 100 Thieves were doing really well game 1 and 2, and then they kind of faltered in game 3. Once they lost game 4, their mentality is gone, and you can tell it by this game. Like Sven said in his interview, you're seeing 100 Thieves do these insane plays trying to like dive between tier 1 and tier 2 turret spot lane, and that just means that your mentality is gone. And like when you see that as a player, like, okay, this game is over, that gives you the confidence to play however you want. And how do you lose when the enemy team is tilted, right? So makes it tough.
Yeah. I think there was a change in the comps. They started leaning more towards the globals, like you heard Sven just say in the interview. I think the macro really broke down. Like Hai was saying, there's a play where the C9 moved their bot side up to the top lane, and 100 Thieves just didn't react and had Huhi hovering bot the entire time. And they got like 2 turret plates. Eventually they got so frustrated, this is the play that they just decided to brute force because they had got nothing done while the top side had gotten 2 turrets and they killed Someday and stuff. And it's just a total disaster. And this was kind of the backbreaker on the series, I think.
A little more evidence to that 100 Thieves wasn't exactly thinking clearly is we saw there was a ton of missed skill shots in some of these fights. The Rel W was very rarely connecting at crucial moments. And I think one of the biggest mistakes of this game was that the Ryze did not bring cleanse against Twisted Fate, Udyr, Galio. They have a very short-range comp that composes of Jax, Vayne, and Ryze. Vayne brought the cleanse because he knew that if you fight into Galio and you get short range, you are going to get taunted or you're going to get gold carded. The fact that Ryze did not have cleanse caused him to have several deaths in the mid lane, and after those, what can you do? The game is over now. You don't have cleanse for your team fight, and you're not ahead enough to be able to win the side lane.
And if you didn't know it was over from some of the early plays, the second pentakill of the series in back-to-back games for Sven's would definitely be the nail in the coffin that anyone needed to see to understand that it would be ultimately C9 that takes the series. But Hai, I'm curious your take on the mid lane, the development of the mid lane matchup as well over the course of the series, because in games 1 and 2, you're definitely looking at Demonte for totally controlling the map and getting the better of that matchup. But as the series went on, it feels like Perkz might finally be warming up.
I said this earlier. Demonte was doing really well in game 1 and 2. I actually thought he was winning lane and outroaming the map, pressuring better, doing better teleports, etc. But I think Perkz finally woke up and realized that, there's a best of 5 series that's kind of important. And he should probably start trying a little bit. And he stopped playing Yone. He started to perform a lot better in game 3, 4, and 5. I don't really know what the change was, whether it's a mentality thing or maybe they started playing differently. I don't know. Because it's not like they started just like 2v2ing mid or like 1v1ing mid either, right? He just started playing better. How that works, I'm not entirely sure. But Demonte played super well game 1, 2, and 3. So I'm not going to like rag on him or anything like that. It's just team diff at the end of the game, right?
Right.
For game 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, and I definitely think the global easy follow-up champions for Perkz have been a little bit better. His jungler's playing great. Blabber's been phenomenal. The bot lane's been incredible for C9. And when it's more about following up with them, he seems to, obviously be in a better position to follow actually on those plays. So I think the globals and the more assist-oriented champions right now, it might be a little bit of a crutch this early on in the tournament, and hopefully they branch out from here. But I think it's totally fine to lean into that play style, given that you have one more best of 5 before you go into a long season. Like try and get that dub this weekend, and then you can build out the play styles from here.
Totally. And while Perkz definitely warmed up throughout the series, if you're going to pinpoint anybody on the side of Cloud9 to have brought it home for the squad, it can be none other than Sven, the Pentakill King himself, taking home today's Mastercard Player of the Series. Here he is in the zone. I mean, Sven's always in the zone, to say the least, but this is a guy who I feel like when he knocks down a Penta, doesn't blink. I feel like he probably just says, okay, end the game. You know what I mean?
I think a large reason why he got player of the series is he got 2 pentas, right? But even outside of that, I just want to say, never in any of these games that I felt like he was a liability or really getting caught out of position. For all the other players on C9, you can see where they like made mistakes or like they're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sven rarely made any mistake, even in the games that he's losing. And the games that he's winning, he looks amazing in it. So I think this is a very well-deserved player of the series. He gets 2 pentas, is never a liability in any of the games that they play, and looks like a hard carry in the games that they win. So I think this is a very well-deserved player of the series for Sven.
Forgive me, game 3. I'm just looking at that damage per minute number. 1,200 damage per minute.
It's Senna.
Playing in game. That was Senna. That was the Senna game. Okay, thank you, Lorm. I was like, that was the support Senna, the 43k damage. You're right. He had 43k damage in that game. That was absolutely absurd. Great performance out of him. I think that bot lane for C9 is a lot of what we point to when we talk about what will be kind of the anchoring element to a C9 roster that's undergone a couple of very significant changes in the solo lanes. Yes, we have big expectations for Perks, and maybe he's finally living up to those, still wanting a little bit more out of Fudge. But either way, with that victory, Cloud9, they've earned their spot in our lock-in finals this Sunday. They'll be facing off, of course, against the winners of Evil Geniuses and Team Liquid. They're playing tomorrow. Hi, I want to get you in here on your thoughts on that matchup. We heard Sven say that he believes it'll beat Team Liquid. I think most of the community would back that assumption. But I don't think that Evil Geniuses should be underrated, as maybe C9 was in some ways coming into today.
For sure. I mean, it's really hard to vote for EG because it's pretty clear, I would say, in most people's eyes that they are the underdog. That doesn't mean that they cannot win. It just means that they're less likely to win. And kind of following with what Sven said, it feels like Team Liquid has multiple avenues of ways to win due to their skill levels in each lane that they play. It's really hard to vote against them. Like, they spent a lot of money to get the best players in almost all those roles that they have. So it's like, I'm not betting versus them. I got my money on Team Liquid, so.
Mark, I'm going to assume as much that you're also in the Team Liquid camp.
Yeah, I am firmly in the 3-0 Team Liquid camp, but I don't want that to make it sound like there's no chance for EG because they actually have looked really good over the course of the tournament so far. They have legit carries in all 3 lanes right now, and Ignar and Svenskeren are playing incredible. But to High's point, it does feel like you start going lane by lane by lane, and you're like, oh, that's an advantage for TL, and that's probably an advantage for TL, and that's probably an advantage. And like at that point, you start relying on synergy and teamwork and comps and all this stuff. But it's still kind of like an argument uphill.
Yeah, understanding that today there was definitely a bit of a ramp up for Cloud9, I'll remind everyone about the conversation that was happening between the 2 groups during the group stage itself, that most people were looking at 100 Thieves and TL as the definitive top 2 teams and favorites for the tournament, while the question was really how good is EG as they're not being challenged. Well, guess what? Team from the same group, as EG just came out on top in the semifinals. So, Lorm, I think that's something that's got to be considered here when we actually haven't seen the 2 groups crossplay until today.
Right. So EG, I don't want anybody to sleep on EG because they're not a group of 5 bums. They've got a bunch of good players. I think that what we heard in Sven's interview is that Jizuke has some wild champions that he can pick out that can catch people off guard. And if with that, you can kind of ride the momentum of the series. So we'll have to see what Jizuke pulls out. But I'm more interested in seeing Impact versus Alphari. I think those are probably the 2 best top laners in the league right now, although you could make an argument for someday. And I think with both of them being probably the cream of the crop of their teams, they're probably the biggest focus of both of them. I can't wait to see. Actually, I can't say that because Core JJ, the perfect human, is on Team Liquid.
Yeah.
I forgot about Core JJ for a second. I can't believe it.
Oh no, the point's falling apart.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, guys. Show's over.
Don't worry, Lorm. I got you. We got 5 games today. We're hoping for 5 more tomorrow before our finals of the lock-in tournament. It's Cloud9 that moves on. It's EG or Team Liquid that will challenge them, but that's going to do it for us here tonight. So now on behalf of myself, the cast of the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you all for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCS. Stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.